Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Destiny. You piece of trash, I scream at the waves, my voice raw from 20 minutes of cursing the Atlantic Ocean like it personally wronged me. You absolute waste of oxygen. The beach is empty at this ungodly hour, which is perfect because I'm standing here in my rumpled bridesmaid dress from last night, makeup probably streaking down my face, yelling at the water like a madwoman. 6 years, Terrell. 6 years. A wave crashes against the shore, and I swear it's mocking me. Even the ocean knows I'm pathetic. The weight of Grandma Evelyn's ring pulls at my right hand, where I switched it after everything. The antique diamond catches the early morning sun, and my stomach churns. 3 generations of Williams women wore this ring for their engagements. My great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother before she passed. And me? I wore it for exactly 47 seconds last night, before my whole world imploded. The Roseland Hotel ballroom is perfect. Twinkling lights, the soft jazz quartet, and 200 of Atlanta's elite watching as I drop to one knee in front of Terrell. My hands shake as I pull out the velvet box. Terrell Marcus Washington, I begin, my voice carrying across the suddenly silent room. You've been my everything for 6 years, my best friend, my partner, my destiny. Don't. His voice cuts through my rehearsed speech like a blade. Baby, I know it's unconventional, but get up. He's not even looking at me. He's looking at everyone else, at their phones already coming out. Please, just get up. I love you. I push on, because maybe he's just shocked. Maybe he needs to hear the rest. Will you... I said, get up. He grabs my elbow, yanking me to my feet. The ring box tumbles from my hand, skittering across the polished floor. Someone gasps. Multiple cameras flash. We need to talk, he hisses, dragging me toward the exit. Not here, not like this. I pick up a shell and hurl it at the water with all my strength. It disappears into a wave without even a satisfying splash. Not like this, I mimic in my best Terrell voice. You know how he wanted it? Behind closed doors where nobody could see him dump me? Where he could control the narrative? Another shell. Another pathetic throw. But I had to push, had to be bold, had to take charge like always. I laugh, but it comes out cracked. You know what he said when we got outside? Do you? The ocean doesn't answer, but I tell it anyway. He said, why do you always have to emasculate me, Destiny? Why couldn't you let me be the man for once? I kick at the sand, sending a spray toward the water. The man? The man? I'm sorry. Was I supposed to wait another 6 years for you to grow a pair? My fingers twist the ring, a habit I picked up from Grandma. She used to do it when she was thinking about Grandpa. Gone 15 years now, but still the love of her life. She gave me this ring on my 21st birthday, made me promise to only give it to a man worthy of our legacy. I'm such an idiot, I whisper to the waves. The sun climbs higher, reminding me I've been out here since 5 a.m., still in last night's clothes, still processing the humiliation. My phone buzzes in my purse for the 100th time. I don't need to look. It'll be another notification about the videos. Someone caught the whole thing, and apparently my public rejection is this morning's entertainment for all of social media. Hashtag she proposed, he said no, is actually trending in Atlanta. I'm trending for being pathetic. You know what? I shout at the ocean, working myself back up to rage because it's better than crying. Screw him. Screw his fragile masculinity. Jasmine? The name tears out of my throat as yesterday's final revelation hits fresh. He's been sleeping with Jasmine. She's pregnant. I spin in a circle, arms spread wide, laughing maniacally. Plot twist. The man who couldn't commit to me after 6 years knocked up his coworker. Beautiful. Oscar-worthy. Somebody get Tyler Perry on the phone. The ring catches the light again, and suddenly I can't stand it. Can't stand what it represents. 3 generations of successful love stories, and here I am, the one who broke the chain, the one who couldn't make it work, the one who proposed to a cheater on stage like an absolute fool. You want to know what the worst part is? I asked the universe, my voice breaking. I knew something was off. I knew. But I thought a grand gesture would fix it. Thought if I showed him how much I loved him, how ready I was. The metal burns against my finger. Or maybe that's my imagination. You don't deserve this ring, I whisper, though I'm not sure if I'm talking to Terrell or myself. You don't deserve what it represents. I work it off my finger, the band catching slightly on my knuckle like it knows what I'm about to do. Like it's trying to stop me. 3 generations of love, I say, holding it up to the light one last time. The diamond fractures the sunrise into a million tiny rainbows. Beautiful, perfect, everything I'm not. Well, here's to breaking tradition. I rear back, putting every ounce of rage and hurt and humiliation into the throw. The ring sails through the air in a perfect arc, glinting once, twice. Oh my God. The reality of what I just did hits me like a physical blow. That's not just any ring. That's Grandma Evelyn's ring. The ring that survived the Depression, World War II, the Civil Rights Movement. The ring that's been in my family for 90 years. And I just yeeted it into the Atlantic Ocean. No, 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 no. I sprint toward the water, my dress tangling around my legs. Please, God, no. I scan the waves frantically, looking for any sign of there. Something glints just beyond where the waves are breaking. Without thinking, I plunge in. The cold shock steals my breath. My dress becomes dead weight immediately, the layers of tulle and satin turning into anchors. I push forward, eyes locked on where I saw the glint. Please, I gasp, diving under. Salt burns my eyes as I search the murky water. Nothing. I surface, gulp air, dive again. My fingers scrape sand, grab at shells, find nothing but disappointment. I come up sputtering, and that's when I realize I've drifted. The beach looks farther away than it should, much farther. Oh, damn. I try to swim back, but the current has other ideas. Each stroke seems to pull me sideways instead of forward. My dress weighs 1,000 pounds. My legs tangle in the fabric. A wave slaps me in the face, filling my mouth with salt water. I cough, sputter, try to stay calm, but calm went out the window when I threw a priceless family relic into the ocean. Help! The word comes out waterlogged. Another wave pushes me under. This is how I die. Not peacefully in my sleep at 90. Not surrounded by grandchildren, but drowning in the Atlantic in a bridesmaid dress because I was too dramatic to process rejection like a normal person. I surface again, arms screaming, legs barely moving. The current spins me around, and I've lost sight of the beach entirely. Just water everywhere, endless, and a strong arm locks around my waist. Are you trying to kill yourself? Stop fighting, a deep voice commands in my ear. I've got you. I want to explain that I'm not trying to kill myself. just retrieve my grandmother's ring, but another wave chooses that moment to slam into us. My rescuer's grip tightens as he powers through it, swimming with steady strokes that make my flailing look even more pathetic. "That's it. Just relax," he says, like I'm not in the middle of the worst 24 hours of my life. "Let me do the work." His voice has that particular tone men get when they think they're being heroic, patronizing wrapped in a savior complex with a side of condescension. But since he's currently the only thing between me and becoming fish food, I stop struggling. The swim back takes forever. Or maybe it just feels that way because I'm being towed like human cargo by some stranger who probably thinks I'm trying to pull a Virginia Woolf. By the time my feet touch sand, I'm coughing up half the ocean, and my dignity is officially negative. "Jesus Christ," my rescuer mutters, hauling me onto the beach. "What the hell were you thinking?" I collapse on my hands and knees, spitting out salt water and trying to catch my breath. When I finally look up, I have to blink twice because the sunrise is creating some kind of halo effect behind him. And for a second I think maybe I did drown, and this is some kind of angel. Then he opens his mouth again. And nope, definitely not an angel. "I saw your proposal video," he says, crossing his arms over his chest. His very nice chest, my traitorous brain notices. "Look, I get it. Rejection hurts. But this," he gestures at the ocean, "this is permanent. Whatever that guy did, he's not worth this." I start, but he's on a roll. "No man is worth dying for. Trust me. I know it feels like the end of the world right now, but you'll find someone else. Someone who actually deserves you. Someone who won't leave you standing there with a ring in your hand while everyone watches." I wasn't trying to. "The water's treacherous here. Riptides everywhere. You could have died." He runs a hand through his wet hair, sending droplets flying. "Look, I don't know you, but I was at that fundraiser/wedding last night. I saw what happened, and yeah, it was brutal, but will you shut up for 1 second? I snap, struggling to my feet. My dress weighs approximately 3 tons, and I probably look like a drowned rat, but I've hit my limit. I wasn't trying to kill myself, you self-righteous jackass. I dropped my ring. My grandmother's ring. The one that's been in my family for 3 generations. I was trying to get it back." He stares at me, and for the first time I get a good look at my savior. Tall, definitely over 6 feet. Dark hair plastered to his head. Blue or maybe green eyes. Hard to tell with the sun behind him. The kind of jawline that belongs on magazine covers, and currently wearing an expression that suggests he doesn't believe a word I'm saying. "You threw a family heirloom into the sea," he says flatly. "I was angry." "So you decided to, what, punish the ring?" I wasn't thinking clearly, obviously. "Clearly," his tone drips sarcasm. "So instead of 1 bad decision, you made 2? Excuse me?" "Throwing the ring, then jumping into dangerous waters in a dress that weighs more than you do." He ticks them off on his fingers like he's listing my failures. "In an area known for riptides, alone, at dawn." "I didn't ask for your opinion." "You asked for help," he cuts me off. "Screaming for it, actually. Because I was drowning. Because you were reckless." We stand there glaring at each other, me dripping and furious. Him all righteous indignation and wet khakis. The worst part is he's not wrong. It was reckless and stupid. And now Grandma's ring is gone forever because I had to be dramatic about my pain. "Look," he says, his tone softening slightly. "I'm sorry about what happened last night. That was rough. But you need to be more careful. You need to think before you—" Oh my God, are you seriously mansplaining water safety to me right now? I squeeze water out of my hair, mostly so I don't have to look at his stupidly concerned face. Thanks for the rescue, but I'm good now. You can go back to whatever it is judgmental beach joggers do at dawn. I wasn't jogging. He pulls out a phone from his miraculously dry pocket. Of course he has waterproof pockets, and checks the time. Damn, I have a meeting. Don't let me keep you, I say sweetly. I'll just be here, reflecting on my recklessness and poor decision-making skills. He gives me one last look, part exasperation, part something else I can't identify, then shakes his head. Try not to throw anything else in the ocean. Try not to assume every woman in distress needs your wisdom. I shoot back. He's already walking away, but I catch what might be a smile tugging at his mouth. For what it's worth, he calls over his shoulder. The guy's an idiot. Anyone who'd reject a woman willing to propose in public isn't worth your grandmother's ring. Then he's jogging up the beach. So he was a beach jogger, leaving me standing there in my ruined dress with no ring, no fiancé, and no dignity. Thanks for the pep talk, bastard, I muttered to his retreating form, and maybe I should have thanked him properly. Oh God, I'm so embarrassed. I cover my face with my feet, kicking so stupid. The sun's fully up now, warming my wet skin. I should go home, should check my phone, should figure out how I'm going to tell Grandma I lost her ring in the stupidest way possible. Instead, I sit down right there in the sand, bridesmaid dress and all, and let myself cry. Not pretty tears, but big, ugly sobs that shake my whole body. For the ring, for Terrell, for Jasmine's pregnancy, for the proposal that went viral for all the wrong reasons, for the stranger who saved my life and made me feel like an idiot in the span of 5 minutes, but mostly for myself, for the woman who thought a grand gesture could fix a relationship that was already broken, for the woman who literally threw away her family legacy in a moment of rage. The ocean keeps rolling in and out, indifferent to my breakdown. Somewhere in its depths, my grandmother's ring is settling into the sand, another treasure for the sea to keep. And I'm left with nothing but wet sand, a ruined dress, and the knowledge that tomorrow, I have to face the world that watched me fall apart in real time.
Chapter 2. Christian. Maximilian, I swear to God, if you don't get off my laptop. Oh. The orange tabby gives me a slow blink that clearly says, "Make me," before stretching across my keyboard, sending gibberish into the quarterly report I'm supposed to be reviewing. The email now reads, "Revenue projections for quarter 3. Professional, very professional. Get off." I grab for him, but he's already leaping to the bookshelf, knocking over my Industry Leader of the Year award in the process. It hits the floor with a crash that makes my eye twitch. My phone buzzes. Mother. Again. I let it go to voicemail while dealing with the more immediate crisis. Buttercup is currently using my Italian leather sofa as a scratching post. The sound is like nails on a chalkboard, if the chalkboard cost $8,000 and was imported from Milan. This is why I'm working from my penthouse instead of my actual office. Can't exactly run a billion-dollar hotel empire with cats treating my boardroom like a jungle gym. I tried leaving them with the cat sitter, but it didn't work out with the cat sitter fleeing in terror. Gremlins. It's been 2 weeks of this chaos, and I'm basically held hostage in my own home. Stop that! My voice comes out rough, probably because my throat's closing up. I pop another antihistamine, my third this morning, and check the time. 7:47 a.m. The new assistant starts at 9, and I need to look like a functional CEO, not a man who's losing a war against 5 cats. My phone rings again. This time I answer, putting it on speaker while I try to corral Precious away from my breakfast. "Christian, darling." Mother's voice fills the penthouse. "How are my grandkittens?" "They're not..." I sneeze. "They're not grandkittens, Mother. They're terrorists. Don't be dramatic, dear. They're adjusting. Did Luna eat her special breakfast? She needs her supplements. Luna is currently hacking up said special breakfast onto my Persian rug. The universe hates me. Everything's fine, I lie, dabbing at my watering eyes with the tissue. The conference call with Tokyo starts in 10 minutes, and I look like I've been crying over the quarterly reports. Wonderful. I'll be over tomorrow to check on them. And Christian, I've been thinking about the living arrangements. Your father's old study would make a perfect craft room. Mother, we can discuss it when I visit. Oh, and I've invited the Wetherington girl for dinner Thursday. Lovely young woman. Recently divorced, very eager to remarry. I have another sneeze. I have a meeting Thursday. You always have meetings. That's why you're 32 and single. Even Christopher has managed to date recently. Christopher dates everything with a pulse, I mutter, rescuing my coffee from Gabriel's investigating paw. What was that? Nothing. Mother, I need to go. Tokyo's calling in 5. Fine. But Christian, my birthday is in 6 weeks. It would be the perfect gift if you'd finally settle down. I'm not getting any younger, and neither are you. She hangs up before I can respond, which is probably for the best, since my response would include several words that would get my mouth washed out with soap, CEO or not. I survey the destruction. In 2 weeks, my pristine penthouse has become a war zone. There's cat hair on every surface, tiny paw prints across my glass desk, and I'm pretty sure Maximilian has claimed my closet as his personal kingdom. The housekeeper quit yesterday after Buttercup attacked her mop. The Tokyo call connects just as I'm trying to look professional from the shoulders up. Below frame, I'm using a lint roller on my pants while Gabriel attacks the roller like it's prey. Henderson-san, good morning. Tanaka-san, I greet, trying to maintain dignity while a cat yowls in the background. I apologize for the ambient noise. The entire Japanese board can see Precious leap onto my shoulders mid-sentence. I continue the presentation as if there isn't a Persian cat using me as a perch, discussing profit margins while she kneads her claws into my shoulder. 45 minutes later, I've closed a deal worth $30 million, and I'm covered in cat hair. Win some, lose some. Sarah from HR calls as I'm attempting to make myself presentable. Mr. Henderson? Just confirming your new executive assistant starts today. Right. Yes, I'd forgotten in the chaos. My last secretary quit via post-it note. Something about hostile work environment and impossible standards. I maintain that expecting someone to answer emails within 3 minutes is perfectly reasonable. Her name is Destiny Williams. Excellent references. She'll be coming to your penthouse since you're working remotely. She's... What? I stopped trying to extract cat hair from my suit jacket. Well, you said you needed someone who could handle your current situation. I explained about the temporary work-from-home arrangement. She was very understanding. Said she's dealt with worse. Worse than this? I glance at my home office, which looks like a cat cafe exploded. Doubt it. She should be there by 9, Sarah continues. The doorman has her name. Oh, and Mr. Henderson? Maybe tidy up a bit? It's fine. I lie, watching Maximilian knock over another picture frame. Of course. Good luck. Destiny. What kind of name is Destiny? Probably some perky recent graduate who'll quit within a week when she realizes I expect actual work, not just coffee runs and Instagram breaks. And now she's coming to my home, seeing me at my absolute worst. I manage to shower and change into a fresh suit, only to find Luna sleeping in my briefcase. By the time I extract her and remove the cat hair, it's 8:55. I'm settling behind my desk in the home office, trying to look like I have my life together, when the concierge calls. Mr. Henderson? Miss Williams is here. Send her up. I straighten the few items on my desk that haven't been claimed by cats, run a hand through my hair, and try to project CEO authority despite the fact that Gabriel is currently attacking my shoe. The doorbell rings. I shake off Gabriel and stride to answer it, pulling open the door with my best professional smile. It dies instantly. Standing in my doorway, looking polished and professional in a sleek black dress and blazer, is the woman I pulled out of the ocean 2 weeks ago. The folder in her hands trembles slightly. Her eyes, those same expressive eyes that glared at me while she called me a self-righteous jackass, go wide with recognition. "Oh, damn," she breathes. I'm stammering. I don't stammer. I run a billion-dollar hotel empire. We stare at each other. 10 seconds. 20. Somewhere in the apartment, a cat knocks something else over. The crash breaks our frozen tableau. "So," she finally says, setting her portfolio on the entry table with deliberate calm. "This is happening." It doesn't have to. The words tumble out before I'm able to stop them. I mean, if you're uncomfortable. Are you firing me before I even start? Her chin lifts, and there's the fighter I remember. Because that seems like a lawsuit waiting to happen. No, I just meant... Why am I still in the doorway? I step back, gesturing awkwardly. "Come in, please." She enters, and I see her take in the disaster zone. Her eyes track from the shredded sofa to the suspicious stains on the rug to Maximilian, who's chosen this moment to sprawl across my coffee table like he owns the place. "You have cats." Her tone is carefully neutral. "They're temporary. My mother is going through something." "Going through something," she repeats, watching Buttercup scale my bookshelf. "She's decided I need companionship. The cats are a warning shot." Her eyebrows climb. "A warning shot for what?" "She's threatening to move in if I don't get married by her birthday in 6 weeks." The words hang between us while she processes this information. I'm acutely aware that we're standing in my living room, that she's in my personal space, seeing me not as Christian Henderson, CEO, but as a disaster of a man being held hostage by his mother's cats. "So you're... what? Going to get married in 6 weeks?" God, no. I'm going to find these demons proper homes and convince my mother I'm perfectly fine alone. She pulls out an iPad, apparently deciding to just proceed. Like finding out your new boss is the man who pulled you from the ocean is just another Monday. "And how's that working out for you so far?" I gesture at the destroyed living room. "Fantastic. Can't you tell?" "Right." She types something. "So, first order of business. Do you have any actual cat supplies, or are they just free-ranging it?" "There are supplies. Somewhere. The housekeeper usually... She quit yesterday." "Of course she did." More typing. "Allergies? What?" She looks pointedly at my red eyes and the pile of tissues on my desk visible through the office door. "You're allergic." "Slightly." "You're housing 5 cats you're allergic to because you can't tell your mother no?" When you put it like that, it sounds pathetic. If the Claritin fits. She's fully focused on her iPad now, apparently already making lists. "What time is your first meeting?" 10. Video conference from my office. I gesture toward the room that used to be dignified. "Great. That gives me 45 minutes to crisis manage this situation." She looks up, all business. "I'll need your credit card, access to your calendar, and a basic understanding of your coffee preferences." "I'm sorry?" "Your credit card for cat supplies and a proper air purifier. Your calendar so I can strategically schedule around your mother's visits. And coffee preferences because I'm going to need caffeine if I'm working in a cat sanctuary." I pull out my wallet, slightly dazed. "How are you just doing this?" The beach. Mr. Henderson." She pauses, and for a moment I see a flicker of the woman from the beach. Vulnerable, embarrassed. Then it's gone, replaced by steel. "Christian. Can I call you Christian?" I nod. I might have been a hot mess in the ocean a couple of weeks ago, but I'm excellent at my job. Your mother, your cats, your disasters. I've got it handled. The only question is whether you can handle pretending we've never met. I pulled you out of the ocean thinking you were trying to... And I threw away a priceless family heirloom because my ex knocked up his co-worker. She shrugs, but I catch the pain that flashes across her face. We've both done stupid things. The difference is, I'm not going to let it affect my work. Can you say the same? It's a challenge, delivered with a steady gaze that makes me realize she's nothing like what I expected when I dove in after her that morning. Yes, I say, I can. Good. She glances around. You have a kitchen in this place? Through there. I point. Coffee maker. Espresso machine. Fancy. She's already moving. You like your coffee black with 1 sugar, right? You seem like a black with 1 sugar guy. How could you possibly... Lucky guess. She pauses at the kitchen entrance. Also, there's a situation happening in what I assume is your bedroom. Might want to check on that before your 10 o'clock. I rush to my bedroom to find Precious has indeed created a situation with my favorite Armani. From the kitchen I hear Destiny call out, there's a dry cleaner on 5th that does rush jobs. Just FYI. 40 minutes later, she's transformed my chaos into something resembling order. The cats are corralled in the living room with new toys that appeared from somewhere. There's an air purifier humming quietly in my office. My suit jacket has been de-haired and my coffee is perfect. Your 10 o'clock is in 5, she announces, handing me notes she somehow reorganized. I've moved your afternoon calls to accommodate the vet appointment. What vet appointment? Luna needs to see someone about that cough. She straightens my tie without asking. All business. Also, your mother called while I was dealing with the Maximilian situation. I told her you were in meetings, but that the cats were thriving. You answered my phone? You were busy trying to extract Buttercup from your closet. She steps back, assessing. Better. You almost look like someone who hasn't been living in a feline war zone. How are you doing this? She gives me a look that suggests I'm being slow. I told you. I'm excellent at my job. Now go. I'll handle things out here. I head to my office, mildly stunned. When I emerge an hour later after successfully closing another deal, my living space is transformed. The cats are contained in a designated area with actual furniture for them. There's a schedule on my laptop that somehow accommodates both my meetings and something called cat enrichment time. Destiny's set up a temporary desk in my living room, typing rapidly on her laptop. How is all I manage. She glances up. Your last 3 assistants left very detailed notes in the company system. Apparently you're particular about organization, but terrible at maintaining it yourself. Also, I may have ordered everything for same-day delivery and tipped heavily. But the cats. Maximilian hates everyone. He's actually quite sweet when you speak his language. As if to prove her point, Max jumps onto her makeshift desk and bumps his head against her hand. See? That cat has drawn blood from 3 different people. Were any of them having the worst month of their life and in desperate need of a win? She scratches behind his ears. No? Then that's the difference. There's something in her voice that reminds me she's not just here being super assistant for fun. She needs this job. Needs to prove herself after what happened. Your 2 o'clock canceled, she continues, back to business. I've rescheduled for Thursday. Your dry cleaning will be delivered by 4. And I've started a list of potential cat adopters for when you're ready to admit defeat. I'm not admitting, Also, your brother called. Something about needing bail money? I told him you were in Tokyo meetings all day and that he has to clean up his mess himself. You told him that? Was I wrong? No, but... Great. I'm going to need a proper desk if I'm working here. That console table by the window would work. I can have it send over equipment. You're just... taking over. She looks up then, a hint of challenge in her eyes. Is that a problem? I think about the last 2 weeks of chaos. The 3 assistants who've quit. The housekeeper who ran screaming from Buttercup. My mother's impending invasion. No, I admit. It's not. Good. Then stop hovering and go make us money. These cats aren't going to feed themselves, and that premium cat food is expensive. I retreat to my office, where Maximilian has somehow teleported to my chair. Through the glass doors, I watch Destiny field calls while simultaneously creating order from chaos. I pulled her out of the ocean, convinced she was broken. Now she's in my home, fixing my life with brutal efficiency. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a voice whispers that letting her this deep into my personal space might be the most reckless thing I've done. But as I watch her convince Gabriel that my contracts aren't for shredding, I can't bring myself to care.
Chapter 3. Destiny. No, Mr. Tanaka, Christian isn't available right now. He's in a very important meeting. I watch through the glass office doors as my boss tries to extract Gabriel from inside his suit jacket while on a conference call. With the feng shui consultant, yes, for the Singapore property. Very hands-on approach. Gabriel's tail emerges from Christian's collar. The man's turning purple, trying not to sneeze on camera. I'll have him return your call within the hour. Thank you so much. I hang up and march into his office with the lint roller that's become my weapon of choice. Arms up. I'm on a call, he hisses, muting his mic. You're about to sneeze yourself into another dimension. Arms up. He complies, still talking about quarterly projections while I basically perform an exorcism on his suit. Gabriel escapes with an indignant yowl, leaving approximately 3 pounds of fur behind. Which is why the Bangkok expansion makes sense, Christian continues seamlessly, like I'm not literally rolling him clean. We'll have the contracts ready by... achoo! I shove a tissue at him. He takes it without breaking stride, and I have to admit, the man can multitask, even if he is a disaster wrapped in Armani. It's been nearly a week since I showed up at his penthouse and found out my new boss was Captain Save-A-Ho from the beach. A week of pretending we never met while I revolutionized his chaos into something resembling functionality. I've color-coded his calendar, streamlined his meetings, and somehow convinced Maximilian that the keyboard is not his personal throne. I've also developed a sixth sense for when Buttercup is about to commit property damage and can now extract Luna from the ceiling fixtures in under 30 seconds. What I haven't done is check my personal phone. It's been buzzing all morning, and I know it's about Terrell. But I'm at work. I'm professional. I'm absolutely not going to spiral about my ex in my boss's penthouse. Good work, everyone, Christian wraps up. Ending the call, he immediately reaches for his eye drops. Feng shui consultant. Would you prefer I tell them you're being held hostage by your mother's emotional support animals? Point taken. He leans back and for a second he looks exhausted, vulnerable. Then he straightens, all business again. What's next? Lunch with the Morrison Group at 1. I've already sent a card to the dry cleaner for your backup suit. Yes, you need a backup suit when you live with 5 cats. Your mother called twice. I told her you're thriving. Am I? You closed 3 deals this week and only had 2 full breakdowns. I'd call that progress. His lips twitch. It's not quite a smile, but I'm counting it as a win. What would I do without you? Drown in cat hair and disappointment, I say, already heading back to my desk. Your prescription refill is ready for pickup. I'll grab it when I get your lunch. You don't have to. Yes, I do. That's literally my job. I settle back at my makeshift desk, which is actually nice now that IT hooked me up with proper monitors. The view from his penthouse is insane. All of Manhattan spread out like a Pinterest board. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering how the hell I ended up here. My phone buzzes again, then 3 times in rapid succession. Professional. I'm professional. Terrell, we need to talk about the wedding. My stomach drops. What wedding? Their wedding? The one where he's marrying the woman he knocked up while we were together? Terrell, don't be petty, Des. You know this is important. Terrell, Jasmine wants you there. We both do. I'm about to throw my phone off the balcony. Apparently, I've learned nothing about throwing precious items when emotional. When another text comes through, this time with an attachment. It's a wedding invitation. Elegant, expensive. Ivory cardstock with gold lettering. Terrell Marcus Washington and Jasmine Elise Brooks request the pleasure of your company. 3 weeks from now, a month and a half after he rejected my proposal, they're even using the same venue where I humiliated myself. But that's not the kicker. Oh no. The kicker is the next message. Jasmine. Hey girl, I know this is awkward, but you mean so much to T and we really want you there. Plus I could use your help with planning. You always had the best taste. XOXOPS, look at my little bump. There's a photo. Jasmine in a tight dress, hand on her barely there baby bump, ring sparkling on her finger. A ring that's suspiciously similar to the one I showed Terrell last year when we were hypothetically discussing marriage. Are you okay? I jump, phone clattering to the floor. Christian standing over me, looking concerned. How long has he been there? Fine, I squeak, diving for my phone. Totally fine. Super fine. The finest. He beats me to it, because of course he does. His eyes scan the screen before I can snatch it back. I watch his expression shift from concern to understanding to anger. Your ex invited you to his wedding. It's fine. To the woman he cheated with. It happens. 3 weeks from now. People have short engagements, all the destiny. The way he says my name stops me cold. Gentle but firm, like he's trying to pull me back from a ledge, which is ironic considering our history. I'm fine, I repeat, taking my phone back. It's actually good. Closure, you know. Moving on. Living my best life. Thriving, not just surviving. You're quoting Instagram wellness accounts. How do you even know what those are? My mother sends me daily affirmations. He pauses, usually with cat photos. Despite everything, I laugh. It comes out slightly hysterical, but it's still a laugh. That's when Patricia Henderson chooses to call. Christian's face when he sees her name is somewhere between exhausted and terrified. I should take this, he sighs. Want me to stay? He puts her on speaker, already rubbing his temples. Hi, Mother. Christian. Perfect timing. I'm at Barney's looking at china patterns. Why are you looking at china patterns? For your wedding, obviously. I'm not getting married. Not with that attitude. Her voice is cheerfully steamrolling. Now I'm thinking classic white with gold trim. Unless your fiancé prefers something more modern. There is no fiancé. Yet, my birthday is in 5 weeks, darling. I'm aware. You're getting old and I don't even have a grandchild to show for it. Do you know what Meredith Blackstone said at Bridge Club? She has 4 grandchildren. 4. Christian looks at me, desperation clear in his eyes. I mouth, stay strong at him. Mother, I have to go. Fine. But Christian, I've cleared my schedule next month. If you haven't found someone by my birthday, I'm moving in. The cats will miss you during the day anyway. You can't work from home forever. She hangs up. We sit in silence for a moment, both processing our respective disasters. Your mother is terrifying, relentless, completely serious about moving in? I was going to say determined. That's one word for it. He slumps in his chair, and Maximilian takes the opportunity to claim his lap. She's already started packing. I saw boxes when I stopped by last week. Can't you just tell her no? He gives me a look that suggests I've proposed he solve world hunger with interpretive dance. Have you met Patricia Henderson? Only on the phone. She once got the mayor to rename a street because she didn't like how it sounded. He's absently petting Max now, apparently forgetting he's allergic. She dated my father for 2 weeks before deciding they were getting married. He proposed 6 months later, thinking it was his idea. That's actually impressive. It's genetics, the Henderson determination. He gestures vaguely at his penthouse. How do you think I built this empire? We don't accept no. Except from your mother, especially from my mother. He's silent for a moment. I love her, I really do. But if she moves in, you'll never get her out. She'll redecorate everything, install a craft room, host book clubs. He shudders. She'll turn my penthouse into her personal matchmaking headquarters. I watch him spiral, this powerful CEO who negotiates billion-dollar deals, brought low by maternal pressure and cat allergies. It's oddly humanizing. That's when the absolutely terrible idea hits me. No way. That's insane. We barely tolerate each other. We're still pretending we never met on the beach. I cannot possibly suggest anything. What if you just got married? The words are out before I know it. Christian's hand stills on Maximilian's fur. I'm not getting married to stop my mother from moving in. That's insane. Not real married, fake married. Just until she backs off. He stares at me. That's the plot of a bad romance novel. Your life is already a bad romance novel. You're a billionaire CEO being held hostage by cats named after future grandchildren. I warm to the idea because apparently I have no self-preservation instincts. Think about it. You get married, your mom relaxes, you divorce amicably in a year or whatever. Problem solved. With who? I don't exactly have women lining up to fake marry me. I look pointedly at the destroyed couch, the cat toys everywhere, the general chaos of his life. Can't imagine why. Very helpful, thank you. I'm just saying, the right woman could solve all your problems. Someone who understands it's just business. Someone organized enough to handle your mother. Someone who's already proven they can manage your disasters. I trail off as we both realize what I'm suggesting. The air in the room shifts, becomes charged with possibility and terrible decision-making. No, Christian says flatly. Absolutely not. I didn't mean. You just threw away your grandmother's ring because of your last relationship. You're clearly not ready for anything. Even fake. The reminder stings. Thanks for the emotional assessment, Dr. Phil. I'm being practical. You're being a jerk. I'm your boss. Who's about to be living with his mother and her craft supplies? We glare at each other. Maximilian purrs obliviously between us. My phone buzzes, and I take a glance. Another text from Terrell. Also, Des, the baby shower is next weekend. Jasmine really wants you there. Don't make this weird. Damn it. Something snaps. Maybe it's the casual cruelty of, don't make this weird. Maybe it's Jasmine wanting me at her baby shower like we're besties. Maybe it's the sight of Christian drowning in problems while I'm drowning in humiliation. What if we helped each other? Christian's eyes narrow. What? You need a wife to get your mother off your back. I swallow hard. I need to show up to my ex's wedding looking like I've moved on, won the breakup, upgraded. I force myself to really look at him for the first time since that morning on the beach. Even disheveled from cat attacks, the man is unfairly gorgeous. Those storm-colored eyes that shift from blue to green depending on the light. The jaw that could cut glass. Tall enough that I have to tilt my head back when he's standing. Built like someone who actually uses that private gym I spotted down the hall. The kind of handsome that makes you stupid. That makes you throw family heirlooms into the ocean. Wait, no, that was Terrell's fault. But Terrell, with his receding hairline and dad bod at 31, looks like a dollar store knockoff compared to Christian Henderson. No offense, but you're a billionaire CEO who looks like you walked out of a GQ photo shoot, even when covered in cat hair. He manages a mid-tier marketing firm and wears the same cologne from college. It's a significant upgrade. Your self-esteem is concerning. Your mother is moving in next month. We have another stare-off. Luna chooses this moment to hack up a hairball. This is insane, Christian says, but he's not saying no. Completely insane. I agree. We can barely stand each other. We tolerate each other professionally. You called me a self-righteous jackass. You called me reckless and dramatic. You are reckless and dramatic. You're allergic to cats but won't tell your mother no. More silence. More staring. Precious jumps onto my lap, purring like a tiny chainsaw. If, and this is a hypothetical if, we did this. Christian starts slowly. Purely hypothetical, I agree. There would need to be rules, contracts, clear boundaries. Obviously, I'm not trying to pretty woman this situation. Did you just reference focus? I pull up a new document on my laptop. Terms and conditions. This would be a business arrangement. Strictly business. We need to live together. Your mother would expect it. He pales slightly. I have guest rooms. Plural. How big is this place? That's not relevant. What else? My fingers fly over the keyboard. Public appearances. We'd need to sell it. Galas, events, family dinners. My mother hosts dinner every Sunday. Perfect. Very believable. I pause. What about physical contact? The air gets thick again. Christian clears his throat. What about it? Your family will expect us to be affectionate, hold hands, maybe. I can't believe I'm negotiating this. Kiss, for show. For show, he repeats, voice slightly strangled. Plus, there's my ex's wedding. I'll need a date who looks in love with you. Our eyes meet. The word hangs between us, dangerous and tempting. Committed, I correct. I need to look like I've moved on, found someone better. And I'm better? You have a penthouse and a hotel empire. He has a Honda Civic and commitment issues. Your standards are very specific. I ignore that. What about money? I'd pay you, obviously. This is a job. I already have a job. This would be overtime. Name your price. I do. His eyebrows rise slightly, but he nods. Plus, I want you to find my grandmother's ring. It's in the ocean. You have money. Hire divers. I don't care. I need that ring back. That could take. Those are my terms. I cross my arms. Take it or leave it. He's quiet so long I think he's going to leave it. Then slowly, he extends his hand across the desk. 1 year, he says. We fake it for 1 year, long enough to be believable, not so long we lose our minds. I stare at his hand. This is insane. We're insane. There's no way this ends well. But I think about Terrell's wedding invitation, Jasmine's baby shower, the humiliation of being the ex who got left behind. Then I think about Christian, brilliant and ridiculous, drowning in cat hair and his mother's expectations. 6 months to 1 year, I counter, with option to extend if necessary. Deal? I take his hand. The contact is electric, sending sparks up my arm and straight to my stupid, reckless heart. His grip is firm, warm, and holds on a beat too long. We're really doing this, I breathe. We're really doing this. He looks as stunned as I feel. We're getting fake married, fake engaged, I correct. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Right, of course. Fake engaged? He's still holding my hand. This is strictly business. Strictly business, I echo. Maximilian chooses that moment to jump on our joined hands, meowing loudly like he's pronouncing us idiots. He's probably not wrong.
Chapter 4. Christian. You're late. Destiny stands in my doorway with 2 suitcases, 3 boxes labeled with what seems to be a complex alphanumeric system, and a look that suggests I'm the problem here. It's 9:03, she says, checking her phone. I said 9-ish. 9-ish implies a range around 9, not after. Oh my God, are you seriously lecturing me on punctuality when I'm moving in to save you from your mother? She wheels her first suitcase past me. Also, your doorman tried to give me his number. Might want to brief your staff that I'm about to be the fake lady of the house. It's been 2 days since we shook on the world's worst business deal. 2 days of lawyers drawing up contracts, NDAS, and what Destiny calls the rules of engagement. 2 days of me wondering what the hell I'm doing, while also ordering dive teams to search for a ring I'm pretty sure is halfway to Europe by now. She's been my assistant for 3 weeks now, revolutionizing my chaos into something resembling order. And now she's about to invade my personal space completely. Did you color-code your moving boxes? Did you expect me not to? She's already directing the building's porter where to put things. Blue is bedroom, green is bathroom, yellow is general living space. It's not complicated. You've been planning this for 2 days and you already have a system? I've been your assistant for a while now. I've seen how you live. Systems are non-negotiable. She pauses, surveying my penthouse. Speaking of which, where are the demons? The cats are in my office. Contained. All 5? Yes. Even Maximilian. Especially Maximilian. I'm rather proud of this achievement. It only took 2 pounds of salmon and a prayer circle. She eyes me suspiciously, but continues her invasion. I watch her work, trying to reconcile this organized force of nature with the woman who raged through jewelry into the Atlantic. She's wearing jeans and a Howard University sweatshirt, her natural hair pulled up in a puff that somehow looks both casual and elegant. The morning light catches her deep brown skin, making it glow in a way that momentarily scrambles my brain. I shake my head. Professional. She looks professional. That's the only acceptable adjective here. Not beautiful, not radiant. Definitely not affecting my ability to form coherent thoughts. Ground rules, she announces, pulling out her iPad because of course she made a presentation. Bathroom schedule. I need 30 minutes in the morning, non-negotiable. You can have it from 6 to 6:30, I'll take 6:30 to 7. That's when I shower. Then shower at 6 o'clock. I don't wake up until 6:15. Then wake up at 6 o'clock. She scrolls through her presentation. Kitchen privileges. I cook. You stay out unless invited. Your cooking skills are suspect at best. I can cook. Microwaving leftover takeout isn't cooking. I have other skills. Making money doesn't count as a kitchen skill. She's moved on to the next slide. Physical boundaries. No entering each other's bedrooms without permission. No surprise nudity. No. Surprise nudity. You seem like the type to wander around in a towel. I don't wander. I walk purposefully. In a towel? Inappropriate attire, which includes towels. Can we move on? I sigh. She smirks, the first real smile I've seen from her today. Public displays of affection. We need to practice. Practice. You can't just grab my hand for the first time in front of your mother. It'll look forced. It is forced. Which is why we need to practice. She sets down the iPad, suddenly serious. Look, I know this is weird. 2 days ago, we were just boss and assistant. But if we're going to sell this, We need to be comfortable with each other. Comfortable. Right. Like I haven't been hyper-aware of her every movement since she walked in. Fine. What do you suggest? Start small. Hand-holding. Work up to hugs. Maybe some casual touches. She's so clinical about it. We'll figure out kissing if absolutely necessary. My mother will expect kissing. Then we'll cross that bridge when... The doorbell rings. We both freeze. Nobody's supposed to come by today. We specifically planned this for when. Christian, darling. I know you're home, Mother. Damn! Destiny hisses. She's not supposed to. We haven't rehearsed. I'm wearing a college sweatshirt. Just act natural. Natural? We've been fake engaged for 48 hours. She's panic whispering, shoving boxes behind the couch. We don't even have a story. We'll improvise. You don't improvise. You schedule bathroom time. The doorbell rings again. Christian? I have my key. Okay. I grab Destiny's shoulders. She goes still, eyes wide. We've been dating secretly. 3 months. You didn't want to complicate the work relationship. 3 months? We fell in love. Fast, it happens. Does it though? Christian! The key turns in the lock. Without thinking, I pull Destiny against me just as the door opens. She makes a small sound of surprise, but doesn't pull away. Instead, her hand finds my chest, right over my racing heart. Oh! My mother stops dead in the doorway, taking in the scene. Me holding Destiny. Boxes everywhere. The general air of domestic intimacy. Mother. I clear my throat, reluctantly releasing Destiny. This is unexpected. I can see that. She's using her lawyer voice, the one that made opposing counsel cry. And who might this be? Destiny steps forward, extending her hand with more confidence than I feel. Destiny Williams, I'm my fiancé, I blurt out. The words hang in the air like a bomb that hasn't quite detonated yet. Mother's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. Your fiancé? Yes. Since when? Recently, Destiny says smoothly. Very recently. We wanted to be sure before telling anyone. How recently? 2 days, I say. At the exact same time, Destiny says, 2 weeks. Mother's eyes narrow. 2 since the proposal, Destiny clarifies, shooting me a look. 2 days since we decided to move in together. It's been a whirlwind. I see. Mother circles us like a shark scenting blood. And you are? His assistant? Former assistant. Well, current assistant, but not for long because that would be inappropriate. I started working with him since 3 weeks ago. Destiny's babbling. She babbles when nervous. This is new information. HR is already processing my replacement. His assistant. Mother's voice could freeze hell. For 3 weeks now. How convenient. Mother. No. Don't let me interrupt. She settles on my couch like she's at a deposition. Please tell me how this whirlwind romance began. I'm fascinated. I open my mouth, but Destiny beats me to it. It was at the beach, actually. Months ago. Mother blinks. The beach? I was going through something difficult. Destiny's voice softens, and I realize she's weaving truth into our lie. A bad breakup. The kind that makes ye two question everything. I went to the beach early one morning to clear my head, and things got complicated. She glances at me, and something passes between us. A shared memory of that morning. Christian was there for a business trip, scouting the Montauk property. She takes a breath. He saw me in the water and thought I was in trouble. Didn't hesitate, just dove in. You saved her? Mother's eyes sharpen on me. She didn't need saving, I say quietly, remembering her fury at my assumption. but I didn't know that at the time. He pulled me out of the water, lecturing me the entire time about being reckless. Destiny's lips twitch, called me dramatic and careless. I called him a self-righteous. She catches herself. Well, we didn't start off on the best foot. But, Mother prompts, leaning forward despite herself. But he was right. I was being reckless. Not the way he thought, but she shrugs. Sometimes you need someone to pull you out of your own spiral, even if they're annoying about it. So you started dating then? Not immediately, I interject. She vanished. I didn't even know her name. Spent days wondering if she was okay. Then I couldn't stop myself. I got her number from a private investigator I hired. I felt like a freaking stalker. I couldn't tell anyone, especially you. He hired divers, Destiny adds softly, to look for what I'd lost. I didn't know that until recently. And then 3 weeks ago, she walked into my penthouse as my new assistant. I shake my head at the memory. I was rooted on the spot. I didn't know she applied to work for me. I didn't know he was my new boss. If I did, I wouldn't work for him. We tried to keep it professional, Destiny says. Pretended we'd never met and ignored our messages and calls before. But when you've seen someone at their absolute worst, when they've seen you at yours, it's hard to go backward. So you've been together since the beach? Mother probes. We've been in talking stage, Destiny corrects. Months of him calling, texting, checking on me. Even when I didn't respond at first. Even when I told him to leave me alone months ago. He was persistent, so I stopped ignoring him. We just talked about things, never work, so I didn't know he's going to be my new OS. She was stubborn, I say. He was persistent, she counters. And when she finally showed up to work here, I couldn't keep fighting my growing feelings, Destiny admits. He'd already seen me broken. Already knew my worst moment, and he still looked at me like... She trails off. Like she was exactly what I'd been searching for, I finish quietly. Destiny and I exchange glances. We really should have prepared for this. It was... private, Destiny cuts in, after what happened with my last... She stops, swallows. Christian knew I wouldn't want anything public. He proposed in his office, actually, after hours. Just us and the city lights. So fast. No ring. Mother's eyes track to Destiny's bare finger. Being sized, and there's no timeline to love, Mother, I say quickly. It's an antique. Very delicate. Of course. Mother stands, smoothing her skirt. Well, this is certainly surprising. Mother. Sunday dinner, she interrupts. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. She pauses at the door, looking back. And Destiny? Welcome to the family, such as it is. The door closes with a decisive click. We stand frozen for a full 10 seconds before Destiny collapses on the couch. Damn. That was terrifying. Your mother is terrifying. You told her you hung up on Shanghai. You told her we're engaged. She throws a pillow at me. We agreed on dating first. You were panicking. I was not. She stops, sighs. Okay, I was totally panicking. Did she buy it? I honestly can't tell. I sink onto the couch beside her, maintaining careful distance. She's either planning our wedding or my funeral. Both. Definitely both. Destiny tilts her head back, exposing the long line of her throat. Sunday dinner. That's in 5 days. We should practice. Practice what? Eating? Being a couple. The words taste strange. She'll be watching everything. How we interact, how we touch. Right. She sits up, tucking her legs under her. Okay, let's start simple. Hold my hand. She extends her hand between us. I stare at it. It's not going to bite, she says. I know that. Then why are you looking at it like it might? I'm not. I take her hand. Her skin is soft, warm. Her fingers interlock with mine like they belong there. See? Normal. Super normal, she agrees, but her voice sounds breathless. Totally believable. We sit there, holding hands on my couch, both staring straight ahead like we're watching invisible television. This is weird, she says. So weird. Your hand is sweaty. Your hand is small. That's not a criticism. Neither was mine. She turns to look at me, and suddenly, she's much closer than I realized. We're going to have to kiss eventually. Not today. No, not today. But she's looking at my mouth. Maybe we should A crash from my office interrupts whatever insane suggestion was about to come out of her mouth. We spring apart like guilty teenagers. Did you actually lock them in? She asks. I thought I did. Another crash. Then a yowl that sounds distinctly like Maximilian committing murder. Destiny jumps up, all business again. Come on. Let's see what chaos your children have created. They're not my children. Tell that to your mother. She's already planning their inheritance. We find my office destroyed. Papers everywhere. My computer knocked over, and somehow all 5 cats are sitting in a perfect row on my desk, looking innocent. How did they even... Don't question it, Destiny advises, already starting cleanup. Just accept that cats exist outside the laws of physics. I watch her work, efficient and unflappable, and something in my chest tightens. This is insane. We're insane. But for the first time in weeks, I don't feel like I'm drowning. Hey, she says, not looking up from the paper she's sorting. We survived, Patricia. That's something. Barely. Barely counts. She grins at me, and it transforms her whole face. Plus, I speak Mandarin now. Better add that to my resume. Do you actually... God, no. But your mother doesn't know that. I laugh, surprising us both. You're either brilliant or completely insane. ¿Por qué no los dos? She stands, hands on hips, surveying the damage. Now, help me clean up before I decide this deal isn't worth it. Is it? I ask, suddenly serious. Worth it? She looks at me, really looks at me. For a moment, I see past the bravado to something vulnerable underneath. Ask me after Sunday dinner, she says softly. If we survive your mother's interrogation, I'll let you know. Fair enough. We clean in companionable silence, occasionally brushing against each other in the small space. Each touch burns like a brand, but neither of us acknowledges it. We're just 2 people who made a ridiculous deal, pretending we don't feel the electricity crackling between us. Maximilian watches from his perch, looking oddly satisfied, like he knows something we don't.
Chapter 5. Destiny. Do you have to do that right now? Christian looks up from where he's reorganizing my reorganization of his bookshelf, a frown creasing his stupidly perfect forehead. You alphabetized by author. It should be by category, then alphabetized within each category. That's psychotic. I snatch a book from his hands. Nobody has time for a 2-tier filing system for their pleasure reading. These aren't pleasure reading. They're business texts. You have The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People next to Good to Great. That's basically the same book. They're completely different approaches to... He stops, noticing my grin. You're messing with me. Little bit. I slide the book back onto the shelf, deliberately in the wrong spot. His eye twitches. It's been 4 days, and I've learned your tell. When you're about to snap, your left eye, I don't have a tell, twitches exactly twice before you rearrange whatever's bothering you. I demonstrate with an exaggerated twitch. It's like watching a bomb countdown. That's ridiculous. His eye twitches. Once. I point at his face. See, there it... He grabs my wrist, pulling me closer. We're suddenly chest to chest, my hand trapped between us, and every smart-ass comment dies in my throat. "You're doing this on purpose," he says, voice low. Doing what? It comes out breathier than intended. Driving me insane. That's just a bonus. I should step back. I don't. The contract doesn't say anything about maintaining your sanity. He still hasn't let go of my wrist. His thumb brushes against my pulse point, and I know he can feel how fast my heart is racing. "About the contract," he says, but his eyes are on my mouth. "We should probably..." "Maximilian, no." We jump apart as Max launches himself from the top of the bookshelf, landing squarely on Christian's shoulders. The man staggers, cursing creatively while I double over laughing. "It's not funny," he grumbles, carefully extracting 20 pounds of orange cat from his person. "It's a little funny." I wipe tears from my eyes. "Your face was like..." I mimic his shocked expression. "I'm glad my pain amuses you." But his lips are twitching, fighting a smile. "We have bigger problems than my filing system anyway." Right. Sunday dinner tomorrow night. Our first real test as a couple with Patricia Henderson, the human lie detector. My stomach does a weird flip that has nothing to do with the way his gray t-shirt clings to his shoulders. "I don't have anything to wear," I admit. "So we'll go shopping." "You need a dress. I need you to not show up in that bridesmaid dress from..." He stops, realizes what he almost said. "From the beach?" I finish quietly. "Yeah, that's probably not the look we're going for." An awkward silence settles between us. 4 days of living together, and we've gotten good at avoiding that particular elephant. The proposal, the rejection, the ring currently being searched for by Manhattan's most expensive dive team. "I should shower," he says abruptly, "before we go." "Cool, I'll just..." "Continue ruining your filing system." He gives me a look that promises retribution, but heads toward his bedroom. I absolutely do not watch him go. I definitely don't notice how his pajama pants hang low on his hips, or how his back muscles move under that thin t-shirt. "Stop objectifying your fake fiancé," I mutter to myself, returning to the bookshelf. 20 minutes later, I'm debating whether to put his copy of The Art of War under A for Art or W for War, both wrong according to his system, when I hear his voice. "Destiny, have you seen my..." I turn and nearly swallow my tongue. Christian stands in his bedroom doorway, wearing nothing but a towel. Water droplets cling to his chest, trailing down abs that belong on a billboard selling, I don't know, abs. My brain has stopped working. "Your what?" I manage. You know what? Never mind." He's staring at me, staring at him, and the air between us crackles. "I'll find it." "Good, great. You do that." I spin back to the bookshelf, fumbling with the books. "I'll just be here, with the books." I hear his door close and let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. "Get it together, Williams," I tell myself firmly. He's your boss, your fake fiancé. You're absolutely off limits. "Ready?" I yelp, dropping Sun Tzu. Christian's back, fully dressed in jeans and a button-down that should be illegal. How does someone look that good in normal clothes? "You're jumpy," he observes. "You're sneaky." I grab my purse. "Like a very tall, very judgmental ninja." "Judgmental? You judged my filing system." "Your filing system is chaos." "Organized chaos," I correct, following him to the elevator. There's a difference. The ride to Bergdorf's is filled with Christian explaining exactly why my system is wrong, while I make increasingly ridiculous suggestions for his books. What if we organize them by color? I will literally fire you. You literally can't. I'm your fiancé now. Fake fiancé? The lawyers would argue that's a technicality. But the moment we walk into the store, something shifts. The sales associate takes one look at Christian and practically teleports to us. Mr. Henderson, what a pleasure. How can we help you today? My fiancé needs a dress for tomorrow's family dinner. The word fiancé rolls off his tongue so easily. The sales associate, Margaret, according to her name tag, lights up like Christmas came early. Of course. How wonderful. I heard rumors you were off the market, but I didn't believe. She trails off, studying me with the intensity of someone who works on commission. Meeting the family already? How exciting. Also, you must be a 7. 6, I correct. Perfect. I have just the thing. Several things, actually. She's already leading us toward a private dressing area. Meeting the Hendersons is quite the event. Patricia has very specific tastes. Wonderful. My fake future mother-in-law has specific tastes. No pressure. Christian settles into a chair like he owns the place, which, knowing him, he might partially own the building. Budget? Margaret asks delicately. No budget, Christian says before I can speak. Whatever she wants. I don't need. It's a business expense. He cuts me off. You're representing Henderson Hotels now. I'm representing our fake. I catch myself. Our relationship, not your hotel empire. Same thing. He's scrolling through his phone, the picture of nonchalance. Try the black Valentino first, Margaret. The one with the open back. Margaret scurries off, and I stare at him. How do you know about Valentino dresses? I pay attention. He doesn't look up from his phone. Also, Christopher's ex was a fashion blogger. You learn things. Learn things like my size? Now he does look up, and his gaze travels over me in a way that makes my skin heat. I'm observant. Creepy. The word you're looking for is creepy. Accurate, he counters. Besides, you've reorganized my entire life. I'm allowed to notice things about you. What things? You prefer tea to coffee after 2 p.m. You hum Beyoncé when you're concentrating. You bite your lip when you're trying not to laugh at my expense. His eyes drop to my mouth. You're doing it now. I immediately stop biting my lip. I do not hum Beyoncé. Yesterday, crazy in love, during the Tokyo contract review. I stop. I totally did. Okay, that's actually creepy. Observant, he repeats, smirking. Margaret returns with an armful of dresses that probably cost more than my previous annual salary. Let's start with Mr. Henderson's suggestion. The first dress is a lot. Black silk that clings everywhere it should, and a back so open it's basically theoretical. I stare at myself in the dressing room mirror, torn between, damn, I look good, and this is inappropriate for a first public appearance. How's it going in there? Christian calls. Fine, I call back, trying to reach the zipper. It's one of those invisible ones, placed just out of reach because fashion hates functional design. After a minute of struggle, I accept defeat. Actually, can you send Margaret? She went to grab shoes. What's wrong? Nothing, the zipper's stuck. I can help. My brain short circuits. That's not Destiny. We're adults. I can help with the zipper without it being weird. It's already weird. Everything about this is weird. But the alternative is standing here half-dressed until Margaret returns. So, fine. But no looking. How am I supposed to help with your zipper without looking? Just minimal looking. I hear him chuckle, then the curtain moves slightly. I catch his eyes in the mirror, watch them darken as they travel down the exposed line of my back. Turn around, he says, voice rougher than before. I comply, gathering my hair over one shoulder. His fingers brush my skin as he finds the zipper, and I have to bite back a gasp. It's caught on the fabric, he murmurs, so close I can feel his breath on my neck. Hold still, like I could move if I wanted to. I'm frozen, hyper-aware of every point of contact. His knuckles against my spine as he works the zipper, the heat radiating from his body, the way my skin pebbles despite the warmth. There. The zipper slides up smoothly, his fingers lingering a beat too long. All set. I turn, forgetting we're in a tiny dressing room. We're close. So close I can see the flecks of blue in his gray eyes, smell his expensive cologne mixed with something uniquely him. The dress looks, he swallows, gaze traveling down, then back up. You look beautiful. It's just a dress. No. His hand comes up, fingers ghosting along the edge of the neckline without quite touching. It's not just a dress. The curtain flies open. I found the perfect shoes. We spring apart like guilty teenagers. Margaret stands there with a pair of Louboutins, completely oblivious to the tension she just shattered. Oh my, she gasps, taking in the dress. That's the one, don't you think, Mr. Henderson? Yes, he says without hesitation. That's the one. He leaves me to try on the shoes, which are predictably perfect. By the time I change back into my regular clothes, I've almost convinced myself I imagined the moment in the dressing room. We'll take it, Christian tells Margaret. And the shoes, send them to my penthouse. Wonderful. Anything else? Actually, I speak up, feeling reckless. He needs a new tie, something that matches the dress. Christian raises an eyebrow. I have ties, not ones that match this dress. I smile sweetly. If I'm representing Henderson Hotels, shouldn't we coordinate? Margaret practically vibrates with excitement. She's absolutely right. Let me show you our selection. What follows is possibly the most entertaining 20 minutes of my life. Christian, who can negotiate billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, looks physically pained as I hold up increasingly ridiculous tie options. What about this one? I present a black silk tie with tiny embroidered cats. Absolutely not. But it represents your current lifestyle. Destiny. Fine. I grab another. This one has little hearts. Are you done? Almost. I pick up a classic black tie with subtle texture. This one? He takes it, fingers brushing mine. This is actually perfect. I know. I grin. I just wanted to torture you first. Mission accomplished, but he's fighting a smile. Are we done? Almost. I glance at Margaret. He needs pocket squares too, maybe some cufflinks. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Christian asked the ceiling. Probably. I pat his arm. But think how perfect we'll look at dinner. Destiny, what a lovely dress. You two match so well. You're already imitating my mother? I'm practicing. I grin. Wait until you hear my thoughts on your bachelor lifestyle. He goes still. It's the first time I've directly referenced that morning since our arrangement began. No, he says quietly. You're definitely not that woman. Something passes between us, heavy with meaning I'm not ready to examine. Then Margaret returns with pocket squares, and the moment passes. But later, as we're leaving with enough bags to stock a small boutique, Christian says, the dive team thinks they found something. I stop dead on Fifth Avenue. What? It might not be the ring. The ocean floor is littered with jewelry, apparently, but they found something in the search area that matches the description. Christian. I don't know what to say. The fact that he's actually looking, actually spending God knows how much on dive teams. Don't thank me yet, he says. It might be someone else's lost treasure. Still, I swallow past the lump in my throat. The fact that you're trying. Well, he shifts the bags, looking uncomfortable with gratitude. You're helping me with my mother. It's only fair. Right, fair. I start walking again. Totally equal exchange, very businesslike. Exactly. We walk in silence for a bit, the city noise filling the space between us. Then, the tie with the cats was really ugly, he says. The ugliest. I agree. I'm burning it if it shows up at the penthouse. Margaret wouldn't dare. You literally told her I love cats. You do love cats. You're housing 5 of them. Against my will. Your eyes twitching. I don't have a tail. We bicker all the way home, but underneath the familiar rhythm of our verbal sparring, something has shifted. Maybe it happened in the dressing room. Maybe it's been happening all week. But as we ride the elevator up to his penthouse, bags in hand, and tomorrow's dinner looming, I can't shake the feeling that we're playing a dangerous game, and I'm starting to forget it's supposed to be fake.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 6. Christian. Stop fidgeting. I'm not fidgeting. Destiny smooths her dress for the 4th time since we got in the car. I'm adjusting. You're fidgeting. I catch her hand stilling its nervous movement. It's just dinner. Just dinner with your mother, who already thinks I'm a gold-digging secretary who seduced her son. She tries to pull her hand away, but I hold on. Plus whoever else she's invited to witness my humiliation. She doesn't think you're... Okay, she might think that a little. At her glare, I squeeze her fingers. But that's why we're doing this, to sell our story. Our fake story. Our very convincing fake story. I don't mention that holding her hand feels anything but fake, that the way she fits against my side in the back of this town car makes my chest tight. Besides, you look incredible. She does. The black dress we bought yesterday hugs every curve, and she's done something with her hair that makes me want to mess it up. Professional. I meant she looks professional. You clean up pretty well yourself, she admits, eyeing my suit. The tie was a good choice. My fiancé has excellent taste. Fake fiancé. You keep saying that because you keep forgetting. The car pulls up to my childhood home in Scarsdale, and Destiny's grip on my hand tightens. The house is lit up like a Christmas card, all warm windows and perfect landscaping. Jesus, she breathes. You grew up here. It's just a house. It's a compound. She leans forward, taking in the circular drive, the fountain, the actual wings. How many rooms? I don't know, 12, 15? You don't know how many rooms your childhood home has. Do you know how many steps are in your apartment building? 32. But that's not... She stops as the front door opens. Oh, God, is that a butler? That's Henderson. He's worked for my family for 30 years. Your butler's name is Henderson? Pure coincidence. Started before my parents married. I help her out of the car, keeping her hand in mine. Ready? No. Perfect. Let's go. Henderson greets us with his usual reserved warmth. Master Christian, and you must be Miss Williams. Destiny, please, she says, and I watch her charm work on him instantly. You have a beautiful home, Henderson. I merely maintain it, miss. Though I appreciate the compliment. He actually smiles. Henderson never smiles. The family is in the blue drawing room. Family? I stop short. What family? Your mother felt it appropriate to include everyone for the announcement. What announcement? But Henderson's already walking away, leaving us to follow. Destiny shoots me a look. Everyone? I don't know what... We round the corner and I have my answer. The blue drawing room is packed. Not just mother, but aunts, uncles, cousins I haven't seen in years. A photographer in the corner. What looks like a string quartet setting up. Surprise! Mother sweeps toward us in a cloud of Chanel No. 5. I thought we should properly celebrate your engagement. Mother. My voice comes out strangled. We discussed a small dinner. This is small, darling. Just immediate family. She turns to Destiny with that same assessing look from her surprise visit. Destiny, dear, you look lovely. Much more put together than when I ambushed you at the penthouse. Thank you, Patricia, Destiny says, and I'm amazed her voice is steady. Though, to be fair, I was in the middle of a cat crisis when you visited. Weren't we all? Mother murmurs, eyeing me meaningfully. Well, let's not keep everyone waiting. Christian, introduce your fiancé. The next 20 minutes are a blur of names and faces. Destiny handles it like she was born to it, remembering names, asking the right questions, deflecting the invasive ones with humor. She stays close to me, our hands linked, and I find myself stroking my thumb across her knuckles without thinking. Oh my God, there's two of you. I turn to find Destiny staring between Christopher and me, genuine confusion on her face. My twin grins, already 3 drinks and judging by his loosened tie. The handsome one is me, he says, extending a hand. Christopher, the fun twin. The unemployed twin, I correct. I'm between ventures. He winks at Destiny, much like Christian was between assistants before you came along. What is it for in the last year? 3, I say tightly. Right. The one who left the note, the one who cried, and the one who tried to sue you. She didn't actually sue? Close enough. Christopher turns his charm on Destiny. So what's your secret? How'd you last longer than a week? I alphabetize by author instead of category, Destiny says seriously. Drives him absolutely insane, but he can't fire me now. Christopher laughs, delighted. Oh, I like her. Mother must be beside herself. Her precious Christian marrying his secretary. Executive assistant, Destiny and I say at the same time. Sure. He leans closer to Destiny, stage whispering. Fair warning, Mother's probably already planned your wedding. I saw color swatches in the library. Christopher, I warn. What? She should know what she's getting into. Last girlfriend you brought home, Mother had their entire life mapped out before dessert. Remember Sarah? That was 6 years ago. And Mother still sends her Christmas cards. He grins at Destiny. You're much prettier than Sarah, though. Better personality, too. She never laughed at Christian's expense. It's my favorite hobby, Destiny admits. Mine, too. We should compare notes. Absolutely not, I interject, pulling Destiny away. Go bother someone else, Chris. Spoil sport. But he wanders off, probably in search of more alcohol. You really can't tell us apart, I ask Destiny. She studies my face. Now I can. You're grumpier. Also, your tie is actually tied correctly. His tie is... I look across the room where Christopher is now flirting with Cousin Marie, the adopted one. His tie is indeed crooked. Of course it is. Christian, Aunt Margaret descends on us. I was just telling your mother how wonderful it is that you're finally settling down. And with such a beautiful girl. She beams at Destiny. Tell me, dear, how did you meet? Here we go. Destiny glances at me, and I give her a small nod. She launches into our practiced story, but somehow it sounds different tonight. More real. The way she describes the beach, the rescue, our months of circling each other. It's like she's telling the truth, just rearranged. He saved you? Aunt Margaret clasps her hands. How romantic. He thought he was saving me, Destiny corrects, smiling. I was perfectly fine. She was drowning, I interject. I was swimming. Badly. Excuse me, I was doing my best under the circumstances. Which were... I raise a brow, my lips curling into a smile. She narrows her eyes at me, but there's humor in them. Complicated. That's one word for it. We're doing that thing again where we forget other people exist. Aunt Margaret is looking between us with obvious delight. Oh, you two are perfect together, she gushes. Look how you bicker. Just like Richard and I when we were young. We don't bicker, we say simultaneously, then glare at each other. Dinner is served, Henderson announces, saving us. The dining room is set for a state dinner, not a family meal. Destiny stops short in the doorway. Is that... Are those gold chargers? Mother likes to make an impression. Mission accomplished. She lets me pull out her chair, whispering, Which fork do I use first? Outside in, I murmur back. Just follow my lead. Following your lead got me into this mess. You suggested it. You agreed to it. Are you two whispering sweet nothings already? Mother calls from the head of the table. How adorable. Destiny's ears goes redder, enough for me to notice even against her caramel skin. I clear my throat. Just discussing the place settings, Mother. Of course you are. Her smile is razor sharp. Destiny, tell us about your family. Christian's been remarkably tight-lipped. Here's the test. Destiny straightens, and I recognize her game face. Not much to tell. I was raised by my grandmother after my parents passed. She's my whole world. Her voice stays steady, but I see her fingers tighten on her fork. She's actually the reason Christian and I work so well together. Oh. Mother leans forward. She always told me that the best relationships are the ones where you challenge each other. Where you're partners, not just decorations. Destiny glances at me. Christian challenges me every day. Drives me absolutely crazy with his need to reorganize everything I've already organized. But he also... She pauses, and something in her expression shifts. He sees me. Not just what I can do for him, but who I am. Even the messy parts. The table's gone quiet. I'm staring at her. This woman who's supposedly just playing a part. But nothing about what she just said feels like acting. That's beautiful, dear, Aunt Margaret sniffles. Mother's harder to read. And you've won over the cats, I hear. They've won me over, Destiny corrects. Especially Maximilian. Though I could do without him sleeping on my pillow. He sleeps on your pillow? I turn to stare at her. He doesn't even let me pet him half the time. Maybe you're petting him wrong. There's no wrong way to pet a cat. There absolutely is. You do it like you're conducting a business transaction. She demonstrates with brisk, efficient movements. Cats want to feel cherished. I'll cherish him right back to Mother's house, I mutter. The table laughs. Even Mother's lips twitch. The rest of dinner flows easier, conversation splitting into smaller groups. Destiny charms everyone, even Uncle Richard, who famously hates everyone. She argues politics with Cousin David, shares cooking tips with Aunt Louise, and somehow gets Christopher to admit he actually has a job interview next week. "You're terrifying," I tell her during a brief moment alone. "How are you doing this?" "I managed to get you to meetings on time for weeks. Your family's easy by comparison." But her smile is tired around the edges. This is work for her, I realize. She's performing, earning every penny of our arrangement. The thought bothers me more than it should. After dinner, Mother corners us by the fireplace. I've taken the liberty of reaching out to some venues. "Venues?" Destiny asks. "For the wedding, of course." She produces an honest-to-God binder. I'm thinking spring. The gardens at the Botanical Society are lovely in May. "Mother," or perhaps a destination wedding? I saw the most beautiful resort in Tuscany. "Patricia," Destiny interrupts gently. "We appreciate your enthusiasm, but Christian and I want to take things slow." "Slow?" Mother looks at me like I've personally offended her. "You're engaged." "Recently engaged," I remind her. "We haven't even discussed..." "Which is why I'm helping." She opens the binder to reveal color-coded tabs. I've organized everything by season, venue size, and catering options. "You made a wedding binder in 5 days?" Destiny asks, something like awe in her voice. 4 days. I started the moment Christian called about Sunday dinner. Mother smiles. I knew it's going to be perfect. A mother always knows. Christopher appears at my elbow, drink in hand. "She's showing you the binder?" "Run." "Run now?" "Christopher, don't you have somewhere else to be?" Mother asks without looking at him. "Nope. This is the best entertainment I've had in months." He grins at Destiny. "Page 47 has a seating chart. She's already decided where your grandmother sits." "There's a seating chart?" Destiny flips pages. "Oh my God, there is. How do you even... I haven't told you her name." "Details can be adjusted," Mother says primly. I extract the binder from Destiny's hands before she can see whatever horrors lurk in the later pages. "We'll look at this later, Mother. At home, in private." "Of course. I'll email you the digital version." She air kisses us both. "Drive safe, darlings. Destiny, I'm so pleased to see you both more prepared this time." We escape before she can produce more wedding planning materials. In the car, Destiny slumps against the leather seats. "That was... intense?" I was going to say insane, but intense works. She kicks off her heels with a grateful sigh. "Your mother made a wedding binder. With tabs. Color-coded tabs. She's efficient. She's terrifying." Destiny closes her eyes. "But I think she maybe doesn't hate me." "She made you a seating chart?" In Mother's world, that's practically a declaration of love, especially after that chaotic first meeting at the penthouse. "Don't remind me. I was wearing my college sweatshirt and covered in cat hair. And you still impressed her. That's talent. Anyway, she might give you something. Usually jewelry, sometimes real estate." Her eyes pop open. "What?" She gave Christopher's ex-girlfriend a bracelet. Diamond tennis bracelet. "They broke up." "I mean, you said ex, no longer together." "Mother liked her anyway." I loosen my tie, suddenly exhausted. "You did well tonight." "I lied to your entire family. We lied. Together." I catch her hand again, not sure why except that it feels right. "Partners, remember?" "Fake partners," she murmurs, but she doesn't pull away. "Right. Fake." We ride in silence, her hand in mine, both pretending this isn't becoming something neither of us planned. Back at the penthouse, Christopher calls as we're getting ready for bed. "She's perfect for you," he says without preamble. "Chris." "I'm serious. The way she looks at you when you're not watching. The way you couldn't stop touching her all night. It's an arrangement." "Sure it is." He laughs. You know, you actually like her, right? Of course I like her. She's not as your assistant, not as your fake fiancée. You like her. Middle school, pass her notes, draw hearts in your notebook like her. That's the truth. And we both know it. His voice goes serious, which is rare for Christopher. Don't mess this up by pretending it's just business. Not when she looks at you like you hung the stars. She doesn't. She does. Everyone saw it tonight, even Mother, which is why she's probably already ordered wedding invitations. He pauses. You saved her once, right? At the beach? Yeah, maybe let her save you this time. He hangs up before I can respond. I stand in my bedroom, still in my suit, thinking about Destiny's hand in mine. The way she defended our relationship like it was real. The way she said, I see her. The truth is, I do see her, and what I see terrifies me. Because Christopher's right. This stopped being just business the moment she walked into my life and started reorganizing everything, including my heart. I'm just starting to realize how much.
Chapter 7. Destiny. Your 10 a.m. is here, but I've pushed it to 10:15 because you haven't had your second coffee yet, and Marcus Zhao always runs long. I've already warned your 11 o'clock they might need to wait. Also, you're going to want to review the Shanghai contracts again. There's a discrepancy on page 47 that legal missed. Christian looks up from his desk, coffee cup frozen halfway to his mouth. How did you know about the discrepancy? You do this thing with your jaw when numbers don't add up. I set fresh contracts on his desk, the error already highlighted. It's like watching a human calculator malfunction. I don't have a jaw thing. You have multiple jaw things? There's the numbers are wrong jaw clench, the someone is wasting my time jaw twitch, and my personal favorite, the Destiny is right but I don't want to admit it jaw flex. That's not a thing. His jaw flexes. I bite back a grin. Anything else? He asks, setting down his coffee. Patricia called. She's keeping the cats another week because, and I quote, Maximilian misses his grandmother. Also, she sent 17 links for wedding venues. 17? I've narrowed it down to 3 that won't make you break out in hives. I pull up the list on my tablet. All in Manhattan. All with minimal floral arrangements. All with contracts that can be canceled with 48 hours notice. He stares at me. You're terrifying. I'm efficient. There's a difference. I turn to leave, then pause. Oh, and Christian? The new secretary candidate is coming by at 2. Try not to scare this one off. I don't scare them off. Yesterday you made Melissa cry because she didn't know the time difference between here and Tokyo. That's basic knowledge. That's why I'm still here doing both jobs, I mutter, heading back to my desk. It's been over a week since the family dinner, and we've settled into a new rhythm. With the cats gone, temporarily, we're back at the actual Henderson Hotel's offices, which means dealing with the full force of corporate gossip. The whispers started the moment we walked in together Monday morning. By lunch, everyone knew about our whirlwind romance. By Tuesday, I'd been cornered by no less than 6 people wanting details. By Wednesday, Christian had issued a company-wide memo about maintaining professional boundaries, which obviously made everything worse. Now it's Thursday, and I'm fielding my 5th call this morning from someone suddenly very interested in the CEO's schedule. No, Mr. Henderson isn't available for lunch meetings this month, I tell the latest hopeful, some influencer who clearly just wants to pump me for information. Or next month. Actually, let me check. Nope. He's booked solid through the apocalypse. Destiny. You can't tell people I'm booked through the apocalypse. Christian calls from his office. You want to have lunch with? I check my notes. Brittany Sinclair, lifestyle blogger, and manifesting coach. Book me through the afterlife? That's what I thought. The morning flies by in a blur of meetings, contracts and me anticipating Christian's needs before he voices them. I have his lunch ready before he realizes he's hungry. His presentations reorganized before he notices the flow is off, and his stress ball deployed the moment Marcus Zhao starts talking about synergy. How is all he says when I slip him allergy medication right before someone walks in wearing what must be an entire bottle of perfume. You get this specific nostril flare, I explain. It's very dignified, very CEO-like, barely noticeable. I'm beginning to think you know me better than I know myself. I know your work self, I correct, ignoring the way my stomach flutters. There's a difference. Except I'm lying. I know how he takes his coffee at 6 a.m. versus 2 p.m. I know he calls his mother every Tuesday, even when she drives him crazy. I know he's been secretly reading cat behavior books because Christopher texted me a photo of him in the self-help section of Barnes & Noble. I know too much for someone in a fake relationship. Your 2 o'clock is here, I announce, grateful for the distraction. Martinez Industries. There, the elevator dings and my blood turns icy. Because walking out, in a suit that probably cost more than my rent, is Terrell. What is he doing with Martinez Industries? Last time I met him, he was in the marketing business. My body goes into full fight-or-flight mode. Mostly flight, definitely flight. Des, his voice carries across the executive floor. Oh my God, it is you. Every head in the vicinity turns. The office gossip mill just hit the jackpot. Terrell, my voice comes out surprisingly steady. What are you doing here? Meeting with Henderson about a partnership. He's crossing the space between us. And I'm frozen, acutely aware of everyone watching. This is crazy. What are the odds? The odds of my ex-fiancé showing up at my fake fiancé's office for a business meeting? Astronomical. Apocalyptic. Proof that the universe has a twisted sense of humor. I didn't know you worked here, he continues. And God, he's doing that thing where he talks just loud enough for everyone to hear. Last I heard you were... He trails off, having the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Throwing her grandmother's ring in the ocean after you humiliated her, I want to say, but I'm professional. I'm mature. She's my fiancé. Christian's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. He's standing in his office doorway, and the look on his face could freeze hell. He crosses to us in 3 strides, arms sliding around my waist with practiced ease. Christian Henderson, he says, extending his free hand to Terrell. And you are? Terrell's face cycles through several expressions before landing on forced professionalism. Terrell Washington, Martinez Industries. Yes, the 2:30. Christian's smile is all teeth. Not 2 o'clock, 2:30. I thought, destiny keeps my schedule. If she says 2:30, it's 2:30. His hand tightens on my waist. Isn't that right, sweetheart? Sweetheart? He's never called me sweetheart. The word sends electricity down my spine. Always right, I manage. It's in my contract. Among other things, Christian murmurs. And okay, we're definitely putting on a show now. Terrell's jaw works. I didn't realize you two were... Engaged? Yes, recently. Christian's thumb strokes along my hip, and I have to fight not to shiver. Though we've been together for a while now, since right after, what was it you said, darling? Your last relationship ended badly? Oh, he's going there. Something like that, I agree, finding my voice. But you know what they say about one door closing. A better one opens, Christian finishes. Usually to a penthouse. I nearly choke. Terrell definitely does. How nice, he manages. Jasmine will be so happy to hear you've moved on. But isn't it too fast? Will she? I ask sweetly, ignoring his question. How is Jasmine? And the baby? His face flushes. Good. They're good? Actually, can we talk? Talk? Christian's voice could cut glass. About? Privately, Terrell emphasizes, looking at me. Des, just 5 minutes. I don't think. It's about the wedding, he rushes out. There's something you should know. Christian goes rigid beside me. Anything you need to say to my fiancé can be said in front of me. It's personal. So is she. The possessiveness in Christian's voice makes my breath catch. Destiny. I look between them. My past and my present. Fake present, I remind myself, and make a decision. 5 minutes, my office. Christian's eyes flash, but he nods. 5 minutes. He kisses my temple, lips lingering. I'll be right here. It's a warning and a promise. I lead Terrell to the small office I've commandeered, hyper-aware of the eyes following us. The door barely closes before he starts. I'm not going through with it. I blink. What? The wedding? Jasmine and I... It's complicated. He runs a hand over his face. Seeing you at that gala, the way you proposed, it made me realize I'm doing this for the wrong reasons. You're having a baby together. I know. I'll be there for the baby, but marriage? He shakes his head. I can't marry her when I'm still... Don't. I hold up a hand. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Des, you humiliated me. Publicly. You cheated on me, got another woman pregnant, and now you want to what? Tell me you still have feelings? I made a mistake. Multiple mistakes. Repeatedly. For months, apparently. I know. Seeing you with him. His face hardens. Henderson? Really? You're marrying your boss? I'm marrying a man who sees my worth. The words come out fiercer than intended. Who doesn't think I'm too much or emasculating or whatever excuse you use to justify cheating. I never said. You said it all when you dragged me out of that ballroom. I'm on a roll now, months of hurt crystallizing into clarity. Christian would never do that. He'd never make me feel small for being ambitious or confident or in love. The question stops me cold. You love him. Terrell says it like an accusation. I can see it, the way you light up when he's near. You never looked at me like that. That's not... It is. He laughs bitterly. God, the irony. I thought you were too much, but really I just wasn't enough. A knock interrupts whatever response I might have made. Christian opens the door without waiting for permission, and his expression says, 5 minutes are up. Everything all right? His eyes scan my face, looking for signs of distress. Perfect, I say, meaning it. Terrell was just leaving. About the meeting? Terrell starts. Canceled. Christian doesn't even look at him. Martinez Industries doesn't align with our values. You can't just... I can. I did. Now he does look at Terrell and it's lethal. Henderson Hotels has standards. We don't work with people who lack integrity. Terrell's face goes red. This is about destiny. Everything is about destiny, Christian says simply. She's my fiancé, my partner, my... He pauses, something shifting in his expression. My everything. The words hang in the air, too heavy for fake, too real for pretense. I see. Terrell straightens his tie. Well, good luck with that. He leaves, and suddenly, Christian and I are alone in my tiny office, the weight of what just happened pressing down on us. You didn't have to cancel the meeting, I say quietly. Yes, I did. He's still standing too close, still looking at me like, Christian. He upset you. His hand comes up, fingers ghosting along my jaw. No one upsets you. I'm fine. You're shaking. I am. I hadn't noticed. It was just unexpected, seeing him here. What did he want? To tell me he's not marrying Jasmine. I laugh, but it's hollow. Impeccable timing as always. Do you... He swallows. Does that change anything? Like what? Like us. The word hangs between us, loaded with possibility. There is no us, I remind him. We have an arrangement. Right, an arrangement, but he hasn't moved away. If anything, he's closer. A business deal, strictly business. Which is why I just tanked $1 million partnership. Christian? Which is why I wanted to kill him for making you shake. His thumb brushes my cheek. Which is why I can't think straight when you're in the room. We agreed. I know what we agreed. He's so close now I can feel his breath. But Destiny, The fire alarm goes off. What's going on? We jump apart as the building's evacuation system kicks in. The moment shatters, replaced by the chaos of employees filing toward the stairwells. We should go, I say, voice too high. Yeah? He steps back, professional mask sliding into place. After you. We join the evacuation stream, bodies pressed together by the crowd. His hand finds the small of my back, guiding me, protecting me, and I lean into it despite myself. It's just the adrenaline, I tell myself. The confrontation with Terrell, the interrupted moment, it doesn't mean anything. But as we stand on the sidewalk, watching firefighters determine it was a false alarm, Christian's hand still on my back, I know I'm lying. Because Terrell was right about one thing. The way I look at Christian, I never looked at anyone like that, not even when it was real.
Chapter 8. Christian. Someone burned popcorn in the break room microwave. I glance up from my phone, where I've been texting with the dive team leader. What? The fire alarm yesterday. Destiny drops into the chair across from my desk, looking unfairly good in a navy dress that makes her skin glow. Janet from accounting confessed. 3 minutes on high. The whole 4th floor still smells like burnt sacrifice to the productivity gods. So, that's what interrupted... I stopped myself before saying our moment. The meeting. Right, the meeting. She's not looking at me. Suddenly fascinated by her tablet. Very important meeting about... things. The awkwardness between us is new. We've been dancing around yesterday's almost kiss like it's radioactive. She's been professional to the point of being robotic, and I've been secretly coordinating with divers to find her grandmother's ring while trying not to think about how her lips parted right before that alarm went off. My phone buzzes. Marcus, the dive team lead, found something. 90% sure it's your ring. Can meet today at 2. I need to step out this afternoon, I say casually. Personal matter? Her head snaps up. You don't have any appointments after 2. I would know, She pauses. Personal matter? Yes. Like a date personal matter. There's something in her voice I can't identify. No, just personal. Okay. She stands abruptly. I'll handle the Singapore call solo then. Destiny. Oh! She spins back around and there's panic in her eyes. I forgot. Grandma Evelyn called. She's coming to visit. My stomach drops. When? Next week. Thursday, she wants to have dinner and see how I'm settling in with my new life. She makes air quotes, looking miserable. She specifically asked about the ring. What did you tell her? That you're having it reset with a bigger diamond, like we said. But Christian, she knows that ring like her own hand. If we don't have something close, we'll figure it out. I stand rounding the desk. We'll go shopping. Find something similar. It's from 1934. Art Deco. Platinum with a European-cut diamond and sapphire accents. She laughs, but it's strained. You can't just pop into Tiffany's and grab one. Then we'll try estate jewelers. Antique shops. I catch her hands, stilling their nervous movement. Hey, we'll find something. She looks at our joined hands, then up at me. Why are you doing this? Really? What do you mean? The dive team. The replica shopping. You could have just bought any ring and called it a day. Her eyes search mine. This is above and beyond our contract. Because I care about you. Because seeing you panic makes my chest tight. Because I've been carrying around a ring I bought impulsively 3 days ago and can't figure out how to give it to you without scaring you away. You're helping me with my mother, I say instead. It's only fair. Your mother isn't coming until... Her phone rings. The screen shows Evelyn's name and Destiny's face goes pale. I can't. What if she hears it in my voice? That you love her and want to make her happy? I squeeze her hands. Answer it. I'm right here. She takes a breath and accepts the call. Hi, Grandma. I can hear Evelyn's warm voice from here. Baby girl, I'm so excited about next week. Been telling everyone at church about your handsome fiancé. Oh, that's great. Destiny's free hand finds mine again, gripping tight. Now, I've been thinking about the ring. You know that belonged to my mother. God rest her soul. I know, Grandma. Such a romantic story, how he's having it reset for you. That's a man who understands value, baby. Not like that fool Terrell. I feel Destiny flinch at the name. Without thinking, I pull her closer, tucking her against my side. She melts into me like she belongs there. Christian's nothing like Terrell, she says softly. I should hope not. Now, what time should I come by on Thursday? How about 6? We can have dinner. Perfect. And baby, I'm proud of you. Finding love again after heartbreak. That takes courage. Destiny's eyes fill. Thanks, Grandma. I love you. Love you too, baby girl. She hangs up and immediately buries her face in my chest. I'm lying to my grandmother. I'm a terrible person. You're not. I wrap my arms around her, telling myself this is just comfort, just support. Not that she fits perfectly against me. Not that her hair smells like coconut and something uniquely her. You're protecting her from worry. With lies. With hope. I pull back enough to see her face. She wants you happy. Right now, believing you're happy makes her happy. But I'm not... She stops, something flickering in her eyes. I mean, this isn't real. Right. My hand comes up to cup her cheek without permission. Not real. We're doing it again. That thing where the world narrows to just us, where the space between us becomes charged with possibility. Her lips part slightly, and I'm leaning in, drawn by something stronger than common sense. My phone buzzes with an alarm. My reminder. We spring apart. I shouldn't... Destiny gestures vaguely at the door. Yeah, me too, the thing. Personal thing. Right, the mysterious personal thing. She's backing toward the door. I'll just... Singapore. She flees. I stand there, heart hammering, wondering when exactly I became the guy who gets cock-blocked by his own calendar. Actually, scratch that. I don't have a 2 o'clock. That was my lie to explain stepping out. I grab my keys and head for the meeting with Marcus. An hour later, I'm in a coffee shop downtown, staring at what might be Evelyn's ring. Marcus, the dive team leader, looks proud as he slides the small box across the table. Found it wedged between 2 rocks about 30 feet down. Lucky the current didn't take it further out. I open the box and my chest tightens. It's beautiful. Art Deco platinum with a center diamond surrounded by tiny sapphires. Exactly as Destiny described. Exactly as precious as she said. Though it needs professional cleaning, there's some tarnish and salt residue. This is it, I breathe. This is definitely it. Figured as much. Don't usually get calls about vintage pieces like this. Marcus grins. Must be some story behind it. You have no idea. I close the box carefully. Thank you. Send me the final invoice. Already did. And Mr. Henderson? Whoever she is, she's lucky to have someone who'd go to these lengths. I think about Destiny, curled against me, lying to her grandmother to protect her feelings. I'm the lucky one. I head straight to Cartier. They'll clean and restore it properly. Have it ready soon. But now I have a problem. Do I tell her immediately? Last week, Marcus called with a maybe. Turned out to be someone's class ring from the 80s. The week before that, a vintage brooch. I've watched Destiny's hope flare and die twice now, watched her try to hide the disappointment when I had to tell her it wasn't Evelyn's ring. I can't do that to her again. Not until it's perfect, restored, ready. Plus, there's the other issue. Once I tell her I found it, how do I explain keeping it secret? Our arrangement is for a full year. She needs me for Terrell's wedding, to show she's upgraded, and I need her to keep Mother from moving in. The ring was just one part of our deal, but still, finding it feels like crossing a milestone I'm not ready for. Number. I'll wait until after it's cleaned. Maybe after Evelyn's visit. Make sure everything goes perfectly first. That's the logical move. I drive to the estate jewelers in Soho, where Destiny's supposed to meet me after the Singapore call. She's already there when I arrive, nose pressed to the glass case like a kid at a candy store. See anything close? I ask. She jumps. A few maybes, but they're all... She catches sight of the price tags. Jesus. Do people actually pay this much for old jewelry? Estate pieces. And yes. I scan the cases, playing along. What about that one? Too flashy. Grandma's ring was elegant, understated. This one? Wrong era. That's Edwardian. She knows her stuff, of course she does. Destiny doesn't do anything halfway. May I help you? The sales associate glides over, dollar signs in her eyes. We're looking for an Art Deco engagement ring, I explain. Platinum with sapphire accents. Destiny finishes. European cut center stone, probably between 1 and 2 carats. Nothing too elaborate. I have just the thing. The woman disappears into the back. You know a lot about jewelry, I observe. I spent 3 months researching when I thought... She trails off. Doesn't matter. When she thought Terrell would propose. The man who couldn't even be bothered to show up for her. Actually, I tell the sales associate when she returns, we'd like to see some contemporary pieces too. Contemporary? Destiny frowns. But just to compare. I guide her to another case. Sometimes classic inspiration with modern execution works better. That's when she sees it. A ring that makes her whole face change. A delicate platinum band with a constellation of tiny diamonds leading to a center stone that catches the light like captured starlight. Simple, elegant, perfect. Her whole face changes. Oh. Try it on. Christian, we're supposed to be finding... Humor me. The sales associate slides it onto her finger, and I know I'm screwed. Because it looks like it was made for her. Because she's staring at it like it's everything she never knew she wanted. It's beautiful, she whispers. It suits you. She looks up, and there's something raw in her expression. We should stick to the plan. Find something like Grandma's ring for the visit. Right, the plan. She takes off the ring reluctantly, and I make a mental note of the style number. Just in case. We spend another hour looking at estate pieces, and we still couldn't find anything that will pass off as one. It seems we have to tell her grandma that it's still being reset. Eventually, we went home with this new plan. Back at the penthouse, we collapse on the couch with Chinese takeout. We should practice, Destiny says, chopsticks halfway to her mouth. Practice? being coupley. For Grandma. She sets down her food. We've gotten better, but she knew me with Terrell. She'll notice if something's off. What kind of couple were you? The question comes out more bitter than intended. Normal, I guess. He wasn't big on PDA. She laughs, but it's hollow. Said it was unprofessional. You proposed to him in front of 200 people. Yeah, well, look how that turned out. She shakes her head. Anyway, what do you think we need to work on? Casual touches seem fine. We've gotten comfortable with those, I manage, still reeling from her kiss. Hand-holding is good. Hugs are believable. She bites her lip, and I know she's thinking about the kiss she just planted on me. But we should probably practice actual kissing, I say, for realism. The air shifts between us, charged with what just happened and what might happen next. We've managed to avoid it so far, she says carefully. But Grandma's observant. If we're really engaged, really in love, we'd kiss, I finish, naturally, without thinking. Exactly. She turns to face me fully. So maybe we should practice, just so it's not weird when we have to do it. My heart is trying to pound its way out of my chest. That's logical. Super logical. Very practical. She scoots closer. Just a practice kiss. For the performance. Right. Performance. We're close now. Close enough that I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, count the freckles across her nose. Her hand comes up to rest on my chest, right over my racing heart. Ready? She whispers. No, I admit. Me neither. But we're leaning in anyway, drawn by something neither of us wants to name. Her eyes flutter closed. Mine follow. The first brush of lips is tentative, testing, soft. Then her fingers curl into my shirt and I'm gone. The kiss deepens without permission. My hand tangles in her hair, angling her head for better access. She makes a small sound that shoots straight through me. This isn't practice. This isn't performance. This is need and want and everything I've been trying not to feel. She shifts closer, practically in my lap now, and every rational thought evaporates. There's just destiny, warm and willing and kissing me like... Wait! She pulls back suddenly, breathing hard. That was... not practice. I finish roughly. Definitely not practice. She scrambles off the couch, putting distance between us. I need to... Destiny. That can't happen again. She's backing toward her room. We have an arrangement. A business arrangement. We can't complicate it with... feelings. The word hangs in the air like an accusation. There are no feelings, she says, but won't meet my eyes. Just chemistry. Proximity. It happens. Right, of course. I run a hand through my hair, trying to get my bearings. Just chemistry. Exactly. So we'll be more careful. Keep appropriate boundaries. She's at her door now. Good night, Christian. Good night. She disappears into her room, leaving me alone with Chinese takeout and the taste of her on my lips. I pull out my phone, stare at the photo Marcus sent of Evelyn's ring. Then I think about the other ring, the one she lit up for. 2 rings. One returned to its rightful owner, the other I'm thinking of ordering, customizing in her size, waiting for... What? The right moment to show her she means more to me than our contract? But after that kiss, that definitely not practice kiss, I'm not sure there will ever be a right moment. Because destiny's right. We have an arrangement, a contract, a full year of fake relationship to get us both what we need. And falling in love with her wasn't part of the deal, even if it's exactly what's happening.
Chapter 9. Destiny. She's here in 20 minutes and I can't find my earrings. I'm tearing through my jewelry box like a woman possessed, while Christian leans against my doorframe, infuriatingly calm. Which earrings? The pearl ones. Grandma gave them to me for graduation. She'll notice if I'm not wearing them. They're on your dresser, he says, next to the hair tie you claimed you lost forever. Right. I grab them, trying to ignore how he's memorized my chaos. Stop looking so smug. I'm not smug. I'm entertained. He follows me to the living room. You've deep cleaned the penthouse twice, reorganized my bookshelf, correctly this time, and attempted to teach Maximilian to play dead when your grandmother mentions marriage. That last one was a long shot. I fasten the earrings with shaky hands. How do I look? Like you're about to throw up. Perfect. Exactly the vibe I was going for. The doorbell rings. My heart attempts to exit through my throat. Breathe, Christian says, catching my hand. We've got this. We're lying to a 78-year-old woman who raised me after my parents died. There's a special circle of hell for people like us. Probably. He squeezes my fingers. But at least we'll have company. I laugh despite myself. And that's how Grandma Evelyn finds us, holding hands and smiling like actual couples do. There's my baby girl. She's a force of nature in purple fabric and attitude, barely 5 feet tall, but commanding every inch of space. Come here and let me look at you. I fly into her arms, breathing in her familiar scent of lavender and Chanel No. 5. I missed you, Grandma. Missed you too, baby. Though not as much as I've missed seeing you happy. She pulls back, examining my face with those sharp brown eyes that never miss anything. And you do look happy. I am, I say, surprised to find it's not entirely a lie. Good. Now introduce me properly to this man who's got my grandbaby glowing. Christian steps forward with his boardroom smile, but Grandma's having none of it. Don't you give me that businessman face, she says, wagging a finger. I want to see who you really are. Something in Christian's expression shifts, becomes more genuine. Mrs. Williams, it's an honor to finally meet you properly. Evelyn, she corrects. And come here. She pulls him into a hug that clearly surprises him. I bite back a grin at his deer-in-headlights expression. You saved my grandbaby from the ocean, she says into his chest. That makes you family in my book. Grandma, he didn't save me. He pulled you out of the water when you were being reckless, she finishes. Yes, Destiny told me all about it. How you threw yourself in without thinking, just because you thought she needed help. Christian catches my eye over her head. We definitely didn't include that interpretation in our story. Any man who'd risk himself for a stranger is worth knowing, Grandma continues, finally releasing him, even if he was wrong about the saving part. She was pretty insistent about that, Christian admits, relaxing slightly. Called me several creative names. That's my girl. Never did like being rescued. Grandma turns back to me. Now, let me see how that ring setting is coming along. My stomach drops. Oh, it's still at Cartier. The restoration is taking longer than expected. Still? Her eyes narrow slightly. It's been weeks, baby. Being reset at the jeweler's, Christian smoothly interjects. I wanted to add stones from my family's collection, merge our histories. Cartier's being extra careful with such a precious piece. I stare at him. That's actually beautiful and completely fabricated. Grandma's eyes narrow slightly. Fancy. Though that ring was perfect as it was. It is perfect, Christian agrees. Which is why we're being so careful with the restoration. I want Destiny to have something that honors both the past and our future. They promised it would be ready next week. Who is this man, and what has he done with my awkward, systems-obsessed boss. Grandma studies him for a long moment, then nods. Good answer. Now show me this penthouse. Destiny says you have a pool on the terrace? The tour goes better than expected. Grandma coos over the view, approves of Christian's home office, organized but not sterile, and absolutely loses her mind over the cats. Patricia's babies. She scoops up Luna before I can warn her. Oh, aren't you precious? You know Patricia, Christian asks. We've been corresponding, Grandma says casually, like she hasn't just dropped a bomb. Lovely woman, very invested in grandchildren. I choke on air. You've been talking to his mother? Email, mostly. Some text. She sends the most delightful cat videos. Of course she does, Christian mutters. Don't look so worried, Grandma laughs. We're not planning your wedding. Much. Grandma! What? You're engaged. Weddings are a natural progression. She settles on the couch with Luna in her lap, and Maximilian already claiming her feet. Speaking of which, tell me the proposal story. Destiny was vague on the phone. Christian and I exchange glances. We rehearsed this, but under Grandma's knowing gaze, our practice story feels flimsy. It was private, I start. Intimate, Christian adds. Just the two of us. Very romantic. After work one evening. We're talking over each other like nervous teenagers. Grandma's lips twitch. Breathe, both of you. I'm not conducting an interrogation. She strokes Luna absently, though you are acting mighty suspicious for an engaged couple. It's just, I sink onto the couch beside her. It happened fast. We're still adjusting. Fast can be good, she says. Your grandfather proposed after 3 weeks. 3 weeks? Christian looks genuinely surprised. That's insane? Reckless? Absolutely. Grandma grins. Also, the best decision he ever made. 52 years we had together. Her expression softens. Sometimes when you just know. The weight of her words settles over us. Christian clears his throat. Can I get you something to drink, Evelyn? Tea? Coffee? Tea would be lovely. 2 sugars, no milk. She watches him head to the kitchen, then turns to me with raised eyebrows. That man is fine as Friday. Grandma. What? I'm old, not dead. And the way he looks at you. She fans herself dramatically. How does he look at me? Like you single-handedly hung the moon and taught it to shine. She pats my hand. Same way you look at him when you think nobody's watching. I don't. Baby girl, I changed your diapers. Don't try to lie to me now. Her voice gentles. But I am curious why you're both nervous as cats in a thunderstorm. We're not Destiny. She takes my hand, thumb rubbing over where her ring should be. Talk to me. The words pile up in my throat. How do I explain that this started as a business arrangement, but somewhere along the way became something else? That I'm falling for a man who agreed to fake marry me? That I'm terrified it's still just pretend for him? It's complicated, I finally manage. Love usually is. She squeezes my hand. Your parents had complicated too. Your mama was supposed to marry someone else when she met your daddy. What? This is new information. You never told me that. Some stories wait for the right time. She smiles sadly. She was engaged to a doctor. Good man, stable future. Then she met your daddy at a bus stop in the rain. And she called off a wedding, scandalized 2 families, and married a musician who could barely keep the lights on. Grandma's eyes go distant. They had 7 years, not nearly enough. But Lord, they were happy. My throat tightens. I barely remember them. You were so young when the accident. She trails off, then rallies. But you have their hearts. Both of them. That brave, reckless, love with everything spirit. Is that why you gave me your ring? I asked quietly. Even though I'm just like them? Baby, I gave you that ring because you're just like them. She cups my cheek. Love isn't supposed to be safe. It's supposed to transform you. Christian returns with tea, and I'm grateful for the interruption. Much more of this, and I'll be confessing everything. Dinner is easier. Grandma regales Christian with stories of my childhood that have me hiding behind my hands. She was 8, Grandma's saying, tears of laughter in her eyes. 8 years old and convinced she could train squirrels to deliver mail. It was a sound business model, I protest. You lost $12 in stamps and got bitten twice. The squirrels were uncooperative employees. Christian's grinning like this is the best thing he's ever heard. Please tell me there are pictures. A whole album, Grandma confirms, including the one-girl production of Hamilton she put on for the neighborhood. I'm moving out, I announce. Tonight, immediately. You played every part, Grandma continues mercilessly. Costume changes and all. Charged admission. Made $37, I mumble. Which you donated to the library, Christian says softly. I look up, surprised. How did you... You mentioned it once, during the Tokyo contract review. He shrugs, but there's something warm in his eyes. You said libraries saved you after your parents died. They did. The words come out thick. Grandma would drop me off while she worked doubles at the hospital. I read everything. Lived 1,000 lives while figuring out how to survive my own. Baby, Grandma says gently. It's okay. I wipe my eyes, embarrassed. Sorry. I don't apologize. Christian's hand finds mine across the table. Ever. We finished dinner on lighter topics, but something's shifted. By the time Grandma's checking her phone, I'm emotionally wrung out. Oh, look at the time. She stands, gathering her purse. I told Gladys I'd meet her by 9. We're seeing that new Tyler Perry movie. You can stay here, I offer, even as panic flickers. We have a guest room. No, Gladys already got the tickets. Plus her grandson is picking us up. You remember Marcus, the dentist? She winks. Still single, by the way. Grandma, I'm engaged. Can't blame me for having backup plans? She laughs at Christian's expression. Kidding. I stopped matchmaking when you found this one. I'll call you a car, Christian offers. Such a gentleman. She pats his cheek. See why I like him? While Christian arranges the ride, Grandma pulls me aside. You sure you're okay, baby? You seem tense. Just emotional. Seeing you, talking about Mom and Dad. I know, sweetheart. She hugs me tight. But they'd be so happy to see you like this. In love, building a life with someone worthy of you. The guilt threatens to choke me. Grandma, car's here, Christian announces. She kisses my cheek, then surprises him with another hug. You take care of my girl. Always, he says, and it sounds like a vow. After she leaves, I collapse on the couch, still in my dress. Everything feels too heavy. The lies, the memories, the way Christian looked when I talked about my parents. A soft knock on my bedroom door interrupts my spiral. Come in. Christian enters with 2 mugs. Thought you might need this. Chamomile with honey. You memorize my tea preference too? I'm observant. He sits on the edge of my bed, careful to maintain distance. You okay? I hate lying to her. I know. She trusts me, thinks I'm brave like my parents. but I'm not. I'm scared all the time. The words pour out. Scared of being left again. Scared of not being enough. Scared of wanting things I can't have. Destiny. They died when I was 4. Car accident on their anniversary. They'd left me with Grandma for one night. Just one night to themselves, and my voice cracks. I used to think if I'd been with them, maybe it would have been different. Maybe they would have been more careful. You were 4, he says firmly. It wasn't your fault. I know that, logically. But sometimes I pull my knees to my chest. Sometimes I still feel like that little girl wondering why everyone leaves. He sets down his mug carefully. Is it okay if I hold you? I nod, not trusting my voice. He pulls me against him, and I melt into his warmth. Terrell left. I whisper into his shirt. Not the same way, but he still left. Chose someone else. Something else. Terrell's an idiot. Maybe, or maybe I'm just too much. Too intense. Too perfect. His arms tighten around me. You're perfect, Destiny Williams. Complicated and frustrating and absolutely perfect. I pull back to look at him. We're so close I can see flecks of silver in his eyes. Christian. I mean it. His hand comes up to frame my face. Any man who can't see what you're worth doesn't deserve. A crash from the living room shatters the moment. We spring apart as Maximilian yowls in triumph. Christian gestures vaguely. Yes, the cat. He stands, pauses at my door. Destiny, your parents would be proud of who you've become. Brave enough to love after loss. That's not weakness. That's the strongest thing there is. He leaves before I can respond, which is good because I'm crying again. But these tears feel different. Cleaner somehow. I curl up with my tea, listening to Christian negotiate with Maximilian over whatever's been destroyed. Tomorrow I'll have to keep lying to Grandma. Keep pretending this is real when it's becoming too real. But tonight, in the safety of my room, with Christian's words wrapped around me like armor, I let myself believe that maybe I'm brave enough to want this, even if it terrifies me. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 10. Christian. The suite only has 1 bed. I stare at the hotel manager like he's speaking Mandarin. That's impossible. I specifically booked the 2-bedroom penthouse. I'm so sorry, Mr. Henderson. There was a mix-up with the reservation system. We have you in the honeymoon suite. He practically glows with misplaced enthusiasm. It's our finest accommodation. Champagne, rose petals, couples massage package. We don't need... It's fine, Destiny interrupts, her hand finding my arm. We'll make it work. The manager beams. Wonderful. And congratulations on your engagement. The staff mentioned you're recently engaged? Very recently, I mutter, glaring at Destiny. She's the one who let it slip to the concierge when we checked in. Something about needing restaurant recommendations for a celebration dinner. 2 days since Grandma's visit, she adds helpfully. Still adjusting. 2 days since she cried in my arms about her parents. 2 days of careful distance, both of us pretending that moment didn't crack something open between us. And now we're standing in a honeymoon suite with one bed and enough sexual tension to power Miami. We'll send up more champagne, the manager promises, backing toward the door. Enjoy your stay. He escapes before I can murder him with my eyes. Look at the bright side, Destiny says, surveying the suite. At least it's a big bed. It's enormous. California king with what appears to be 10,000 thread count sheets and enough pillows to build a fort. Or a wall. Definitely a wall. I'll take the couch, I say. She glances at the elegant but decidedly small love seat. You're 6'2". You'll need spinal surgery after one night on that thing. I'll manage. Christian, we're adults. We can share a bed without it being weird. She's already unpacking, hanging her clothes with the efficiency that's made her irreplaceable as my assistant. Pillow wall. Separate sides, easy. Nothing about this is easy. Especially not when she pulls out a bikini that's really just strategic triangles held together by hope and string. I'm going to check out the pool before dinner, she announces. Want to come? I have calls, I lie. Suit yourself. She disappears into the bathroom to change, and I take the opportunity to call Cartier. Mr. Henderson. Your ring is ready for pickup. The restoration is complete. It's absolutely stunning. Perfect. Hold it until I'm back tomorrow. I pause, thinking about the other ring, the contemporary one Destiny loved. Actually, I had a question about a piece I saw last week. 20 minutes later, I've impulse purchased another ring I have no idea how to give her. I'm considering checking myself into therapy when Destiny emerges from the bathroom. My brain short-circuits. The bikini is worse than I imagined. Ocean blue that makes her skin glow like burnished gold. She's thrown a sheer cover-up over it that does absolutely nothing to help my situation. You sure you don't want to come? She's slipping into sandals, completely unaware she's killing me. The water looks amazing. Calls, I croak. Your loss. She grabs her keycard. Try not to reorganize the entire room while I'm gone. The door closes and I immediately head for a cold shower. This was a terrible idea. The whole trip. The shared suite. The pretending I haven't been half in love with her since she called me a self-righteous jackass on a beach. By the time she returns, I've managed to get actual work done. She's glowing from the sun, hair damp and curling around her shoulders. How was the pool? Perfect. You should have come. She grabs clothes from her suitcase. I'm going to shower before dinner. The owner of that boutique hotel chain is meeting us at 7, right? Alexander Vance. Yes. I try not to dwell on the thought of her in the shower. Fail spectacularly. He's persistent. Persistent how? He's been trying to get me to sell the Miami property for 3 years. Thinks Henderson Hotels is spreading itself too thin. Are we? I love that she says we, like she's part of this, like she belongs. No, he just wants what we have. I pause. Be careful with him tonight. He's charming when he wants something. She laughs. Worried about my virtue, Mr. Henderson? Yes, I think. But not from him. Dinner is at the rooftop restaurant of Vance's flagship property. I'll give him this. The man knows atmosphere. Candlelight, ocean views, and a table positioned to show off Miami's skyline. Christian. Alexander rises as we approach, all silver fox charm and calculating eyes. And this must be the famous Destiny. Famous? She accepts his kiss on the cheek with grace. Christian's mentioned you several times. His brilliant assistant who's revolutionized his operations. His gaze lingers. He didn't mention you were also stunning. He didn't mention you were a shameless flirt, she counters smoothly. Alexander laughs, delighted. I like her, Christian. Where have you been hiding this treasure? She's not hidden. She's engaged. To me, the words come out sharper than intended. Lucky man. Alexander's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. Shall we? What follows is 90 minutes of professional torture. Alexander deploys every weapon in his arsenal. Compliments, industry gossip, casual touches to Destiny's arm when he makes a point. And Destiny? She handles him like a master. The Miami market is saturated, Alexander's saying, leaning too close to her. Christian's property is beautiful but bleeding money. Interesting. Destiny sips her wine. Our numbers show a 15% increase in revenue over last quarter. Paper profits. What about actual sustainability? What about it? She whips out her phone, scrolling to what I recognize as our real-time analytics. Occupancy at 90%, average stay up by 2 nights, and our guest satisfaction scores beat yours by 12 points. Alexander blinks. You have access to everything. I'm his fiancée, not just his assistant. She smiles sweetly. Did you really think Christian would date someone who couldn't discuss P&L statements over dinner? I want to kiss her. Right here, right now, in front of Alexander Vance and his wandering eyes. Remarkable, Alexander murmurs. Christian, if you ever tire of her... I won't. I reach for Destiny's hand, lacing our fingers. Ever. The rest of dinner passes in a blur of negotiations that go nowhere, and Alexander's increasingly desperate attempts to impress Destiny. By the time we escape, my jaw hurts from clenching. That was fun, she says in the elevator. Fun. He was practically undressing you with his eyes. Jealous. She's teasing, but there's something else in her voice. Hope, maybe. Yes. The admission surprises us both. I wanted to throw him off the roof when he touched your arm. Christian... I know this is supposed to be fake. Business. But Destiny, when he was looking at you like that, all I could think was... mine. The elevator opens to our floor. We walk to our suite in charged silence. Inside, the turn-down service has been. Rose petals on the bed, champagne chilling, soft music playing. They really went all out, she says softly. Seems a waste not to drink the champagne. I'm already opening it, needing something to do with my hands that isn't touching her. Good point. She kicks off her heels. Alexander was exhausting. I need several drinks to forget his cologne. What was that scent? Desperate millionaire? She laughs, accepting the glass I offer. With hints of midlife crisis and top notes of trying too hard to successfully defending our territory. I raise my glass. To fake fiancés who know their analytics. She clinks hers against mine. We drink, pour another. The bubbles and wine from dinner make everything softer around the edges. She's curled up on the couch now, feet tucked under her, looking at the Miami skyline. I can't believe he actually said that line about showing me his yacht, she giggles. Which time? He mentioned it 4 separate times. It's not about the size, it's about the motion of the ocean. She mimics his voice perfectly. I almost choked on my fish. You handled him perfectly. I join her on the couch, maintaining careful distance. The way you shut down his market analysis. Please, his numbers were from 2019. She reaches for the champagne bottle, refills both our glasses. Amateur. Brilliant, I correct. You were brilliant. She looks at me then, cheeks flushed from alcohol, and prays. Yeah? Yeah. The air shifts, thickens. She sets down her glass, and I know I should move away. But the champagne has made me reckless. Or honest. Or both. Christian, she breathes, and the way she says my name ignites something primal. I reach for her, pulling her onto my lap in one fluid motion. She gasps as she straddles me, her dress riding up to reveal smooth brown thighs that make my mouth water. Destiny, I groan against her lips before claiming her mouth in a kiss that's all hunger and need. She rocks against me, and I'm already hard, straining against my pants. Her hands tangle in my hair as she grinds down, seeking friction. "Bedroom," she pants. "Now."
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
We should probably... She starts, then trails off. Yeah. Neither of us moves. The champagne buzz is fading, replaced by something heavier. The weight of what we've done. Christian? Let's just not think about it tonight, okay? Okay, I agree, pulling her closer. But when I wake to morning sun in an empty bed, I know the not thinking part is over. But when I wake to morning sun in an empty bed, I know tomorrow has come too soon. I find her on the balcony, wrapped in a hotel robe, staring at the ocean. "Hey," I say softly. She doesn't turn. We complicated things. Things were already complicated. Not like this. She finally faces me, and her eyes are too bright. "Christian, what are we doing?" "I don't know," I admit, but Destiny last night was incredible and terrifying, and we still have 8 months left on our arrangement. Forget the arrangement. I can't. She wraps her arms around herself. "You're paying me to be your fake fiancé. That changes everything." "It doesn't have to, doesn't it?" She laughs, but it's hollow. How do we go back to pretending after that? I don't have an answer, because she's right. Everything's changed. The question is whether we're brave enough to admit what it's changing into. "We should get ready," she says finally. "The property tour starts in an hour." "Destiny, please. I need to think." I watch her disappear into the bathroom, the sound of the door closing like a verdict. Last night I held everything I wanted. This morning, I'm not sure I'll ever hold it again. The flight home is quiet, professional. We sit side by side, both pretending the divide between us isn't wider than the one between our airplane seats. But I can't stop thinking about how she said my name in the dark, how she felt in my arms, how right it all was before the morning made it wrong. More than 7 months left on our contract. But after last night, I'm not sure either of us will last 8 days.
Chapter 11. Destiny. We're really good at pretending nothing happened. It's been 3 days since Miami, and Christian and I have elevated avoidance to an art form. We discuss contracts without making eye contact, pass in the hallway with careful distance, share meals like coworkers, not like people who know what the other tastes like at 2 a.m. "Your coffee," he says, setting the mug on my desk at exactly 8:15, just like every morning. "Thanks." I don't look up from my screen. Can't. Because when I do, I see flashes of that night. His hands in my hair. The way he said my name. How right it felt until morning made it wrong. "The Singapore team needs? Already handled? Files are in your inbox?" "Right. Good." He hovers for a moment, and I feel the weight of everything unsaid. Destiny. The elevator dings, saving us from another almost conversation. Christopher stumbles out looking like he's been on a 3-day bender. His suit is wrinkled, tie missing, and there's what appears to be glitter in his hair. Don't ask, he groans, collapsing on my extra chair. Wasn't going to. Christian's whole demeanor shifts, protective mode activating. What happened? Vegas happened, bachelor party. Things got complicated. How complicated? Christopher pulls out his phone, shows us what looks like a marriage certificate. In Elvis's chapel. With someone named Bambi. Oh my God, I breathe. It gets worse. He scrolls to another photo. That's Bambi. That's her real name, by the way. And that's Mother's ring. Christian goes rigid. You gave great-grandmother's ring to a Vegas stripper? Exotic dancer. And I didn't give it. I apparently proposed, while dressed as Austin Powers. He drops his head into his hands. Mother's garden party is tomorrow. She's expecting me to bring Stephanie. Who's Stephanie? I ask. The woman I've been actually dating, who doesn't know about Vegas, or Bambi, or the fact that I'm technically married. Jesus Christ, Chris. Christian starts pacing. How do you... No, don't answer that. We need to fix this. We? Christopher looks hopeful. Yes, we, because if Mother finds out, she'll have a stroke, or commit murder, possibly both. He pulls out his phone. I'm calling Lance. He'll know how to handle the annulment quietly. While Christian deals with lawyers, Christopher turns to me with puppy dog eyes. You'll help, right? You're so good at fixing things. Christian says you're a miracle worker. He said that all the time. Destiny fixed this. Destiny handled that. Destiny's so brilliant, it's annoying. He grins despite his hangover. He's completely gone on you. My heart does something stupid in my chest. We're just fake engaged, I know. Worst lie ever, by the way. The way you two look at each other. He makes a vague gesture. It's like watching a romance novel happen in real time. Christopher. I'm just saying, when this fake thing becomes real, I call best man. It's not, I start, but Christian returns, saving me from that particular spiral. Lance can file the papers Monday. For now, we need a plan for Mother's party. I could say Stephanie's sick, Christopher suggests. She follows Stephanie on Instagram. Try again. Work emergency? You don't have a job. Harsh but fair. Christopher slumps further. I'm screwed. Not necessarily. I find myself speaking without thinking. What if Stephanie does come, but as your friend? Say you realized you're better as friends. Mutual decision, very mature. Patricia can't fault you for bringing a friend. Both brothers stare at me. That's actually brilliant, Christopher says. It could work, Christian agrees, but he's gazing at me with something soft in his eyes. Mother loves a mature breakup story. Shows growth. But what about the ring? Christopher asks. Mother will definitely notice if I show up without it. Tell her it's being cleaned, I suggest. Seems to work for us. Christian's lips twitch. Getting it professionally cleaned after your wild weekend. She'll buy that. We spend the next hour coaching Christopher on his story, making sure he can sell the just friends angle. By the time he leaves, looking marginally more human, we've forgotten to be awkward with each other. Thank you, Christian says as the elevator closes behind his twin. You didn't have to help. Of course I did. He's your brother. I start organizing the papers Christopher somehow scattered in 20 minutes. Plus, your mother is terrifying when disappointed. It's a public service, really. Still, he catches my hand, stilling my nervous movement. Thank you. We're close again. Too close. Close enough that I can smell his cologne, see the flecks of blue in his gray eyes, remember exactly how those lips felt. We should get ready, I say, pulling away. The party's at 2. Right, the party. But he doesn't move. Destiny, about Miami. Please don't. The words come out sharper than intended. We agreed. It was the champagne and the situation, and it didn't mean anything. Something flashes across his face. Hurt, maybe. Right, nothing. He leaves, and I slump against my desk. Lying to him is almost as hard as lying to myself. Patricia's garden party is exactly what you'd expect from someone who color codes her cat supplies. Elegant, organized, and slightly terrifying. The entire backyard has been transformed into something from a magazine, complete with string quartet and enough flowers to stock a botanical garden. Destiny, Christian. She sweeps toward us in seafoam green, air kissing with precision. Don't you both look lovely? Very coordinated. We glance at each other. I'm in a blue sundress. He's in a blue button-down. We didn't plan it, but of course we match, because the universe has a sense of humor. Where's Christopher? Christian asks, scanning the crowd. Getting drinks with his friend Stephanie. Lovely girl. Shame about them being better as friends. Patricia sighs dramatically. But at least he's showing maturity. Christian and I exchange glances. The story worked. Now I need to steal your fiancé. Patricia links her arm through mine. Girl talk. Mother. Go mingle, darling. The Wetheringtons are by the fountain. She drags me toward the rose garden before he can protest. My stomach churns. Patricia Henderson wanting girl talk feels like being called to the principal's office. Relax, she says once we're out of earshot. I'm not going to interrogate you, much. That's reassuring. She laughs, settling on a pristine white bench. I like you, Destiny. You don't simper or fawn. You handle Christian. Nobody handles Christian. He's like a very tall, very stubborn cat. Exactly. His previous girlfriends never understood that. They wanted to change him or worship him. You just accept him. She studies me with those sharp eyes. I haven't seen him this happy in years. Patricia, the way he watches you when you're not looking, like you're his personal sunrise. She pats my hand. That's not fake, dear. My throat tightens. It's complicated. Love always is, but destiny? She leans closer. Don't let fear rob you of something beautiful. I almost did with Richard. Thought he was too good for me, too perfect. Wasted 6 months being scared. What changed? He showed up at my apartment with 5 dozen roses and a speech about how I was being an idiot. She smiles at the memory. Been married 40 years next month. That's beautiful. That's courage. She stands, smoothing her dress. Now, shall we rescue Christian from the Wetheringtons? They're probably trying to set him up with their daughter again. We find Christian cornered by the gazebo, looking pained as Mrs. Wetherington shows him photos on her phone. Just finished her master's at Columbia, she's saying. Still single, can you believe it? How? Interesting, Christian manages, catching sight of us with visible relief. Destiny, there you are. I slide into his side, his arm coming around me automatically. Sorry, darling. Your mother was showing me her rose collection. All 200 varieties, Patricia adds cheerfully. Mrs. Wetherington, have you seen my Juliet roses? They're particularly stunning this year. She leads the disappointed woman away, leaving Christian and me still wrapped around each other. You saved me, he murmurs into my hair. Teamwork. I should step away. I don't. How bad was it? She showed me vacation photos, all of them, including their couple's massage in Cabo. Oh no. Oh yes. His hand traces absent patterns on my waist. Fair warning, Mr. Wetherington has a very unfortunate Speedo tan. I laugh, turning my face into his shoulder. Thanks for that mental image. Sharing is caring. He's quiet for a minute. Mother cornered you. She did. And she thinks you're happy. I pull back enough to see his face. Are you? Yes. No hesitation. Happier than I've been in years. You? The honest answer terrifies me. Because I am happy. Stupidly, recklessly happy. Even with the awkwardness and the pretending and the complete mess we've made of our arrangement. Christian, there you two are. Christopher appears with Stephanie, who looks amused by the whole situation. Crisis averted. Mother bought the whole thing. Help that Chris actually is a disaster at relationships, Stephanie adds. Made it very believable. Thanks for that, Christopher mutters. We spend the rest of the party as a group, which makes it easier. Stephanie's actually delightful, smart, funny, and completely unbothered by Christopher's Vegas adventure. By the time we leave, even Patricia seems charmed. Back at the penthouse, I'm exhausted from performing. Christian disappears into his office, while I curl up on the couch with tea and try not to think about what Patricia said. Here. I look up to find Christian holding a fresh mug, my favorite evening blend, made exactly the way I like it. Honey, no milk, steeped for precisely 4 minutes. You already made me tea. That one's cold now. He swaps the mugs. This one's better. It's such a small thing, such a stupid, considerate thing. And suddenly I'm overwhelmed by how well he knows me, how he pays attention to details no one else has ever noticed. Thank you, I manage around the lump in my throat. Always. He sits beside me, careful distance between us. Today was good. Yeah? You were amazing with Christopher and Mother and the Wetheringtons. Team effort. Still, he's staring at me with that soft expression again. I don't know what I'd do without you. The words are on my tongue. 3 little words that would change everything. I love you. Simple. True. Terrifying. Christian, I start. I know, he says quietly. I know we said Miami didn't mean anything. But Destiny, please. I stand abruptly, nearly spilling my tea. I can't do this right now. When then? I don't know. I'm backing toward my room, needing distance before I say something we can't take back. I need time. Time for what? To figure out if I'm brave enough to risk my heart again, to decide if what we have is worth destroying our arrangement, to stop being so scared. Just time, I whisper. He doesn't follow when I flee to my room, but later, when I can't sleep, I hear him in the kitchen. The soft clink of dishes, the careful sound of someone making tea exactly the way I would, even though I'm not there to drink it. I press my face into my pillow and let myself admit the truth, just this once, in the safety of darkness. I love him. I love Christian Henderson, and I have absolutely no idea what to do about it.
Chapter 12. Christian. 1 week passes by in a blur, and we are in the grand ballroom at the Ritz-Carlton. It's packed with hospitality industry elite, and all I can focus on is the way Destiny's shoulders tense when she spots Terrell across the room. We can leave, I murmur, hand finding the small of her back. We're not leaving. She straightens her spine, lifting her chin. I'm not giving him the satisfaction. She's wearing the black dress from our first shopping trip, the one that made me forget how to breathe. Her hair is swept up, exposing the elegant line of her neck. She looks like everything he was too stupid to appreciate. Besides, she adds, snagging champagne from a passing waiter, I want to see Jasmine's pregnancy glow up close. Schadenfreude is good for the soul. That's my girl. The words slip out before I can stop them. Her eyes flash to mine, something unreadable in their depths. I'm going to check our table assignments, she says quickly. Network a little. You know, assistant things. You're not just my assistant, aren't I? She's already walking away, leaving me with the familiar ache of wanting more than our arrangement allows. I work the room on autopilot, discussing occupancy rates and renovation schedules while tracking Destiny's movement through the crowd. She's magnificent, charming board members, making connections, proving she belongs here as more than just my +1. Henderson. I turn to find Terrell Washington looking like a man on a mission. His tux is expensive but worn wrong, like he's playing dress-up in a world that doesn't quite fit. Washington, I acknowledge coolly. Surprised to see you here after our last meeting. Yeah, well, he shifts uncomfortably. Jasmine insisted. She's still hoping to network for her event planning business. How entrepreneurial. Look, I need to talk to you. He glances around, then gestures toward the terrace. Privately. Every instinct screams trap, but I follow him outside. The Manhattan skyline glitters beyond the balcony, beautiful and cold. What do you want? I ask. I'm not marrying her. He says it like a confession and a declaration. Jasmine, the baby, all of it. I can't do it. That's between you and her. No, it's between me and Destiny. His hands clench at his sides. I made a mistake. The biggest mistake of my life. But I'm going to fix it. Fix it, I repeat, ice forming in my veins. I'm getting my girl back. He steps closer, jaw set. Whatever you two have, however fast it happened, it doesn't compare to 6 years. Destiny belongs with me. Destiny doesn't belong to anyone. My voice comes out deadly quiet. She's not property. You know what I mean. We have history. 6 years. You've known her what? A few months? You can't compete with that. 6 years where you made her feel small. 6 years of taking her for granted. 6 years that ended with you humiliating her in front of everyone she respects. I move into his space, using every inch of my height advantage. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as her. And you do? Some rich boy who swooped in when she was vulnerable. He sneers. At least what we had was real. Not some rebound relationship. My fist connects with his jaw before I realize I've moved. He staggers back, hand coming up to his mouth. Damn! You crazy! Gentlemen! A server appears in the doorway, eyes wide. Is everything all right? Should I call security? No need. I straighten my cuffs, knuckles throbbing. Mr. Washington was just leaving. This isn't over. Terrell spits, blood on his lip. She loved me first. She'll remember that. She loved who she thought you were. I correct. Now she knows better. He leaves, shouldering past the nervous server. I take a moment to compose myself, flexing my hand. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. When I return to the ballroom, I find Destiny cornered by Jasmine near the dessert table. The pregnant woman is gesturing dramatically, voice carrying despite the crowd noise. Really convenient, isn't it? My fiancé shows up at your office and suddenly you're engaged to a billionaire? I work there, Destiny says calmly, but I see the white-knuckled grip on her champagne flute. I've been for over a month. Not that it's any of your business. Please. Terrell told me all about you, how beautiful you looked, how happy you seemed with your new man. Jasmine's hand rests on her barely there bump. And now look, you've got him so confused he's calling off our wedding. This is your fault. My fault. Destiny laughs, but it's sharp. I haven't spoken to Terrell since he showed up uninvited at my office. Where you paraded your rich new fiancé in front of him. Jasmine's eyes narrow. He came home that day destroyed. You did this on purpose. I did nothing but move on with my life. By seducing your boss? Jasmine looks her up and down dismissively. We all know what this is. You couldn't keep a man like Terrell, so you're trading up for money. I'm moving before I think, sliding my arm around Destiny's waist. Jasmine, isn't it? I don't believe we've been properly introduced. She has the grace to look nervous. Mr. Henderson? That's right. And this woman you're insulting? She's the most brilliant person I know. If anyone's lucky in this arrangement, it's me. Christian, Destiny says quietly. A warning. In fact, I continue, if you'll excuse us, I need to steal my fiancée for a moment. I guide Destiny away from Jasmine's sputtering, but she pulls free once we're near the terrace. I need air, she mutters, stepping outside. I follow, giving her space while she grips the balcony railing. The city sprawls below us, glittering and indifferent. You okay? Fine. Just, Jasmine's always been territorial about Terrell, even when he was with me. She laughs bitterly. Guess she won in the end. She didn't win anything. She got a man who can't commit and a baby he's already trying to run from. Destiny looks at me, wide-eyed. He told you about that? He said that to me last time, bastard. He cornered me earlier. Said he's not marrying her. Plans to come back for you. He what? Her eyes widen. Christian, please tell me you didn't, Mr. Henderson? We turn to find Daniel Smith from the Singapore office approaching with another man. Sorry to interrupt. This is Mr. Hayworth from Hayworth Hospitality. He was hoping to discuss the Miami property. Of course. I glance at Destiny. I'll just be a moment. She nods, turning back to the view. I follow the men to a quieter corner of the terrace, half listening to Hayworth's pitch while keeping an eye on Destiny. Then a voice interrupts our discussion. And of course, with the restoration of the ring complete, everything's on track. I'm sorry, what? Hayworth looks confused as he turns to Marcus. The ring restoration. Cartier called this morning about the final payment. Smith pulls out his phone. The invoice was... Here it is. Stunning piece. Art Deco, yes? The documentation said it was picked up more or less 2 weeks ago. If I'm not mistaken, it's an heirloom. My blood runs cold. That was supposed to be confidential. My apologies. I assume since it wasn't any more as it has been completed. Smith notices my expression. Have I said something wrong? I glance at Destiny, who's still at the railing but has gone rigid. She heard. Of course she heard. Excuse me, gentlemen. But she's already moving, pushing past party guests with single-minded determination. I catch up with her in the corridor. Destiny, wait! She whirls on me, and the fury in her eyes stops me cold. 2 weeks. I can explain. 2 weeks. Each word is a bullet. You've had my grandmother's ring for weeks. It wasn't ready. Oh. Smith just said it was picked up weeks ago. Her voice rises. While I've been losing sleep, making excuses to my grandmother, feeling guilty every single day, you've had it? I was waiting for the right time. The right time? She laughs, but it's sharp enough to cut. Do you have any idea what I've been going through? I've been taking anxiety medication. I've been working myself to exhaustion to avoid thinking about it. I've been practicing lies in the mirror for when Grandma asks again. Destiny. No! You don't get to destiny me right now! She's shaking with rage. How could you do this? How could you lie to me for weeks? I wasn't lying. Omission is lying, Christian. Every morning when I mentioned the search, every time I thanked you for trying, every time I cried about disappointing my grandmother, you had it. I didn't want to disappoint you again. The words tumble out. Marcus had false alarms before. I wanted to restore it, clean it. It was damaged a bit. I wanted to be absolutely sure. So you decided for me? Again? She backs away like I'm dangerous. God, you really can't help yourself, can you? Controlling every situation, managing every outcome. That's not... What else are you hiding? What other decisions have you made about my life without telling me? Nothing. Just the ring. Just the ring. Her voice cracks. Just the most important thing I own. Just the symbol of my entire family history. I was trying to protect you. I don't need protection. I need honesty. I need a partner who treats me like an adult, not a problem to be managed. She storms toward the exit, and I follow, desperate. Where are you going? Away from you? Destiny, please. She doesn't stop. I follow her through the hotel, out into the gardens. The Ritz has an elaborate maze made of hedges, lit with fairy lights for evening events. She plunges into it like she's trying to lose me. You can't just run! Watch me! Her voice echoes through the hedges. I catch up when she hits a dead end, trapped between manicured walls and her own fury. The fairy lights cast shadows across her face, making her look like something out of a dream. An angry dream. 2 weeks, she says, voice deadly quiet. You watched me take anxiety medication. You watched me lie to my grandmother. You watched me suffer. I wanted to make sure to restore the damage. So you gave me nothing instead? She shoves at my chest. Do you know what that's like? To lose something that precious and think it's gone forever? I was trying to protect me. I know, you're always trying to protect me. Another shove. When what I needed was honesty. You're right. Don't agree with me! She's vibrating with rage. Fight back! Tell me I'm being unreasonable. You're not being unreasonable. God, you're impossible. She turns away, hands fisted at her sides. I can't even have a proper argument with you. Is that what you want? An argument? I want. She spins back, eyes blazing. I want to understand why. Why you would do this. Because I'm a coward. The truth tastes bitter. Because every milestone we hit makes this more real, and that terrifies me. It also feels like we're closer to the end of our arrangement. This, us, whatever we're doing, whatever we're becoming. I step closer, drawn by her gravity. It's getting too real, and I didn't know how to handle it. So you lied. So I waited. There's a difference. Not to me. But her anger is shifting into something else. Something that makes the air between us electric. The ring, Christian. Where is it? I pull the box from my jacket pocket with shaking hands. Here. It's been here every day. She stares at it, then at me. You absolute bastard. Yes. You controlling, impossible. She reaches for it, but I pull back. Not like this, I say. Not when you're furious. Give me my ring. No. Christian, I swear to God. I catch her wrists as she lunges for it. Not until you calm down. I am calm. You're magnificent, I correct, backing her against the hedge wall. But not calm. Don't. Her breath hitches as I cage her in. Don't use your words. Whatever this thing between us to distract me. I'm not. But I am. We both know it. The anger between us has transformed into something else. Something that's been building since Miami. This doesn't fix anything, she says, but her hands are already fisting in my jacket. I know. I press closer, feeling her heart race against mine. I don't care. The ring is safe. I slip the box back in my pocket. Unlike us right now. She kisses me with all her fury, teeth and tongue, and weeks of lies. I respond in kind, pressing her harder against the hedge wall, the leaves rustling around us like whispered secrets.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
When you put it like that, it sounds insane. She's searching for her panties, finding them tangled in the hedge branches. Because it is insane. This whole thing, us. I help her retrieve the lace, watching as she steps back into them. There's something impossibly intimate about the gesture, about putting her back together after taking her apart. Is there an us? I ask, straightening my own clothes. She looks at me for a long moment, her lipstick smudged, hair mussed from my hands. I don't know. Maybe. I'll take maybe. I pull out the ring box again, and this time she doesn't lunge for it. She opens it carefully, and even in the fairy light, I can see her eyes fill with tears. You had it restored. It was damaged from the salt water. Cartier cleaned it, reinforced the setting. I swallow hard. It's perfect now. 2 weeks, she says again, sliding it onto her right hand. You carried this for weeks. Every day, trying to find the right moment. I laugh shakily. An argument in a garden maze probably wasn't it. You think? But she's almost smiling now, touching the ring to make sure it's real. We make our way out of the maze in silence, both disheveled despite our attempts to fix ourselves. I can still feel her on my skin, taste her on my lips. The memory of her wrapped around me, taking me so perfectly, makes me want to drag her back into the shadows. But she needs space. I can see it in the way she holds herself carefully, like she might shatter if touched wrong. I should go home, she says eventually. Together? I need... She stops, struggles. I need to think. About all of this, the ring, the lying, the hedge situation. The hedge situation? That's what we're calling it. She's backing away. I'll see you at home. Later. I just need some air. Destiny. No more lies, she says firmly. No more protecting me from truth. If we're doing this, whatever this is, I need honesty. No more lies, I promise. She nods and disappears into the night, leaving me standing outside a hedge maze with her lipstick on my collar and my heart on my sleeve. I don't know what we are now. Not fake, but not quite real either. Something in between. Something complicated and messy and absolutely terrifying. But as I watch her go, her grandmother's ring finally back where it belongs, I know one thing for certain. I'm completely, irrevocably doomed, and I wouldn't change a thing.
Chapter 13. Destiny. Your coffee's getting cold. I find Christian holding a fresh mug, steam curling in the morning light. He's already dressed for the day. Charcoal suit, no tie yet, while I'm still in his old Columbia t-shirt that somehow became my sleepwear. What time is it? I reach for the mug, our fingers brushing in the exchange. 6:45. You have the Singapore call at 7:30. He sets a plate beside me. Eat something. It's been a week since the hedge incident. 7 days of this careful dance where we orbit each other like binary stars, drawn together but never quite colliding. We haven't talked about it. Haven't talked about the ring now living on my right hand. Haven't talked about how I moved into his bed because Patricia needed my room for gift storage. We definitely haven't talked about how neither of us suggested I move back. You don't have to keep feeding me, I say, but I'm already reaching for the toast. You don't eat when you're stressed. He's studying something on his phone. And Mother's birthday party has you stress cleaning at 2 a.m. It feels like all we've been doing is meeting people and going to events. Yes, and I think it's better if we're surrounded by people. Also, I wasn't stress cleaning. I was organizing. You alphabetized the spice rack twice. Once by name, once by cuisine type. Totally different systems. His lips twitch. That almost smile that's become my favorite view. Eat your breakfast, chaos demon. I take a bite to appease him, watching as he moves around our space with easy familiarity. Our space. When did I start thinking of it like that? Maximilian chooses that moment to leap onto my desk, scattering papers. Max, no! I lunge for the vendor contracts, but he's already making himself comfortable on top of them. Those are important. Everything's backed up digitally. Christian scoops up the cat without looking, which you know, because you created the system. That's not the point. He can't just... I stop, realizing Christian's holding Max while reading his phone, absently scratching behind orange ears. When did you get comfortable with the cats? I'm not comfortable. I'm resigned. But he's still petting Max, who's purring like a diesel engine. Also, the allergy shots finally kicked in. You never mentioned allergy shots. You never asked. He sets Max on the cat tree by the window. Singapore in 20 minutes. Need anything? Just you. The thought arrives unbidden, dangerous in its simplicity. I'm good. I manage. He nods and heads to his office, leaving me with cooling coffee and the weight of unspoken things. The Singapore call goes smoothly, mostly because I've learned to anticipate every question before they ask it. By the time we wrap up, Christian's assistant replacement candidates are arriving for interviews. We're back at working from home because it's more convenient this way with the cats. How's the search going? He asked during the brief break between candidates. Terribly. I slump in my chair. Melissa thinks you're scary. Jennifer can't multitask. And Bradley. What's wrong with Bradley? He asked if the job came with benefits like yours. I make air quotes. While staring at my chest, Christian's expression darkens. He what? Relax, guard dog. I handled it. I pull up the next resume. Though at this rate, you're stuck with me forever. Something flashes across his face. Hope, maybe. But before I can analyze it, my phone rings. Baby girl, Grandma's voice fills the room. How's my favorite engaged couple? We're good, Grandma. I mouth Evelyn at Christian, who immediately comes around the desk to sit beside me, close enough that our thighs touch. What's up? Patricia and I have been emailing about wedding venues. Did you know the Rainbow Room has a 3-year waiting list? My stomach drops. You and Patricia are planning our wedding. Just browsing, she sent the most beautiful photos of their family church upstate. Very classic. Christian leans closer to hear, his cologne making me dizzy. Or maybe that's the panic. Grandma, we haven't even set a date. Which is why I'm calling. Your mother would have wanted a spring wedding. April's perfect in New York. April's in 5 months. Plenty of time. Your parents planned theirs in 3. Her voice softens. I know they're not here to see it, baby, but I am. And I want to watch my granddaughter walk down the aisle while I still can. The guilt hits like a physical blow. Christian must see it on my face because his hand finds mine, squeezing gently. We'll think about it. I manage. Spring is... We'll discuss it. That's all I ask. Oh, and Christian, I know you're there. Your mother is such an amazing woman. Yes, she is, he says, voice warm. Tell her next time you talk that the cats miss her. Lies? Those babies are living their best life with you two. She laughs. Speaking of, when do I get great grandcats? Goodbye, Grandma. I hang up before she can make more jokes about grandchildren, feline or otherwise. Spring wedding? Christian asks carefully. Apparently, I pull my hand free, needing distance. We should probably discuss how to handle. Mr. Henderson? The temp receptionist appears in the doorway. Your mother's here. Oh, speaking of the devil. Patricia sweeps in like a hurricane in Hermes, arms full of fabric samples. Perfect timing. I need opinions on table linens for tomorrow. Mother, we're working. This is work. Party planning is serious business. She spreads swatches across my desk. Ivory or champagne? They look the same, Christian says. Patricia and I exchange horrified looks. Men, she sighs. Destiny, darling. Talk sense to him. And why haven't you two set a wedding date? Evelyn and I have ideas. So we heard, I mutter, comparing fabrics. The ivory. Champagne will wash out the centerpieces. Brilliant. See, Christian? This is why you're marrying her. Patricia beams. Now about April. We're not discussing wedding dates, Christian interrupts. We're discussing your birthday party, which is tomorrow. Focus. I can multitask, unlike some people who can't tell ivory from champagne. She grabs her phone. I'm texting Evelyn about April, but the church isn't available until the third weekend of May. Mother. What? I'm being helpful? She's already typing. Destiny. Your grandmother thinks morning ceremonies are classier. Thoughts? I look at Christian helplessly. He looks back, equally lost. We'll think about it, we say in unison. Patricia narrows her eyes. You two have been weird all week, more weird than usual. She gasps. Are you fighting? Is it about the wedding? Because if Christian's being difficult about commitment, we're not fighting, I assure her. Then why the tension? You're practically vibrating with it. Because we had sex in a hedge maze and now share a bed but haven't kissed since. Because this fake thing feels more real every day. Because I'm falling in love with your son and don't know how to stop. Work stress, Christian lies smoothly. The Singapore expansion. She clearly doesn't buy it, but gets distracted by her phone. Oh, Evelyn suggests a cake tasting next month. I'll set it up. She leaves in a whirlwind of air kisses and threats about grandchildren. We sit in the aftermath. Fabric swatches between us like evidence. Your mother and my grandmother are planning our wedding, I say faintly. They've probably already picked names for our children. Bold of you to assume they'll wait for us to have them. They'll probably adopt some on our behalf. He laughs, a real one that transforms his whole face. Can you imagine coming home to find Mother's installed a nursery? Complete with color-coded feeding schedules. I grin. And a nanny who reports directly to her. Obviously, can't trust us to raise our own hypothetical children. We're laughing together now, the tension breaking like a fever. It feels good, natural, like coming home. We should probably, I start. Yeah, we should, he agrees. Neither of us finishes, because finishing means defining what we are, and that's terrifying. Instead, we work side by side reviewing contracts and planning Patricia's party, ordering flowers and finalizing guest lists. Our knees touch under the desk. His hand brushes mine, reaching for pens. Small contacts that feel monumental. By evening, we're both exhausted. I find him in the kitchen at midnight, making tea. Can't sleep? I ask. Party anxiety. He hands me a mug, chamomile with honey, exactly how I like it. You? Same. I hop onto the counter, needing the height difference to feel less vulnerable. Your mother's going to be insufferable if anything goes wrong. Nothing will go wrong. You've planned for every contingency. He leans against the opposite counter. Including a backup generator for the backup generator? That's just good sense. That's insanity. Says the man who has a spreadsheet for his spreadsheets. Organization is not insanity. It is when you color code by urgency and alphabetize by department. We're grinning at each other across the kitchen, and suddenly the space feels too small, too intimate, too much like the life I want but can't have. Destiny, he says softly. Don't. I know what's coming. Can see it in his eyes. Please. We have to talk about it eventually. About what? The party's handled. Singapore's on track. The cats are... About us. He pushes off the counter, moving closer. About this. He gestures between us. About why you're in my shirt at midnight and why that feels more right than anything else. It's just comfortable. I lie. Is it? He's in front of me now, hands braced on either side of my hips. Because I haven't been comfortable since you walked into my life. I've been terrified and exhilarated and completely upended, but never comfortable. Christian, I know we have an arrangement. I know there are rules and contracts and reasons this shouldn't work. His hand comes up to cup my face. But Destiny, Stop. I press my fingers to his lips. Don't say it. Not yet. When? I don't know. My voice breaks. I just know that once you say it, everything changes. And I'm already barely holding on to who I was before you. He kisses my fingertips, gentle as a promise. Maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe. I trace his jaw, memorizing the feel. But I need more time. Time. He laughs, but it's hollow. We're planning a fake wedding while sharing a real bed, and you need time. You've asked me for time before. How much longer? I don't know, I whisper. He steps back, giving me space I didn't ask for but probably need. Okay, time. Thank you. But Destiny? He pauses at the kitchen door. I'm not patient, never have been, so don't take too long to figure out what we both already know. He leaves me sitting on the counter, heart racing and thoughts spiraling. Because he's right. I do know. Have known for a while now. I've long figured out I'm in love with Christian Henderson. The real question is what I'm going to do about it.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 14. Destiny. Patricia Henderson knows how to throw a party. The estate grounds look like something from a movie. Twinkling lights strung between ancient oaks, champagne fountains that actually work, and enough flowers to stock every funeral home in Manhattan. The guest list reads like Forbes meets Page 6, and everyone's watching Christian and me like we're the main attraction. Smile, he murmurs, hand warm on my lower back. You look like you're at a funeral. I feel like a fraud. I plaster on my professional smile. Your mother's friends keep asking about wedding plans. So tell them the truth. We're waiting until spring. The truth? I almost laugh. Like anything about us resembles truth anymore. We've been playing perfect couple all evening. His hand finding mine during conversations. Me straightening his tie without thinking. The kind of casual intimacy that can't be faked. Except, we're supposed to be faking everything. Destiny, there you are. Grandma Evelyn appears in purple silk, beaming like she won the lottery. Don't you two look perfect together? Grandma. I hug her tight, breathing in her familiar perfume. You made it. Wouldn't miss Patricia's birthday? We're going to Bermuda next month, did she tell you? She pulls back, studying my face. You look tired, baby girl. Just party planning stress. The lie tastes bitter. Everything tastes bitter lately. Well, it's flawless. Patricia's glowing. She squeezes Christian's arm. You take care of my girl? Always, he says, and it sounds like truth. We make rounds together, accepting compliments on the party, deflecting wedding questions, playing the part we've gotten too good at. Christopher catches my eye from across the room and winks. He knows? Of course he knows. Probably the only person here who sees through our performance. If I could have everyone's attention. Patricia's voice rings out from the garden center. She's standing near the fountain, champagne flute raised. Thank you all for coming to celebrate another year of me refusing to age. Laughter ripples through the crowd. Christian guides me closer, his hand never leaving my back. As you know, family means everything to me, Patricia continues. Which is why I'm thrilled to have both my boys here, including Christian with his beautiful fiancée, Destiny. Applause. I smile harder, feeling like my face might crack. And since we're talking about family, Patricia's eyes find us in the crowd. I have an announcement. A gift, really. Mother, no, Christian mutters. Whatever you're planning. Christian and Destiny, would you join me? We have no choice. The crowd parts as we approach, everyone watching with the hungry eyes of people who live for society drama. As many of you know, the Henderson family home in Bedford has been in our family for 6 generations, Patricia says. It's where Richard and I raised our boys, where countless memories were made. My stomach drops. She wouldn't. Christopher already received his inheritance, his grandmother's ring, which he's hopefully not pawning in Vegas. Nervous laughter. So it seems only fair that Christian and Destiny should have the house. The crowd gasps. I might be gasping too. Christian's gone rigid beside me. Mother, he starts. It needs love, she continues, eyes suspiciously bright. A family to fill those rooms again. Children running through the gardens like you and Christopher did. She raises her glass. To new beginnings in old homes. Everyone toasts while I stand frozen, drowning in implications. The ancestral home, the place where Christian grew up. She's giving us a life I'm not sure we're actually going to have. Speech, someone calls out. Christian clears his throat. We're overwhelmed. Thank you, Mother. This is incredibly generous. Destiny, Patricia prompts. Thoughts on your new home? Your new home. Like it's real. Like we're real. Like I'm not standing here with a contract that says this ends in less than 8 months. My voice cracks. It's perfect. Thank you, Patricia. She pulls us both into a hug that smells like Chanel and expectations. Make me some grandbabies to fill it, she whispers. The real kind, not just cats. The crowd laughs at her volume. I'm going to be sick. I need air, I murmur to Christian once we escape. Destiny, just give me a minute. I flee toward the house, bypassing the powder room full of gossiping wives for the quiet of the coat room. It's dark, peaceful. I can finally breathe. A house. She gave us a house. A 6th-generation family home for a fake relationship that's destroying me from the inside out. Quite the performance out there. I spin to find Terrell stepping out from behind the coat rack. My blood turns to ice. What are you doing here? Crashing, obviously. Security's not that tight if you know where to look. He moves closer, and I can smell whiskey on his breath. Nice speech. Almost believed you were the happy bride-to-be. Get out before I call. Christian? Sure. Call him. He pulls out his phone, swiping to a photo. I'm sure he'd love to explain this. I stare at the screen. It's our contract. The fake engagement agreement, clear as day. Every clause, every payment term, every detail that would destroy us if it got out. How did you? Funny story. He leans against the wall, casual as anything. Remember when your boyfriend punched me at the hotel? I was actually there to meet someone, a paralegal from Morrison and Associates, guy named Kevin Lane. My heart stops. That's our law firm. Kevin has a gambling problem, nasty habit. Found this contract while filing and thought he'd hit the jackpot? Terrell grins. Was planning to extort your boy directly, but I made him a better offer. You bought it. Every copy. Poor Kevin needed the money more than the risk. He pockets his phone. Question is, what's it worth to you? What do you want? But I already know. The development deal. Martinez Industries needs Henderson's backing to break into hospitality. His eyes are cold. You're going to make that happen. I can't just... Sure you can. You're his fiancé. His real fiancé, as far as anyone knows. He steps closer. Convince him, or I send this to every gossip site in the city. Terrell, please. You know what the funny part is? He laughs, but it's ugly. I was actually going to choose you. That night at the hotel, I was going to tell Jasmine it was over, that I wanted you back. My throat tightens. What changed? Math. He shrugs. A development deal worth $50 million versus a woman who threw her grandmother's ring in the ocean? Easy choice. So you're blackmailing me instead. Business is business, Des. You of all people should understand that. He heads for the door. You've got 1 week. Make it happen, or everyone finds out what you're really worth to Christian Henderson. He leaves. I sink onto the ottoman, shaking. 1 week. 1 week before everything implodes. Destiny? Christian's in the doorway, concern etched on his face. Someone said they saw you come in here. Are you... He stops, taking in my tears. What happened? I can't. A sob escapes. The house, your mother. It's too much. Hey. He's kneeling in front of me, hands gentle on my face. Talk to me. She gave us a home. The words tumble out. A real home for a fake relationship, and everyone believes it, and I'm lying to everyone who matters, and breathe. He pulls me against his chest. Just breathe. I'm a terrible person. You're not. I am. Grandma's planning our wedding. Your mother's giving us houses. I look back to see his face. And Terrell, I stop. I can't tell him about the blackmail. Can't add that to everything else. What about Terrell? Nothing, just seeing him earlier. It brought things up. He studies my face, and I know he doesn't fully believe me, but he doesn't push. We don't have to take the house, he says softly. I'll tell Mother we're not ready. She'll be crushed. She'll survive. His thumb wipes away tears I didn't realize were still falling. Destiny, what do you need? You, the truth. A real chance at this without contracts and lies and blackmail hanging over us. Nothing, I say instead. Okay, he helps me stand. Let's get out of here. Make excuses. We can't leave your mother's party. Watch me. He's already texting Christopher. He'll cover. Say you're not feeling well. Christian, you're more important than a party. He says it simply, like it's fact. Always. We slip out through the kitchen, avoiding the crowd. In the car, I stare at Grandma Evelyn's ring on my finger and try not to obsess over how everything's about to fall apart. 1 week. Terrell gave me 1 week to betray the man who's holding my hand like I'm precious, the man I'm desperately in love with, the man I'm about to lose.
Chapter 15. Christian. Something's wrong with Destiny. She's been jumpy for 2 days, ever since Mother's party. Dropping things, starting at sounds, staring at her phone like it might explode. Right now, she's reorganizing the filing system for the 3rd time this morning, and it's only 10 a.m. The files are already perfect, I say from my office doorway. She jumps, sending folders scattering. Jesus, Christian, wear a bell or something. In my own office? Especially in your office. She's already crouching to gather papers, not meeting my eyes. Did you need something? Yes. I move to help her, but she waves me off. I need my fiancé to tell me what's wrong. Nothing's wrong. You've alphabetized the same contract 6 times. I'm being thorough. You're being avoidant. She stands abruptly, clutching folders like armor. I have calls to make. Destiny. Later, okay? Just later. She flees to her desk, leaving me standing there with the growing certainty that later means never. 2 days of this. 2 days of her pulling away every time I get close. Of forced smiles that don't reach her eyes, of her looking like she's waiting for something terrible to happen. I let her have the morning. Let her hide behind calls and emails and the 1,000 small tasks she's invented to avoid talking. But by noon, I'm done with patience. Lunch, I announce, setting a picnic basket on her desk. She blinks at it. What? Lunch. That meal between breakfast and dinner. I made it. You cooked? I assembled. There's a difference. I start unpacking containers. Chicken salad from that deli you love. Those ridiculously overpriced grapes you're addicted to. Chocolate croissants from the French place. Christian, her voice catches. And this. I pull out a bottle of rosé. Because it's Friday, and you've been stress cleaning for 48 hours, and I'm worried about you. You made me a picnic. She stares at the spread like it might disappear. In the office. On the terrace, actually. Come on. I guide her outside where I've already set up on the small balcony overlooking Madison Avenue. It's one of those perfect New York fall days. Crisp air, bright sun, the city humming below us. This is... She sinks into a chair, finally smiling. This is really nice. Don't sound so surprised. I can do nice things. You do nice things all the time. She accepts the wine I pour, taking a sip. That's the problem. My being nice is a problem. Your being perfect is a problem. She's relaxing incrementally, shoulders dropping from their position near her ears. Makes it very hard to maintain appropriate boundaries. Maybe that's the point. We eat in comfortable silence for a while. She actually looks happy, stealing grapes and humming unconsciously. Beyoncé again. For a moment I can pretend nothing's wrong. That she hasn't been pulling away. That something didn't happen at Mother's party that she won't tell me about. Thank you, she says eventually. For this. I needed it. You need to tell me what's wrong. Her face shudders immediately. Christian. Don't, I catch her hand before she can retreat. Don't shut me out. Not anymore. I'm not. Mr. Henderson. The receptionist appears in the doorway. There's a delivery for Miss Williams. Send it up, Destiny says, already pulling her hand free. A minute later, the receptionist returns with an enormous bouquet. Roses, lilies, baby's breath. The kind of overwhelming arrangement that screams apology or manipulation. Secret admirer? I joke, but something cold settles in my stomach. Destiny takes the card with trembling fingers. The color drains from her face as she reads it. I need to... She stands so fast her chair tips. I have to go. Destiny... I have a thing. An appointment. I forgot. She's backing toward the door, flowers abandoned on the table. Stop! I'm up, blocking her escape. What did the card say? Nothing. Just... I pluck it from her unresisting fingers. The message is short. Tick-tock, Des. 5 days left. T. T for Terrell. It's not a question. The cold in my stomach turns to ice. He's threatening you. It's nothing. I can handle it. Like hell. I crumple the card. What does he have? What's 5 days? Christian, please. No! I back her against the terrace railing, caging her in. No more running. No more deflecting. Tell me what he's holding over you. I can't. You can't, or you won't. Both. She's shaking now, tears threatening. God, can't you just let it go? Let it go. I laugh, but it's hollow. Someone's threatening the woman. I threatening you, and you want me to let it go? Yes! Because if you get involved, it all falls apart. What falls apart? Everything. The word explodes out of her. Us, the arrangement, your reputation, my job, everything we've built. Destiny. I gentle my voice, cupping her face. We're partners. Whatever this is, we face it together. We're not partners. Tears spill over. We're employer and employee playing pretend, and he knows it. My breath catches in my throat. He knows about the contract. She nods miserably. How? Does it matter? He has it. Photos of the whole thing. She tries to pull away, but I hold firm. He wants the Martinez development deal. Says if you don't approve it, he'll expose us to everyone. That's why you've been... Understanding crashes over me. You've been carrying this alone for 2 days? What was I supposed to say? Hey, Christian, your fake fiancé is being blackmailed because our fake relationship is about to destroy your real business? Yes. I pull her against me. That's exactly what you should have said. He gave me a week. I thought maybe I could figure something out. Stop. I tilt her chin up. Look at me. She does, eyes swimming with tears and fear and something else. Something that makes my chest tight. Do you trust me? Christian, simple question. Do you trust me? Yes, she whispers. More than I should. Then let me handle this. Let me protect you. I don't need protection. I need... She breaks off, frustrated. I'm scared, okay? Not of Terrell. Of this. Of us. Of how real it's become. It is real. No, we have a contract. Screw the contract. The words come out rough. It stopped being about the contract the moment you walked into my life and turned everything upside down. Christian, I love you. There, said. No taking it back. I'm in love with you, Destiny Williams. Not fake love, not arrangement love, real, messy, terrifying love. She's crying harder now. You can't just... I can. I am. I brush away her tears. And I think you love me too. That's not the point. That's the only point that matters. I lean my forehead against hers. Let me prove it. Let me show you that this is worth fighting for. That we're worth fighting for. How? We tell the truth. The solution is so simple it's almost laughable. Tonight, we bring our families together and tell them everything. Everything? She pulls back to stare at me. The contract, the fake engagement, all of it? All of it. Then we tell them the rest, that somewhere in the middle of faking it, we fell in love for real. They'll be furious. Probably. Your mother will disown you. Doubtful. She likes you more than me. This is insane. Is it? I frame her face with my hands. Is it any more insane than pretending we don't love each other? Than letting Terrell use our fear against us? She's quiet for a long moment, searching my face. Then, softly, you really love me? Desperately, completely. Probably since you called me a self-righteous jackass on a beach. A watery laugh escapes her. That's a long time to keep it secret. Pot, meet kettle. I love you too, she admits, and my heart stops. I love you and it terrifies me, and I have no idea how to do this without a contract telling me the rules. We make our own rules. I kiss her gently, tasting tears and possibility, starting with honesty. No more secrets, no more protection. Just truth. Just truth, she echoes. God, Patricia's going to murder us. Evelyn might help hide the bodies. Definitely. She's smiling now, real and bright. When do we do this? Tonight. Dinner here. Family meeting. I kiss her again, deeper this time. We'll face them together. Together. She melts against me. I like the sound of that. Good. Because after we survive my mother and Evelyn, we're going to destroy Terrell Washington. Christian! He threatened you, tried to use you. My voice hardens. That's unforgivable. What are you going to do? What I do best? Protect what's mine. I pull her closer. And you, Destiny Williams, are definitely mine. Possessive much? When it comes to you, absolutely. She kisses me then, soft and sweet and full of promise. When we break apart, she's smiling. Okay, she says. Let's do this. Tonight, truth and consequences. Truth and consequences, I agree. We stand there on the terrace, holding each other while New York buzzes below. In a few hours, we'll sit across from our families and confess everything. It might destroy us. It might set us free. But right now, with destiny in my arms and truth finally between us, I can't bring myself to care about the consequences. We're done with fake. It's time for real.
Chapter 16. Destiny. The dining room feels like a courtroom. Christian and I sit on one side of his massive table, Patricia and Grandma Evelyn on the other. Between us, Caesar salad. Nobody's touching, wine nobody's drinking, and approximately 3 metric tons of dread. So, Patricia says, slicing through the silence like a scalpel. Are you pregnant? I choke on air. What? The emergency family dinner? The serious faces? The way Christian keeps touching your hand? She sips her wine. I assumed pregnancy. Nobody's pregnant, Christian says firmly. Pity, Patricia sighs. Would have been simpler. Patricia, Grandma chides gently. Let them speak. Right. Speaking. That thing where words come out and make sense. I open my mouth, close it, open it again like a demented goldfish. We have something to tell you, Christian starts, his CEO voice steady. About our relationship. Finally, Patricia mutters. Mother? What? You two have been acting stranger than usual all week. Destiny reorganized the spice rack. Twice. Christian's been walking into walls. She leans forward. Spit it out. I find my voice in the face of her impatience. Our engagement isn't real. The words land like grenades. Grandma's fork pauses halfway to her mouth. Patricia's eyebrows climb toward her hairline. Excuse me? Grandma sets down her fork carefully. Too carefully. It started as a business arrangement. Christian takes over. After Mother's cats. My cats? Patricia's voice rises. What do my babies have to do with? You threatened to move in, he reminds her. With all 5 of them. And your craft supplies? So you hired a fake fiancé? She turns to me. Is that what you are? Hired help? No, we say in unison. It's more complicated than that, I manage. She was trying to survive her ex-fiancé's wedding, Christian says quietly. And I was trying to survive you. So you lied. Grandma's voice is soft, which is worse than yelling. You've been lying to us for months. Yes, I whisper. There's more, Christian says, because apparently we're going for complete destruction tonight. Terrell Washington is blackmailing us. He has photos of our contract. He what? Patricia's wine glass hits the table hard enough to slosh. He wants a development deal in exchange for silence, I explain. We have 5 days before he exposes everything. 4 days, Christian corrects. He sent flowers today. Flowers? Grandma's eyes narrow. That boy sent you flowers. Threatening flowers, I clarify, like that makes it better. The silence that follows is deafening. I can hear my own heartbeat. Christian's breathing, the tick of the grandfather clock in the corner, counting down our remaining seconds of family harmony. Then Patricia laughs, not a chuckle, not a polite titter. A full-bodied, throw her head back, tears in her eyes laugh that goes on for so long, I start to wonder if she's having a breakdown. Oh, she gasps, clutching her chest. Oh, this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Mother, Christian looks as confused as I feel. Are you okay? Okay? I'm delighted. She wipes her eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? What? Darling, I've known since week 2. She grins at our shocked faces. You went from barely tolerating each other to living together. Destiny showed up in a college sweatshirt looking panicked. You suddenly developed cat allergies after 32 years. You knew? I squeak. Of course I knew. A mother always knows. She turns to Grandma. Evelyn, dear, don't look so stern. You knew too. I suspected, Grandma admits slowly. The way they looked at each other, it was too careful, too practiced. But you never said anything, Christian protests. Why would I? Patricia shrugs. You were finally happy, both of you. Fake or not, you were good for each other. So you just let us lie? I let you find your way. Her expression softens. And you did, didn't you? Found your way to each other? I feel tears building. How are you not furious? Oh, I'm furious about the lying, Patricia assures me. We'll circle back to that. But Destiny, sweetheart, did you really think I'd give you my mother's house for a fake relationship? You knew it was fake when you gave it to us? I knew you were in love. She says it simply. Both of you. Terrible at hiding it, by the way. The lingering looks, the unconscious touching, the way you anticipate each other's needs. We have a contract, I interrupt weakly. So? Patricia waves dismissively. I had a prenup with Richard. Didn't stop me from falling desperately in love with him. This is different. Is it? Grandma speaks up, studying me with those knowing eyes. Baby girl, do you love him? The question hangs in the air. No more hiding, No more pretending. Yes, I whisper. I love him. And Christian, Patricia prompts. Since we're being honest, I've been in love with her since she called me self-righteous on a beach, he admits. Everything since then has been me trying not to scare her away. Well, Grandma sits back. That's that then. That's that? I stare at her. We've been lying to you for months, and that's that? Would you prefer I disown you? She raises an eyebrow. Throw my wine in your face, storm out dramatically, maybe a little. Too much effort. She picks up her fork. Besides, you've punished yourself enough. I've watched you tie yourself in knots over this baby. The guilt's been eating you alive. She's right. The relief of confession is making me dizzy. Now, Patricia says briskly, about this Terrell situation, he's blackmailing my children? Technically, I'm not your child, I point out. You're marrying my son. Close enough. She pulls out her phone. Christopher needs to hear this. He has connections. We don't need... Hush. She's already dialing. Christopher, yes, darling. No, nobody's dead. Yet. I need you here. Bring Lance. Who's Lance? I ask Christian. Family lawyer, he explains. Very good, very flexible with ethics. Perfect. Patricia sets down her phone. He'll be here in 20. Now, let's eat and you can tell us the whole story. Start from the beginning. Leave nothing out. So we do. The whole messy truth. From the beach to the contract to falling in love despite ourselves. Grandma's eyes missed when I describe losing her ring. Patricia snorts when Christian admits the cats traumatized him into desperation. You could have just told me no, she points out. I did, repeatedly. You shipped them anyway. Details, she waves him off. The important thing is, it worked. You found destiny. I found a fake fiancé who became real, he corrects. Same thing. She turns to me. The ring situation, Christian found it? Weeks ago, I admit. He was afraid to tell me. Afraid? Grandma frowns. Why? Christian shifts uncomfortably. Because giving it back felt like crossing a line, making things real when I wasn't sure she was ready. Men, Patricia sighs, always making decisions for us. Right. I lean forward. Thank you. He does it constantly. I'm sitting right here. Christian protests. Good. Take notes. Patricia points her fork at him. Women don't need protection from the truth. We need partners who trust us with it. I'm learning that, he says quietly, taking my hand. Christopher arrives with Lance before we can go deeper. My almost brother-in-law takes one look at the scene and grins. Family meeting about the fake engagement? Finally. You knew too? Christian demands. Please, you're my twin. You think I can't tell when you're lying? He plops into a chair. Plus, Destiny called me a bastard within 5 minutes of meeting me. Knew she was perfect for you right then. I did not call you. Implied it. Strongly. He steals a bread roll. So, what's the emergency? Mother sounded ready to commit murder. Terrell Washington is blackmailing them, Patricia announces. He has their contract. Christopher's easy demeanor vanishes. He what? We explain again. Lance takes notes, occasionally making thoughtful humming sounds that probably cost $500 each. The paralegal, he says finally. Kevin Lane, I can have him disbarred by morning. That doesn't solve the photo problem, I point out. No, but it's a start. He taps his pen. The development deal. What's Henderson's position? Hard pass, Christian says immediately. Martinez Industries is hemorrhaging money. Terrell's trying to use us as a life raft. So let him drown, Christopher suggests. Call his bluff. And if he releases the photos, then we control the narrative. Lance leans back. Exclusive interview. Star-crossed lovers who started fake but found real love. People eat that up. Absolutely not, Christian and I say together. Our private life isn't entertainment, I add. Everything's entertainment if you spin it right, Christopher argues. Trust me, I've had 3 scandals this year alone. 4, Patricia corrects. You're forgetting Vegas. Vegas doesn't count. What happens there, etc. You married a stripper named Bambi, exotic dancer, and it's annulled. He turns back to us. Point is, Terrell only has power if we're scared. Take away the fear, you take away his leverage. It's not that simple, I protest. Christian's reputation will survive, Patricia interrupts. Darling, do you really think anyone cares how you two started? What matters is where you are now. In love, Grandma adds firmly. The rest is just details. Expensive, potentially ruinous details, Christian mutters. Oh, please. Patricia rolls her eyes. Your father and I started with a business arrangement too. His parents paid me to date him. Everyone stares at her. What? Christian manages. $100 a date. I was broke. He was shy. His parents were desperate. She smiles at the memory. Took exactly 3 dates before I was ready to pay them to let me keep him. You never told me this, Christian says faintly. You never asked. Point is, love finds a way. Even through contracts and lies and manipulative ex-fiancés. This is blackmail, not a meet-cute, I remind her. Everything's a meet-cute if you survive it, Christopher philosophizes. Speaking of which, why don't we just destroy Terrell? Christopher, Patricia warns. What? I'm not talking violence, just good old-fashioned ruination. He grins. Lance, what do we have on Martinez Industries? Without checking? Probably tax evasion, maybe some light fraud, the usual. The usual? I look between them. Do you regularly destroy people? Only when they threaten family, Patricia says sweetly. Which you are, fake start or not. I can't. Emotion clogs my throat. You're all being too nice about this. Would you prefer we be mean? Christopher asks. Because I can work with that. Destiny, you lying liar who lies. Christopher, Grandma says mildly. Stop teasing my granddaughter. Yes, ma'am, he salutes. But seriously, why are we letting Terrell call the shots? We have resources. We have Lance. We have me, which is basically a weapon of mass destruction. You're a weapon of mass embarrassment, Christian corrects. Tomato, tomato. He steals another role. Let's go nuclear. No nuclear, I say firmly. I don't want to destroy him. I just want him to leave us alone. Boring but fair, Christopher sighs. Lance, non-destructive options. They launch into legal strategy while my head spins. This isn't how I expected tonight to go. Confession, tears, maybe some shouting, sure. But acceptance? Support. Patricia plotting Terrell's downfall over dessert. You okay? Christian murmurs. I don't know. I'm honest. This is a lot too much? No, just different than I imagined. You imagined them disowning us? Maybe a little. He squeezes my hand. My family doesn't disown. They absorb, like very affectionate parasites. I heard that, Patricia calls, and I prefer symbiotic relationship. You gave us a house you knew we were too fake to deserve. He points out. I gave you a house because you were too stupid to see you were real. She stands, moving around the table to pull us both into a hug. My darling idiots. Did you really think you could fool a mother's heart? Yes, I manage, muffled against designer fabric. Well, you couldn't. Now stop fretting and let us handle Terrell. She pulls back, cupping my face. You've been carrying everyone else's feelings for too long. Let us carry yours for once. I don't know how, I admit. Then, learn, Grandma joins our huddle. That's what family does, baby girl. We carry each other. I'm crying again, but it's different. Cleaner, like something poisonous is finally draining away. We still have to deal with Terrell, Christian reminds us. 4 days. We'll handle it, Lance says confidently. I'll file some preemptive injunctions, make some calls. He'll regret trying to extort a Henderson. And if he still releases the photos? Then we tell our truth louder than his lies, Patricia says simply. Love wins, darling. Always. That's terrifyingly optimistic, Christopher notes. That's experience, she corrects. Now, who wants dessert? We have a war to plan. As they drift toward the kitchen, debating strategy and pastry, Grandma holds me back. Come with me, she says quietly. We need to talk. She leads me to Christian's study, settling on the leather couch with a grace that belies her years. I sit beside her, suddenly nervous again. I'm sorry, I start. About lying, about the ring, about... Hush, she takes my hands. I'm not here to scold you. You're not? Baby girl, do you know why I gave you that ring? Because I'm the only granddaughter? Because you're brave. Her eyes are soft. Just like your mother, just like me. Brave enough to love after loss. I don't feel brave. I feel terrified. Same thing, just different angles. She squeezes my hands. Your parents would be so proud, finding love again after heartbreak, fighting for it, even when it's complicated. It started as a lie, Grandma. It started as survival, she corrects. 2 hurt people helping each other heal. Nothing wrong with that. But, do you love him? More than I thought possible, I admit. Then the rest is just paperwork. She pulls me close. Your mother used to say love was like water. It finds its own level no matter what containers you put it in. I miss them, I whisper. I know, baby, but they're here. In your courage, in your heart, in the way you choose love even when it scares you. We sit in comfortable silence, her arms around me like armor against the world. For what it's worth, she says eventually, I like Christian. He looks at you like you hung the moon. He's everything I didn't know I needed. Then fight for him, for this, for the life you're building together. She pulls back to meet my eyes. And next time, tell me the truth from the start. I'm too old for dramatic reveals. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now let's go stop your future mother-in-law from hiring a hitman. She wouldn't actually... Oh, baby girl, Grandma laughs. You have so much to learn about Patricia Henderson. We return to find the War Council in full swing. Christopher's drawing diagrams. Lance is citing precedents. Patricia's texting furiously while Christian tries to contain the chaos. We could leak his business failures, Christopher suggests. We're not leaking anything, Christian says firmly. Party pooper. What about a strongly worded letter? From Lance? That's actually not terrible. See, I have good ideas sometimes. Emphasis on sometimes, Patricia murmurs. I watch them plot and plan and protect. This family that's claimed me despite my lies, and something settles in my chest, not quite peace, there's still Terrell to handle. but close. Hey, Christian pulls me aside. You okay? Yeah. I lean into him. I think I actually am. Even with Christopher suggesting we frame Terrell for tax fraud? I didn't say frame, Christopher protests. I said expose. Totally different. Both illegal, Lance notes mildly. Details? I laugh, surprising myself. Even with that. Especially with that. Good. Christian kisses my temple. Because they're not going to stop. Fair warning. I don't want them to stop. And I mean it. This is what family does, right? Circle the wagons, plot dubiously legal revenge. In this family? Absolutely. Then I guess I better get used to it. Is that a yes to making this real? He's trying for casual, but I hear the hope underneath. No more contracts? No more arrangements? That's a yes to figuring it out together, I correct. Real feelings, real relationship, real consequences. I'll take it. Good. Because your mother's already planning our wedding. We look over to where Patricia's pulled out her infamous binder, showing Grandma something that makes her clap with delight. May flowers, Christian reads over her shoulder. She's got us down for May. Of course she does, but I'm smiling. Think we can handle a real engagement by then? Destiny Williams, he says formally. I think we can handle anything. Looking around at this chaotic, wonderful, slightly terrifying family that's chosen to be mine, I believe him.
Chapter 17. Christian. It's done. Lance sets his phone on my desk with the satisfaction of a man who bills by the minute. Cease and desist delivered to Mr. Washington 10 minutes ago. He has 24 hours to respond before we file criminal charges. Criminal charges? Destiny looks up from her laptop. She's been working from my office all morning, close enough to touch, but carefully maintaining distance, like we're both afraid of what happens when we stop pretending. For what? Extortion, primarily. Theft of proprietary information. Harassment. Lance ticks them off on manicured fingers. I may have implied connections to corporate espionage. Lance. What? He threatened my clients. I don't play nice with people who threaten my clients. He stands, smoothing his suit. Call me when he inevitably shows up. They always show up. Always, Destiny asks. Desperate men do desperate things. Lance pauses at the door. Keep security on alert. Just in case. He leaves us in silence that feels heavier than it should. 3 days since we told our families. 3 days of careful navigation around this new reality where we're together, but haven't quite figured out how. He won't actually show up, Destiny says, but she's gnawing her lip the way she does when anxious. Right? Probably not. I move behind her chair, hands hovering over her shoulders. May I? She nods, and I start massaging the knots I know are there. She melts under my touch, head falling back. God, that's good, she sighs. How are you so good at this? Practice. I work my thumbs along her spine. You carry tension like armor. Occupational hazard of falling for my boss. Former boss, I correct. Soon to be business partner. Semantics, but she's smiling. Christian? What are we doing? My hand still. What do you mean? This. She gestures between us. We're together but not. Living together but separate. I'm still sleeping in the guest room. You don't have to. And we haven't even kissed since telling our families. She turns to face me. Are we afraid of being real? Yes, I admit. Terrified. Oh, good. It's not just me. I laugh, pulling her to her feet. Destiny Williams, are you saying you want to kiss me? I'm saying I want to stop pretending we don't want to kiss each other. She steps closer. I'm saying maybe we should. The office door slams open. We jump apart like guilty teenagers as Terrell Washington storms in, looking like he hasn't slept in days. You bastard! He snarls, waving papers. Lance's cease and desist. You bastard! Security's already moving, but I hold up a hand. It's fine, Marcus. Mr. Washington was just leaving. Like hell. Terrell's eyes are wild. Do you know what you've done? Do you have any idea? Protecting what's mine? I move to shield Destiny. Yes, I'm aware. Protecting? He laughs, but it's broken. You've destroyed everything. Martinez pulled out. The investors are gone. Jasmine left. I have nothing. That's not our fault, Destiny says quietly. Isn't it? He focuses on her, and I tense. If you just helped with the deal. You tried to blackmail us, I remind him. I tried to survive. The fight goes out of him suddenly. He collapses into a chair, head in his hands. I'm losing everything. The company, the apartment, the baby. What? Destiny moves past me despite my attempt to stop her. What about the baby? Jasmine left. Went back to Houston. Says I'm toxic. He looks up, eyes red. She's probably right. Terrell, I messed up, okay? With you, with her, with everything. He runs his hands through his hair. I thought if I could just close this deal, prove I was worth something. Your worth isn't tied to deals, Destiny says gently. Easy for you to say. You landed him. He gestures at me. Upgraded from middle management to CEO. That's not... She stops, takes a breath. You're right. I did upgrade, but not because of money or status. No? Because he sees me. She glances at me. Really sees me. Not as someone to manage or control or shape into something else. Just... me. I saw you, Terrell protests. You saw what you wanted me to be. Her voice is sad but firm. There's a difference. The office falls quiet. I watch Destiny handle her ex with grace I'm not sure I could manage and fall a little more in love with her. The photos, I say finally. Delete them. Sign an NDA. Walk away clean. Or Lance buries you in litigation until your grandchildren are paying legal fees. Christian, Destiny warns. What? It's true. We had 6 years together, Terrell. And despite what happened between us, how you hurt me, those 6 years was a part of my life that I'm thankful about. It made me the person I am, and it wasn't all bad. So we are giving you this grace. Take it and don't show your face in front of me ever again, Destiny solemnly declares. Terrell stares at her with wide eyes and slowly pulls out his phone with shaking hands. Password. I give him access to our secure deletion system. Watch him upload and destroy every copy of our contract. When it's done, he looks smaller somehow. Deflated. Now what? He asks. Now you rebuild. I move to my desk, pull out a business card. Harrison Financial Consulting. They specialize in struggling businesses. Tell them I sent you. He stares at the card. Why would you help me? Because Destiny's right. Your worth isn't tied to deals. I think of my own spiral before she arrived. Sometimes we need help remembering that. I tried to destroy you. You tried to save yourself the wrong way. I shrug. We've all been there. He pockets the card, stands slowly. Des, I'm sorry for everything. I know. She offers a small smile. Take care of yourself, Terrell. Really take care. He nods and leaves, Marcus escorting him out. The door closes with a soft click that sounds like an ending. That was... Destiny turns to me. Unexpected. Which part? All of it. You helping him falling apart. She shakes her head. I thought there'd be more drama. Disappointed. Relieved. She moves closer. Is it really over? Lance will handle the NDA, but yes, it's over. I catch her hand. No more blackmail. No more threats. Just us. Just us, she repeats. So what now? Now? I pull her against me. Now we stop being afraid. Of this. I kiss her like I've wanted to for days, weeks, maybe since the beginning. She makes a soft sound of surprise before melting into me, hands fisting in my shirt. Finally, she breathes when we break apart. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to do that? 3 days, 4 hours, and approximately 17 minutes? You counted. I always count when it comes to you. I kiss her again, backing her against the desk. Drive me crazy with your counting. That's rich coming from the man who alphabetizes his apps. By category and frequency of use, I defend between kisses. It's efficient. It's neurotic. But she's smiling against my mouth. Take me home. It's 2 p.m. Christian Henderson, are you seriously prioritizing work over your girlfriend right now? Girlfriend. The word hits like lightning. Say that again. What? That you're prioritizing? The other part? Understanding dawns in her eyes. Your girlfriend, though that seems inadequate for what we are. What are we? Everything, she says simply. We're everything. I'm kissing her again before the words fully land. Deeper this time, pouring 3 days of hesitation into the connection. She responds with equal fervor, and suddenly the office feels too public, too exposed. Home, I agree. Now. The drive is torture. 20 minutes of her hand on my thigh, her perfume filling the car, her humming that Beyoncé song that means she's happy. By the time we reach the penthouse, I'm practically vibrating with need. Calm down, she laughs as I fumble with the keys. I'm not going anywhere. Promise. Promise. She takes the keys, opens the door with steady hands. Christian, we're really doing this? Unless you've changed your mind. Never. She pulls me inside. I just wanted to be sure. I silence her with another kiss, walking her backward toward the bedroom. Our bedroom. The one she's been avoiding since our confession. No more guest room, I say against her lips. No more walls, she agrees. No more pretending. God, no more pretending. We collide with the bed, laughing at our eagerness. But when I look down at her, spread across my sheets like she belongs there, the laughter dies.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Later, much later, we order Thai food and eat it in bed, still naked, still touching like we can't quite believe this is allowed now. No regrets? I ask, watching her steal my pad CEU. Only one. She grins at my alarm. I regret not jumping you that first day in the penthouse. When I was covered in cat hair and having an allergy attack. Especially then. You were so indignant, so righteous. She laughs. So hot. You have weird taste. I have excellent taste. She feeds me a noodle. I chose you, didn't I? Technically, I chose you first. That day on the beach. You thought you were saving me. Turns out you were saving me. I catch her hand. Every day since. Sap, she accuses, but she's smiling. You're sap, I correct. Mine, she agrees. No takebacks. Wouldn't dream of it. We finish dinner, shower together, which leads to another round against the tile wall, her leg hooked over my hip as I drive into her, and finally collapse back in bed as the sun sets over Manhattan. Christian! She's drawing patterns on my chest again. What happens now? Now? I pull her closer. Now we live. Real life. Real relationship. Real future. Together? Together, I confirm. No more contracts. No more arrangements, just us. I like the sound of that. She yawns. I love you. I love you too. I kiss her temple. Sleep. We have the rest of our lives to figure out the details. She's asleep in minutes, trusting and warm against me. I lie awake a bit longer, marveling at how we got here. From a beach rescue to a fake engagement to this real, messy, perfect love. Tomorrow there'll be work and families and 1,000 things to navigate for this to work, but I know that this woman beside me is worth it.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 18, Destiny. I'm going to murder them both. Christian looks up from his laptop, barely suppressing a grin. Your grandmother or my mother? Yes. I collapse on his office couch, waving my phone like evidence. They've booked a cake tasting, venue tours, and something called a marriage preparation retreat without asking us. When's the retreat? Next weekend? It's in Vermont. There are trust falls involved. Absolutely not. That's what I said. Patricia called me unspontaneous. I throw my arm over my eyes. Me? The woman who threw a treasured family relic into the ocean. Unspontaneous. To be fair, you have color-coded our streaming service queue. By genre and likelihood of watching. It's practical. Also, you color code things. Why does it sound like I'm doing something naughty coming from you? I pout, glaring at him. He abandons of his laptop to join me on the couch, pulling me against his chest. 2 months of being real, and I still melt every time he casually touches me. We could elope, he suggests, pressing a kiss to my temple. Patricia would hunt us down. Evelyn would help hide the bodies. True. His hand traces lazy patterns on my arm. Speaking of families behaving, Christopher's bringing his girlfriend to dinner tonight. I sit up so fast I nearly headbutt him. Christopher has a girlfriend? The same one? For 2 months? I'm as shocked as you are. Apparently her name's Sarah. She's a pediatric surgeon, and she finds him charmingly chaotic. Someone finds Christopher charming? Love makes people delusional. He grins at my expression. Present company included? Excuse me, I'm perfectly rational about loving you. You alphabetized my underwear drawer by color and fabric type. Delusional, he repeats, kissing me before I can argue further. My phone buzzes with another wedding-related text, and I groan. Why did we tell them we're getting married in May? That's only 3 months away. Because you said spring sounded romantic. Past me was an idiot. Current me wants a courthouse and a nice dinner. Liar. He knows me too well. You want the dress and the flowers and our families there. You just don't want the planning. The planning is going to kill me. Do you know how many opinions Patricia has about napkin colors? 17. 17 different opinions about white versus ivory. They're the same color. That's what I said. She threatened to disown me. She threatens to disown someone weekly. Last week, it was Christopher for wearing cargo shorts to brunch. Those shorts were a crime against humanity, I defend. But seriously, how are we supposed to plan a wedding when I'm trying to restructure the entire Miami operation? Delegate? To whom? Patricia? She'll have us married in a castle with actual swans. Swans are mean? Exactly. I curl into him. I just want something simple, real, us. Then that's what we'll have. He kisses my forehead. I'll handle them. You said that about the cake tasting. We're still going Saturday. Strategic retreat isn't defeat. It is when Patricia's involved. My phone buzzes again. Oh, good. Evelyn sent dress options. Why do they all have trains? Where am I going that requires a train? Down an aisle? I could just walk. Novel concept. He's quiet then. Do you not want to marry me? I pull back to see his face. What? No. Christian, of course I want to marry you. You seem miserable about the whole thing. I'm miserable about the production, the wedding industrial complex nonsense. I cup his face. Marrying you? That's the only part I'm sure about. Good. He relaxes. Because I have plans. What kind of plans? Saturday plans? Beach plans? He's doing that thing where he tries to look innocent and fails spectacularly. Wear something warm. The beach in February? Trust me. Always, I say without hesitation, which earns me one of his rare full smiles. Saturday arrives cold but clear. Christian's been suspiciously calm all morning, which usually means he's plotting something. I've learned to recognize the signs: excessive coffee consumption, checking his phone every 3 minutes, and reorganizing things that are already organized. You alphabetize the fruit, I observe, watching him arrange apple slices. They were chaotic? They were fruit. Chaotic fruit. He kisses me quick, tasting like coffee and nerves. Ready? For our mysterious beach trip? Sure. I eye his messenger bag. What's in there? Beach things. It's 40 degrees. Warm beach things. Christian, do you trust me? He asks again. You know I do. Then stop asking questions and get in the car. The drive to Montauk is familiar now. We've made it a few times, always ending up at the same stretch of beach where everything started. Our beginning place, he calls it. I call it where I made the worst financial decision of my life, but his way sounds more romantic. Remember the first time we came back here? I ask as we park. You cried for an hour. Happy tears, mostly. I'd been overwhelmed seeing the place without panic, with him beside me instead of storming off in judgment. You held me the whole time. Best hour of my life, until that point anyway. He grabs the bag, then my hand. Come on. The beach is empty, wind whipping off the water hard enough to sting. I huddle into Christian's side as we walk toward the water. This is where I almost died, I say conversationally. This is where I saved you. You pulled me out of water I could have escaped myself. Agree to disagree. He stops at what must be the spot, though it all looks the same to me. Destiny. Christian, I mimic his serious tone. Why do you look like you're about to have a corporate breakdown? I'm not having a breakdown. You're sweating. It's 40 degrees and you're sweating. It's warm under this coat. Uh-huh. I move to face him fully. What's going on? I've been thinking about our story, he says instead of answering. How we tell people we met, dramatically with poor judgment on both sides. Fate, he corrects. Two people in the wrong place at the wrong time, finding exactly what they needed. That's very poetic for a man who schedules his bathroom breaks. I'm trying to be romantic. You're succeeding, also scaring me a little. I study his face. Christian, what? I love you, he interrupts. I need you to know that first, before anything else. I love you completely, desperately, permanently. I love you too, I say slowly. Are you dying? You sound like you're dying. I'm not dying. I'm proposing. The words don't compute. You're what? Proposing, asking you to marry me. For real this time. He's reaching into the messenger bag. I know we've done everything backward. Fake engagement, real feelings, telling our families being together. But I want to do this right. Christian, let me finish. Please. He pulls out a small velvet box, then another. Months ago, you stood on this beach and threw away your past, your grandmother's ring, which represented everything you thought love should be. How is this romantic? That was traumatic. It was brave. He opens the first box, revealing Grandma's ring, restored and gleaming. You were hurt and angry, and you still chose to feel everything, to risk everything. By throwing jewelry into the ocean, like a toddler. By refusing to settle for less than you deserved. He opens the second box, and my breath catches. It's the contemporary ring from the shop, the one I couldn't stop staring at. I bought this the day after you tried it on. Carried it for weeks trying to figure out how to give it to you. You bought it then? But we were still fake? Yeah, didn't feel fake when you looked at it like it was everything you wanted. He sets both boxes on a piece of driftwood, then takes my hands. I'm not good at speeches. You know this. I practice presentations for hours and still sometimes forget my own name. But I need you to hear this. I'm listening. You changed everything. My life, my perspective, my stupid alphabetized existence. You walked in with your chaos and your competence and your refusal to let me hide behind systems, his thumb stroke over my knuckles. You made me want more than arrangements and contracts, made me believe in messy, real, complicated love. Christian, I whisper, but he's not done. I know we're already engaged. I know Patricia and Evelyn are planning a wedding that's spiraling into madness. I know none of this is traditional or makes sense. He releases one hand to gesture at the boxes. But I wanted to ask you properly, to give you a choice. A choice? Your past, he nods to Grandma's ring, or your future. The contemporary ring catches the light. Or both, or neither. I don't care what you wear. I just care that you choose me. You absolute romantic disaster. I breathe. Is that a yes? That's a get on your knee properly if we're doing this. He drops so fast he almost faceplants in the sand. I laugh, helping steady him. Destiny Williams, he starts, then stops. I had a whole speech planned. What happened to it? You smiled and I forgot words exist. He's looking up at me like I hung the moon. Marry me? For real this time. No contracts, no arrangements. Just us. Just us, I repeat, tears streaming. Yes, obviously yes. Which ring? I look at both. These symbols of where I've been and where I'm going. Both. Grandma's on my right hand to remember where I came from. The new one on my left for where we're going. Both it is. He slides them on with shaking hands, then stands and kisses me like the world's ending. I can't believe you proposed where I committed jewelry abuse, I say against his lips. I can't believe you said yes where you called me self-righteous. You were self-righteous. You were dramatic. Were, I pull back. Past tense. Okay, are. Present tense. Continuing state of being. That's better. I admire how both rings look on my hands. They're perfect. You're perfect. Now who's dramatic? But I'm crying again. Happy tears this time. I love you. Real love. Ridiculous. Life-ruining love. Life-creating love. He corrects. We created this whole life from a lie. From a truth we didn't recognize yet. I think about everything that's led us here. We just took the long way around. Worth it? Every confusing, contract-bound second. We stay on the beach despite the cold, holding each other and watching the waves that started everything. He tells me about buying the ring, how he'd known even then. I tell him about falling in love somewhere between spreadsheets and cat disasters. My grandmother and your mother are going to be insufferable, I realize. Patricia's probably already sensed this happened through the atmosphere. She's definitely planning the engagement party as we speak. With swans? Probably flamingos? She's escalating. God help us. I lean into him. Think we can convince them to elope? Not a chance. But we can negotiate. CEO mode? COO mode, he corrects. You're better at managing impossible personalities. Flatterer. Truth teller. He spins me suddenly, making me laugh. We're really doing this. We've been doing this for months. But now it's official. Real proposal, real engagement, real wedding coming whether we're ready or not. I'm ready, I tell him. Been ready since you made me tea correctly the first time. That was week 2. Exactly. I kiss him once more. Now take me home. We have mothers to manage and a wedding to wrestle back from the brink of swan-filled disaster. Flamingos, he corrects. Either way, we're doomed. Together, though. Together, I agree. We walk back to the car hand in hand, leaving only footprints on the beach where everything started, where I threw away my past and found my future, where a fake arrangement became the most real thing in my life. Hey, I say as we drive away. Thank you. For what? For saving me that day, even if I didn't need saving. You saved me right back. He brings my hand to his lips, kissing right between both rings. Every day since. Sap, you're sap. Forever? Forever, he confirms. And for the first time since the old lady started planning, I'm actually excited about the wedding. Not the production or the swans, or whatever Patricia's concocting, but the marriage, the life, the future we're choosing together. Both rings catch the light as he drives, past and future on the same hand. And I think maybe that's perfect. We're all our experiences, all our choices, all our mistakes and triumphs combined. Besides, who needs a simple love story when you can have whatever beautiful mess we've created?
Chapter 19. Christian. No. Christian, be reasonable. Absolutely not. Never. Not if the fate of Henderson Hotels depended on it. Mother sighs dramatically from across my desk. It's just a small ice sculpture of 2 swans forming a heart. That's not small, that's a cry for help. I look to Destiny for support, but she's bent over her laptop, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. This isn't funny. It's a little funny, she manages. Your face when she said swan heart. Evelyn loves the idea, Mother adds, like that's a winning argument. Evelyn also loved the idea of a flash mob proposal. Her judgment is compromised by wedding fever. We've been planning this wedding for 3 months, Mother says. You vetoed everything fun. I vetoed live butterflies, a champagne fountain, and something called mood lighting. All wedding staples. All ridiculous. I turn to Destiny. Help me. Oh no. She holds up her hands. I'm Switzerland in the wedding wars. Also, I have real work to do. The Miami numbers won't analyze themselves. COO abandonment, I mutter. CAO dramatics, she counters without looking up. 3 weeks until the wedding, and I'm starting to understand why people elope. Between Mother and Evelyn's escalating plans and Christopher's suspicious absence from all wedding-related activities, I'm one swan sculpture away from a breakdown. Where is Christopher anyway? I ask. He's supposed to be here for tux fittings. Mother's face to something complicated. He's indisposed. Indisposed? He and Sarah are working through some things. Destiny's head snaps up. They broke up? Taking space, Mother corrects. He did something monumentally stupid, even for Christopher. What did he do? That's his story to tell. She stands, gathering her wedding binders. Fine. No swan sculpture, but I'm keeping the chocolate fountain. Mother, it's that or the mime performers. Mimes, Destiny and I say together. For cocktail hour. Very avant-garde. She's already heading for the door. Chocolate fountain it is. She escapes before we can process the mime threat. She's not serious about mimes, Destiny says. Right? It's Mother. She's serious about everything ridiculous. I slump in my chair. How did we lose control so fast? Somewhere between small family wedding and Patricia discovering Pinterest. She closes her laptop, coming around the desk to perch on my lap. It'll be perfect. It'll be a circus. A perfect circus. She kisses me softly. with chocolate fountains and traumatized guests fleeing from mimes. You're supposed to be reassuring me. I'm being realistic. The ladies have gone feral. Best we can do is damage control. Her fingers play with my hair. Besides, I don't care if we get married in a circus tent surrounded by actual clowns. Long as you're there. Sap, I accuse, but I'm smiling. Learned from the best. She kisses me again, deeper this time. Now stop pouting about swans and tell me about the bachelor party. What bachelor party? The one Christopher's planning that you're pretending doesn't exist. He's not planning anything. He's too busy ruining things with Sarah. What did he do? No idea, but it must be spectacular. He hasn't answered my calls in 3 days. 3 days? She frowns. That's not like him. Nothing about this is like him. He was finally stable, happy. Then something happened last week, and now he's MIA. I run my hands through my hair. I should find him. We should find him, she corrects. Partners, remember? You have the Miami call in an hour, which I can take from the car. She's already grabbing her things. Come on, let's go save your disaster twin from himself. We find Christopher at his apartment, which looks like a hurricane hit it. He's on the couch in sweatpants and what looks like a week-old t-shirt, surrounded by empty pizza boxes and regret. Jesus, Destiny breathes. It's like a sadness bomb went off. Go away, Christopher mumbles into a pillow. Not happening. I start gathering pizza boxes. What did you do? Nothing. Try again. Everything. He sits up and he looks rough. Red eyes, stubble, the general aura of a man who's messed up beyond repair. I ruined everything. Specifics, Destiny demands, settling beside him. Start from the beginning. Sarah's pregnant. We both freeze. Destiny recovers first. That's... congratulations. She told me last week, right after the fitting. He laughs bitterly. You know what I said? Are you sure it's mine? Oh, Christopher. Destiny winces. Yeah, oh, Christopher. He drops his head in his hands. 6 months we've been together. 6 perfect months, and that's what comes out of my mouth. Why? I ask, genuinely baffled. Why would you say that? Because I'm me. He looks up, miserable. Because every relationship I've ever had has blown up. Because I married a stripper in Vegas. Because I haven't a single clue how to be a father when ours was gone half the time building hotels. I'm right here, I point out. You know what I mean? We were 10 when he died. What do I know about being a dad? What does anyone know? Destiny asks gently. You figure it out. Sarah doesn't want to figure it out with someone who questions paternity as a first response. He slumps back. She won't answer my calls. Her roommate says she's processing. How long has she been processing? 6 days. He gestures at the apartment. Hence, this is disgusting, I inform him, and pathetic, and very unlike you. I'm growing as a person into sadness. Christopher, I bought a ring, he interrupts. 2 weeks ago. Was going to propose at your wedding because I'm unoriginal and she loves weddings. He laughs again, hollow. Now she won't even text me back. Destiny and I exchange glances. She nods slightly. Get up, I order. No. Christopher Henderson, get up right now. Why? Because we're going to fix this. It's unfixable. I accuse the woman I love of cheating while she's carrying my child. There's no coming back from that. There's always a way back, Destiny says firmly. Trust me, I threw a priceless heirloom into the ocean and somehow ended up engaged to the man who fished me out. That's different. How? You two were meant to be. Even blind people could see it. He looks between us. Sarah and I... What if we're not? Then you find out by trying, not by living in filth and self-pity. I haul him to his feet. Shower! Now. But no! He trudges to the bathroom while Destiny and I tackle the apartment. By the time he emerges, looking marginally human, we've restored basic habitability. Feel better? Destiny asks. No, but I smell less like despair. He collapses in a chair. What do I do? Apologize, I say. Grovel, Destiny adds. Grand gesture? Christopher suggests hopefully. No, we shout in unison. Your grand gestures got you married to Bombi, I remind him. Try sincerity. Novel concept. I don't know how to do sincerity. I know how to do charm and deflection. Then learn. Destiny pulls out her phone. What's Sarah's address? Why? Because you're going over there. Now. Today. She stands. And we're driving you so you can't chicken out. What if she won't see me? Then you try again tomorrow. And the next day. And the next. I grab my keys. You don't give up on the woman carrying your child because you're scared. Easy for you to say. You got it right the first time. The first time? Destiny laughs. Christian hired me as a fake fiancé. We lied to everyone for months. I'm still finding cat hair in weird places. Nothing about us was right the first time. But you figured it out. By not giving up, I say simply. Now move. Sarah's waiting. The drive to Sarah's is quiet. Christopher stares out the window like a man heading to execution while Destiny texts furiously. Wedding vendors, I assume, though she's smiling like she's plotting something. What? I ask at a red light. Nothing. Just telling Evelyn and Patricia that Christopher needs our support. She grins at his groan. They're very invested in your love life. Tell them to uninvest, Christopher mutters. Too late. Patricia's already planning your baby shower. We don't even know if Sarah will talk to me. She will. Destiny's voice is certain. She loves you. Even when you're an idiot. Especially then, apparently, I add. Since you're usually an idiot. Supportive. Thanks. But there's a ghost of a smile. What do I even say? The truth, Destiny suggests. Tell her you're scared. Tell her you're sorry. Tell her you want to figure it out together. What if she says no? Then you respect that. But at least you tried. She reaches back to squeeze his shoulder. Christopher, you're going to be a great dad. How do you know? Because you're already terrified of screwing it up. That's step one. She smiles. Plus, Patricia will kill you if you're not. Very motivating. We pull up outside Sarah's building. Christopher looks like he might vomit. Go, I order. I can't. You can. You will. I turn to face him. Christopher, you're my brother. My twin. The other half of my DNA. And you're also an idiot who's about to lose the best thing that ever happened to him. Because you're scared. I pause. Don't be me. You turned out fine. After years of being emotionally constipated and hiring a fake fiancé, I gesture at Destiny. Learn from my mistakes. Be better. He takes a deep breath. Okay. He opens the door. If she kills me, tell Mother I love her. Tell her yourself at Sunday dinner, Destiny calls, with Sarah and baby plans. He flips us off but heads inside. We wait, watching the windows like creeps. Think she'll forgive him? Destiny asks. Would you? Honestly, yes. But only after making him suffer appropriately. She leans against me. He's not wrong, you know. You two didn't have the best model for relationships. We figured it out. Eventually, after contracts and cats and way too much drama, she shifts to look at me. You know you're going to be a great dad too, right? My heart stops. Destiny! Not now. She laughs at my panic. Eventually. When we're ready. When the wedding's done and Patricia's calmed down and we've had time to just be married. You've thought about it, haven't you? Yes, I admit. Little COOs terrorizing my filing systems. Little CEOs organizing their toys by market value. God help us. God help everyone else. She kisses me softly. We're going to be terrible parents. In the best way. The best worst parents ever, I agree. My phone buzzes. Christopher. She let me in. Pray for me. He's in, I report. Good. Now we wait. She settles back. So, about this bachelor party. What about it? What's the plan? Honestly? No idea. Christopher was supposed to handle it. And now he's handling a pregnancy crisis. She drums her fingers on her knee. I could plan something. You're not supposed to plan my bachelor party. Says who? Tradition? When have we ever been traditional? She's already pulling up something on her phone. What about a whiskey tasting? Very sophisticated. Very you. Very boring. Escape room? With Christopher? We'd murder each other. Good point. She scrolls. Ooh, axe throwing. Absolutely not. Christopher plus sharp objects equals emergency room. You're very limiting. I'm very realistic. I take her phone. What about yours? Evelyn and Patricia are planning a spa day. She makes a face. With cucumber water and discussions about marital duties. Sounds horrifying. Yes. She sighs. I wanted to go to that new wine bar and get inappropriately drunk while talking about how good you are in bed. I'm very good in bed. I know, I was there. She grins. Multiple times this morning. Twice isn't multiple. 3 times. You're forgetting the shower. The shower doesn't count. That was mostly logistical. Pleasure is pleasure, Christian. Don't be a snob. I'm about to respond when my phone rings. Christopher. Well, I answer on speaker. I'm going to be a dad. His voice is thick. And Sarah's going to marry me. Not right away. She wants to do counseling first and figure out our issues. But yeah, I'm going to be a dad. Christopher! Destiny squeals. That's amazing. Is it? I'm terrified. Good, I tell him. Stay terrified. It'll keep you humble. Since when am I not humble? Would you like the list chronologically or alphabetically? Get off. I'm having a moment, but he's laughing now. Sarah wants to know if you two can come up. She has questions about the wedding planning. We'll be right there, Destiny says before I can object. We spend the next 3 hours in Sarah's apartment, discussing babies and weddings and how Christopher needs to get his face together immediately. Sarah's brilliant, funny and sharp and absolutely perfect for my disaster brother. The way she looks at him, even while making him suffer, gives me hope. Promise me something, she says as we're leaving. No Vegas for the bachelor party. God, no, Christopher agrees immediately. I'm banned from 3 casinos and technically married to 2 different women there. 2? Sarah's voice is dangerously calm. Annulled! Both annulled. He looks at us desperately. Help! You're on your own, I tell him. See you at the tux fitting. Tomorrow, don't be late. We leave them to sort out the Vegas revelation. In the car, Destiny's quiet. You okay? I ask. Yeah, just thinking. She turns to me at a red light. We're really doing this. Getting married in 3 weeks. Having second thoughts? No, never. She takes my hand. Sometimes I can't believe we got here. From that beach to this. It feels like a dream. Want me to pinch you? Want me to alphabetize your inbox by sender age? That's not even possible. Watch me. We drive home bickering about organization systems, but her hand stays in mine. 3 weeks until the wedding. 3 weeks until she's officially, legally, permanently mine. Hey, she says as we pull into the garage. No mimes, right? No mimes, I confirm, though Mother did mention something about interpretive dancers. Christian? Kidding. Probably. Maybe. I help her out of the car. Would interpretive dancers be a deal breaker? Nothing's a deal breaker. She pulls me close. Well, maybe mimes, but only because they're creepy. No mimes, I promise. Just you, me, and whatever circus the old ladies create. And chocolate fountains. And chocolate fountains, I agree. And Christopher trying not to cry during his speech. He's definitely crying. $20 says you cry first, she giggles. You're on. I kiss her, slow and deep. Though I'm definitely crying. You're worth crying over. Sap. You're sap. Yeah, she agrees. Mine. 3 weeks. 3 weeks until this beautiful, chaotic woman is my wife. 3 weeks until our fake arrangement becomes our real future. I can't wait.
Chapter 20. Destiny. The cats are missing. I stare at Patricia through my veil, certain I've misheard. What? The cats, our ring bearers. They've escaped. She's remarkably calm for a woman whose grand plan is unraveling. Christopher was supposed to watch them. Christopher was supposed to, of course he was. I take a deep breath, then another. It's my wedding day. I'm in my grandmother's pearl earrings, my mother's borrowed blue handkerchief, and a dress that costs more than a car. I will not panic about missing cats. Where is he? Looking for them with the groomsmen. I'm sure they'll turn up. Patricia. The ceremony starts in 20 minutes. Plenty of time. She bustles out before I can strangle her with my veil. Still want to marry into this family? Evelyn asks from the settee, looking regal in lavender silk. Desperately, I admit, turning back to the mirror, even with feline ring bearers gone rogue. Good answer. She stands, coming to adjust my veil. You look beautiful, baby girl. Your parents would be so proud. You think? I know. She kisses my cheek carefully, mindful of my makeup. They loved boldly, just like you. Chose love over logic every time. Is that what I'm doing? Honey, you agreed to marry a man with 5 cats he's allergic to, a mother who could overthrow small governments, and a twin who just lost the ring bearers. She smiles. If that's not choosing love over logic, I don't know what is. A knock interrupts us. Sarah peeks in, glowing in her bridesmaid dress despite being 4 months pregnant. Found them, she announces. Maximilian was in the wine cellar. Luna was stalking a bird. The others were having a committee meeting in the coat closet. Of course they were. I laugh, tension easing. Are they secured? Christopher's bribing them with salmon. They'll cooperate. She grins. Also, there's a card for you. From Terrell Washington? My stomach flips. Terrell? She hands me an elegant envelope. Inside, his handwriting is careful, measured. Destiny. Heard about the wedding through mutual friends. Wanted to wish you happiness. You deserve it. The business is recovering. Got engaged last month to someone who sees me clearly. Flaws and all. Thank you for showing me that's what I should want. Be happy. T. Everything okay? Sarah asks. Yeah. I fold the note carefully. Everything's perfect. Good, because it's time. The next few minutes blur. Evelyn kissing me goodbye. Patricia appearing with last-minute lipstick. Sarah fluffing my train. Then I'm standing at the top of the Bedford Estates grand staircase, looking down at a sea of flowers and faces. The music starts. Everyone turns. And there's Christian, standing at the altar in a charcoal suit that fits him like sin, watching me like I'm his whole world. Christopher's beside him, visibly restraining 5 leash cats who are already eyeing escape routes. "Ready?" Evelyn whispers, taking my arm since I insisted she walk me down the aisle. No one else could fill that role. "Ready," I breathe. The walk feels eternal and instant simultaneously. I catch glimpses. Patricia crying already. Henderson, the butler, smiling broadly. Colleagues from the Hotel Empire. Friends who've watched this strange journey unfold. But mostly, I see Christian, whose eyes haven't left mine. "Breathe," he murmurs when I reach him. "Can't. Dress too tight. I'll cut you out of it later." "Promise?" "Promise." The officiant clears his throat, and we remember we have an audience. Evelyn kisses my cheek, places my hand in Christian's, and takes her seat. "Dearly beloved," the officiant begins, "we gather today to witness something extraordinary, not just a union, but a transformation. What began as..." A yowl interrupts him. Maximilian has spotted something offensive in the crowd and is voicing his displeasure. "As I was saying," the officiant continues over the feline commentary, "what began as an arrangement has become authentic love." I glance at Christian. He's biting his lip, trying not to laugh. I squeeze his hand in warning. "The couple has written their own vows. Christian?" He pulls out cards with shaking hands, then sets them aside. "I had a whole speech planned," he says. "Properly organized, alphabetized key points. Very me." Light laughter from the crowd. "But standing here looking at you, I just want to say the truth. Months ago, I pulled you from the ocean thinking I was saving you. Turns out you were saving me. From a life of spreadsheets without soul. From thinking love could be negotiated like a contract. From believing that being alone was safer than being seen." My eyes are burning. So much for waterproof mascara. "You crashed into my life with your chaos and your competence and your absolute refusal to let me hide. You turned my penthouse into a home, my family into yours, my fears into possibilities." He swallows hard. "I love you beyond reason, beyond contracts, beyond anything I thought I could feel. You're my beginning, my end, and everything in between." "That was beautiful," I manage. "I hate you." "I love you too," he murmurs. "Destiny," the officiant prompts. "Right. My turn." I pull out my own cards, look at them, then hand them to Sarah. "You know what? He's right. Forget the speech." I take both his hands. "Christian Henderson, you impossible man. You alphabetize spices and schedule bathroom breaks. You're allergic to cats, but kept 5 because you couldn't tell your mother no. You threw yourself into the ocean for a stranger because that's who you are. Someone who saves people, even when they don't need saving." He's crying now. "Christopher owes me $20. You made me believe in love again, not fairy tale love, real love. The kind that brings you breakfast in bed and argues about organization systems. The kind that keeps your secrets and shares your dreams. The kind that starts with a lie and builds something true." I stop, overwhelmed by the truth of it all. "You saved me," I whisper. "We saved each other," he whispers back. "The rings?" the officiant asks. This is the moment we've all been dreading. Christopher releases the cats, who are supposed to walk down the aisle with rings attached to their collars. Maximilian immediately goes left. Luna spots that bird again and goes right. Gabriel sits down and begins grooming. Precious wanders into the crowd. Only Buttercup, bless him, ambles toward us with something approaching dignity. "I've got it!" Christopher dives for Max, misses, takes out a floral arrangement. Sarah snags Luna with impressive pregnant lady agility. Patricia's already scooped up Gabriel. The crowd's in chaos, laughing and trying to help. Should we? The officiant looks bewildered. Just go with it, Christian advises. This is very us. Finally, after what feels like hours but is probably 3 minutes, all 5 cats are retrieved. The rings are liberated from their collars. Christopher's covered in cat hair and shame. I'm so sorry, he whispers. It's perfect, I tell him, meaning it. What else would our wedding be but controlled chaos? With these rings, Christian says, sliding mine on with steady hands, I promise to love your chaos, support your dreams, and never reorganize your files without permission. With this ring, I echo, placing his, I promise to love your systems, challenge your comfort zone, and always make your coffee correctly. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss. Christian doesn't let him finish. He pulls me close and kisses me like we're alone, like we have all the time in the world, like this is the beginning of everything. The crowd erupts, the cats yowl. Somewhere Patricia's definitely sobbing. And I'm married, actually married. To the man who pulled me from the ocean and into a life I never imagined. Ready for the circus? He asks as we walk back down the aisle. Our circus, I correct. Bring it on. The reception is everything Patricia and Evelyn promised. Elegant, overwhelming, and slightly unhinged. The chocolate fountain flows, the band plays. Christopher gives a speech that makes everyone cry, including himself. To Christian and Destiny, he concludes, raising his glass, who proved that sometimes the best things in life start with the worst ideas. May your marriage be as real as your beginning was fake, and may you always remember, I was right about you two from the start. You absolutely were not, Christian calls out. I was. I said she was perfect for you. You said she was terrifying. Same thing. Hours later, after dancing and toasts and more cat-related incidents than anyone could predict, Christian and I escaped to the gardens. The sun's setting over the Bedford estate, our home now, this place where he grew up and where we'll build our future. No regrets, he asks, spinning me slowly. Only one. His face falls. What? We should have had the swans, really committed to the chaos. I can call Mother. She probably has some on standby. Don't you dare. I pull him down for a kiss. Ready to go home? We are home. He's right. The house is lit with candles when we enter, rose petals scattered, Patricia's touch obviously, but I barely notice the ambiance. Because Christian's kissing me again, deeper now, with intent. Promise me something, I say as he carries me upstairs. Anything. No more contracts between us, no more arrangements. Just this. Just this, he agrees, setting me down in our bedroom, in our house, in our real life. He turns me slowly, fingers finding the intricate buttons of my dress. This dress has been torturing me all day, he murmurs against my neck. Every time you moved, all I could think about was taking it off you. Then what are you waiting for? His hands work steadily, revealing skin inch by inch. When the dress finally pulls at my feet, I'm left in white lace lingerie that makes his breath catch. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. I love you, he murmurs. Wife. I love you too, I breathe back. Husband. We lie quietly for a while, just breathing together, skin cooling in the night air. Thank you, I say suddenly. For what? For jumping in that day, for pulling me out, for starting this whole impossible journey. Thank you for letting me. He kisses my forehead. For teaching me that love doesn't follow rules. We should make that our motto. Screw the rules, choose love. Patricia would embroider it on pillows. Evelyn would frame it. Christopher would get it tattooed. Sarah would talk him out of it. Probably. We're quiet for a moment, just breathing together. We did it, I marvel. We actually did it, went from fake to forever. Best business deal I ever made, he murmurs. That's the least romantic thing you've ever said. Also the truest. He pulls me closer. Hired a fake fiancé, got a real wife. Excellent return on investment. You're impossible? Impossibly yours? Forever? Forever, he confirms. And as I drift off in my husband's arms, in our house, with our whole real future spread before us, I think about how wrong I was that day on the beach. I thought I was throwing away my past. Turns out I was making room for my future, and what a beautiful future it is. Epilogue. Destiny. 5 years later. Mommy, Uncle Chris says we can't put Maximilian III in the suitcase. I look up from my laptop to find my 4-year-old daughter, Evie, holding our newest kitten while giving me her father's exact "this is unacceptable" expression. Uncle Chris is correct, I confirm. We've discussed this. Cats don't go in luggage. But he wants to come to the beach. All 12 cats are coming to the beach. In their carriers. In the cat van. I still can't believe we have a cat van. Like civilized people. We're not civilized, my 3-year-old son James announces from the doorway. Daddy says we're feral. Daddy's projecting, I mutter, saving the Tokyo expansion reports. Where is your father? Fighting with Augie about the car seats. Augie. Our 18-month-old who inherited my chaos and Christian's determination. God help us all. Tell Daddy I'll be down in 5 minutes, and no cats in suitcases. They thunder off, probably, to find new and creative ways to torment their father. I take a moment to breathe, hand unconsciously moving to my stomach. 3 kids, 12 cats, and now? You ready? Christian appears in the doorway, Augie on his hip. Our youngest grins at me with his father's smile and my mischief. Almost. Just finalizing the Singapore numbers. It's vacation, Destiny. The annual beach trip. Work can wait, says the man who packed his laptop, tablet, and backup phone. Emergency preparedness. He shifts Augie, who's trying to eat his own foot. The convoy's almost ready. Christopher's already loaded his twins. How are chaos and destruction? I use their nicknames for Christopher's 5-year-old boys. Living up to their names. They've already tried to release the cats twice. He pauses. Your grandmother's riding with them. Evelyn chose to ride with Christopher's twins? Is she feeling okay? She said something about tactical advantage and divide and conquer. He grins. I think she's planning something with my mother. Of course she is. I close my laptop, standing carefully. The morning sickness is better this week, but sudden movements are still risky. They've probably already picked schools for kids who aren't even born yet. Speaking of which, he eyes me suspiciously. You've been weird lately? I'm always weird. Weirder than normal. Avoiding wine, skipping coffee, crying at that commercial about paper towels. It was emotional. The spills were metaphors. Destiny. I bite my lip, debating. I'd planned to tell him at the beach, full circle where everything started. But he's looking at me with those eyes that see everything, and I've never been good at keeping secrets from him. We should probably buy a bigger car, I say instead. We have 3 cars, and the cat van. We're going to need a people van. He blinks, processes, goes very still. Destiny. Surprise? We're again? I can't help grinning at his expression. Baby number 4 coming this winter. He sets Augie down carefully, then crosses to me in 2 strides, pulling me close. How long have you known? 2 weeks. I wanted to wait until the beach to tell you. You know, full circle and all that romantic. He cuts me off with a kiss that makes my knees weak even after 5 years. Ooh, Evie's voice from the doorway. They're being gross again. So gross, James agrees cheerfully. Get used to it, Christian tells them, not letting me go. I plan to be gross with your mother forever. Forever's a long time, I murmur against his lips. Not long enough. He pulls back, hand moving to my still flat stomach. 4 kids. We're really doing this. Plus 12 cats, I remind him. Don't forget the cats. How could I? They own more of this house than we do. Parents, Christopher's voice echoes from downstairs. The twins have escaped. I repeat, the twins have escaped. And so it begins, Christian sighs. The next hour is controlled chaos, loading kids, cats, and an unholy amount of beach equipment into various vehicles. Patricia directs traffic, while Evelyn corrals grandchildren. Sarah, pregnant with her 3rd, counts heads repeatedly. That's 7 kids, 12 cats, 6 adults, she mutters. No, wait. Where's James? Here. He pops out from the cat van. I was saying goodbye to Maximilian II. Of course you were. I hoist him out. Family car, now? Finally, miraculously, we're on the road. Christian drives our SUV while I navigate the familiar route to Montauk. The kids sing increasingly disturbing versions of Disney songs in the back. Let it go, can't hold the cats anymore, Evie belts out. That's not how it goes, James protests. It is now, Mommy. Creative interpretation is encouraged, I tell them, catching Christian's smile. Sing whatever version makes you happy. My phone buzzes with texts from the other cars. Christopher reporting successful twin containment. Sarah requesting a bathroom stop. Patricia informing us she's redesigned the beach house kitchen in her head. Your mother's going to renovate our beach house, I tell Christian. She renovates everything. It's her love language. He reaches over to squeeze my hand. 4 kids. 4 kids, I confirm. You okay with that? Are you kidding? I'm already planning the nursery organization system. Of course you are. Alphabetized by toy category? Christian. Kidding. Mostly. He glances at me. Though a good labeling system never hurt anyone. Our children are feral beach goblins. Labels won't save you. Our children are perfectly behaved angels. Yesterday, Augie ate sand. On purpose, for fun. Textural exploration. James convinced his preschool class that cats can file taxes. Entrepreneurial thinking. Evie tried to baptize Maximilian III in the toilet. religious expression. You're impossible. I laugh. Impossibly yours, he counters, our old refrain. We reach the beach house as the sun hits its afternoon peak. It's bigger now, expanded to accommodate our growing circus. The kids explode from cars like freed prisoners, racing for the sand before we can even unload. Sunscreen, Sarah and I yell in unison. Later, Christopher's twins shout back, already stripping to their swimsuits. Now, Christopher bellows, chasing after them. Every year, Patricia sighs, pulling out military-grade SPF 100. Every year they try to go feral immediately. That's the point, isn't it? Evelyn appears with Evie, who's bouncing impatiently. Let them be wild while they can. Grandma Evie, tell them about the ring. My daughter points at my hand. The ocean ring story. Again? I laugh. She's heard it 100 times. It gets better each time, Evelyn says, settling on the deck with her namesake. Once upon a time, your mommy was very sad. I leave them to their storytelling, helping Christian unload. He's got Augie strapped to his chest, our youngest gnawing contentedly on his father's collar. He's eating your shirt, I point out. It's organic cotton, basically a vegetable. He surveys the chaos. Think we'll survive the week? We always do. I watch James and Christopher's twins building what appears to be a sand fortress for cats. Barely. The afternoon unfolds in familiar patterns. Kids in and out of water. Adults pretending to relax while maintaining constant vigilance. Cats escaping their designated areas to claim prime beach spots. Remember when it was just us? Christian asks during a rare quiet moment. We're on the deck, watching the sunset paint everything gold. That first trip back here after the wedding? You mean when we got horrifically sunburned because we were too busy having sex to reapply sunscreen? Good times. Great times, I correct. Though I prefer the current chaos. Really? Really? I gesture at our beautiful disaster. Look what we built from a fake arrangement. Evie's teaching her brothers to dance. Some elaborate routine she's created. Christopher's twins are burying their father in sand while Sarah documents it. Patricia and Evelyn have their heads together, probably planning weddings for children who can't even spell yet. We need to tell them, I say quietly. About number 4. Tonight at dinner? Or now? I'm already standing. Hey everyone! Family announcement! The chaos stills. 7 kids and 6 adults turn to us with varying degrees of curiosity and concern. What now? Christopher groans. Please tell me you're not getting more cats. We're not getting more cats, Christian assures him. We're getting another baby, I announce. The explosion of reactions is immediate and perfect. Patricia actually screams. Evelyn starts crying. Sarah waddles over at impressive speed to hug me. The kids process at their own pace. Another baby? Evie considers this. Can we name it Maximilian IV? No, Christian and I say in unison. What if it's a girl? James asks practically. Maximiliana, Christopher's twins suggest. Absolutely not, Sarah tells her sons. I knew it, Patricia triumphant. The way you've been glowing, when are you due? December, I admit. Just found out 2 weeks ago. Winter baby, Evelyn murmurs. How perfect. Your mother was a winter baby. The mention of my parents brings the familiar ache, but it's softer now, cushioned by all this love I've built. To growing families, Christopher raises his beer. And to Christian, whose swimmers apparently don't understand retirement. Christopher, Sarah smacks him. What? 4 kids in 5 years. That's impressive dedication or poor planning. Christian mutters. Best poor planning ever, I correct, kissing him soundly. The evening dissolves into celebration. Dinner on the deck, kids running wild, adults making increasingly ambitious plans. Patricia's already designing nurseries. Evelyn's knitting patterns appear from nowhere. Later, much later, after kids are bathed and stories are told and cats are contained, mostly, Christian and I escape to the beach. Just us and the sunset, like that first night 5 years ago. No regrets, he asks, our ritual question. Only that it took us so long to realize it was real, I answer, our ritual response. Months of contracts and confusion. Worth it for this. I gesture at the house behind us, glowing with family warmth. Worth it for everything. He pulls me close, hand resting on my stomach, where our 4th child grows. Think we're done after this one? God, I hope so. We're running out of bedrooms. We could convert the cat room. The cats have squatters' rights at this point. True. He's quiet for a moment. I love you, you know. More than on our wedding day, more than yesterday, more than I knew was possible. Sap, I accuse, but I'm crying. Damn pregnancy hormones. Your sap, he reminds me. Forever? Forever. We stand there as the sun sets, painting the ocean in shades of memory. I think about that morning 5 years ago, throwing away my past in a fit of rage. If someone had told me then that the judgmental jogger who pulled me out would become my husband, that we'd build this life full of kids and cats and chaos, I'd have laughed, or cried, or both. Hey, Christian says suddenly, is that? I follow his gaze to the water's edge where Evie's escaped, again, dancing in the waves with her brothers. Christopher's twins have joined them, all 5 kids spinning in the sunset like some kind of feral beach ballet. Should we stop them? I ask. Probably, but neither of us moves. They're perfect, aren't they? Perfectly wild, I agree, like their mother. Excuse me, Mr. alphabetizes his socks. They get the wild from you. I alphabetize for efficiency. I kiss him to shut him up, which still works every time. Mommy! Daddy! Come dance, Evie shouts. The water's perfect, James adds. Pway, Augie contributes from somewhere behind us. Sarah must have let him escape. What do you say? Christian extends his hand. One more dance in the waves? With you? Always. We join our children in the water, fully dressed because who cares about propriety when you're this happy? The cold doesn't matter. The wet clothes don't matter. Only this matters. Our family, our beach, our beautifully imperfect life. No regrets? Christian asks again as Evie climbs on his shoulders. None, I assure him, catching Augie before he faceplants into a wave. Absolutely none. And I mean it. Every word. Every moment that led us here was worth it for this. Standing in the ocean where it all began, surrounded by the family we built from the most unlikely beginning. Fake engagement, real love, true happiness. Who knew the best things in life could start with such terrible decisions? We did, I think, watching Christian spin our daughter through the sunset. We knew all along. We just took the long way home.